Age of Elves Super God Trainer Chapter 301-361. Chapter 301. It's coming, Mew Mew Xiao is coming. It's okay, they only come around this time of year, and they don't take our stuff for nothing. The old man looked at the somewhat chaotic scene, with a puzzled look on Huoban Meow's face, looked at the trumpet pecks and the group of little doers, and explained the situation to Huoban Meow with a smile. The bounty of nature, of course, must be shared with the creatures who live here. This is the tradition of living in the Madai Islands. Looking at the movements of the trumpet pecker and the little doer, the old man also smiled and looked at it with a gentle look in his eyes. Although Huoban Meow didn't understand this, after hearing the explanation from the old lady, she still nodded, looking at the trumpet pecks and the group of little doers in the air. However, when it saw the wooden owl on the side, there was a strange look in its eyes. There is something wrong with this wooden owl. Everyone else is holding fruits and tree fruits. Why is this wooden owl so clever? Just take the bell from the shop next to you. Sunset trumpet. In mid-air, the trumpet peckers and the group of small dukes returned to their nests, and the head trumpet peckers shouted directly and flew down first. Many little doer flew down. They put the food they caught in their nest, and a big bird in front of them looked at them and nodded. Mew Mew Xiao also flew here and put what he got in the nest. The big bird looked at what Mew Mew Xiao brought back, and instantly widened its eyes with a helpless look in its eyes. Horn. Seeing that the wooden owl was about to fly away, the trumpet pecker stopped it directly and pointed at that. The bell kept chirping, as if it was educating the wooden owl. Blue. Mew Mew Xiao turned his head to look at the leader, puzzled, and then gradually fell asleep for some reason. Trumpet. Perot. In the end, the hornpecker couldn't bear it anymore, and it exploded directly to let it search again, and the wooden owl was awakened immediately. Fly away. The big bird-like elf looked at Mew Mew Xiao and sighed helplessly. The next day, because it was a weekend, the elf school would not start classes, so Suche came to Aina restaurant to enjoy the food, eating fruit while looking at the materials he had organized. I went back last night and saw two Cosmogus. Although the two Cosmogus hadn't seen me for a few days when they were asleep, Cosmogu still remembered me. Accompanying Cosmogu to play with each other for a while, and then fell into a deep sleep, and now Dr. Kukui is investigating the two Cosmogus and perfecting the information. Ah, tired. At this time, Mao came directly over, lying on the table and complaining about the tunnel. It should be said, it is indeed Aina restaurant, whether local residents or past tourists, all like your food. Suche looked at Mayo, who was so tired, and said to Mayo with a smile. Haha, thank you for your compliment. What is teacher Suche looking at? Mao looked at the document-like thing in Suche's hand and asked Suche. This is the distribution of elves in the Madai Islands. I'm looking to see if there are elves that are more suitable for me. Actually, the two elves I want to conquer the most are Moo Moo Xiao and Cho-Cho Sea Lion. Looking at Mao, Suche spread out the document in his hand and watched Mao solve the problem. Explained. The back of the elf school, the chance of elves appearing now is about 90%. After listening to Suche's explanation, Rotom's mobile phone directly called up the elf profiler, showing the distribution of elves in various areas on Merlot Island. Oh, such a convenient ability. The side looked at Rotom's mobile phone with an envious look in his eyes. Having such a machine in the wild would be of great help to elf trainers. Loto. Rotom's mobile phone snorted very proudly, and looked at Mao and smiled. However, speaking of that place is really good, I met Sweet Bamboo there. Of Sweet Bamboo on the side, there was also a look of reminiscence in Mao's eyes. Mala, the Sweet Bamboo on the side shakes his body, exuding bursts of aroma. Really reassuring aroma, with a delicious aroma all over the body. Sure enough, there is a reason why this kind of spirit is popular with people and spirits in the Madi region. Looking at the Sweet Bamboo in front of him and smelling the aroma emanating from the air, Suche nodded and looked at the Sweet Bamboo road. Due to the aroma of Sweet Bamboo, it has a calming effect, so there are many trainers who let it live at home. Hey hey. Sweet Bamboo Bamboo was praised, and Mayo also smiled and touched his head, showing a very shy look. Sweet Bamboo Bamboo, fruit elves. Grass attributes. The body exudes a very delicious fragrance, and there are many bird spirits tempted by this fragrance. They tend to treat Sweet Bamboo as a real fruit. Rotom's mobile phone looked at Sweet Bamboo, and automatically retrieved the information about Sweet Bamboo from the Elf Pokédex system. Woohoo! At this time, a peculiar bird call came from the air, rushing towards Sweet Bamboo Bamboo below from a height, its claws stretched out to attack Sweet Bamboo Bamboo. Mala! At this time, Sweet Bamboo Bamboo reacted instantly, the calyx on its head spun rapidly, and directly met the attack of the bird spirit. Bang! With a soft sound, the bird elf was bounced straight away. Seeing the elf appearing in midair, Suche widened his eyes and became excited. Finally met, Mew Mew Xiao. That's Mew Mew Xiao, why did he appear here? Mayo looked at the elf that appeared, and her eyes widened strangely. Obviously, she didn't understand why the other party appeared here. Because the wood owls are very vigilant, they usually use photosynthesis to save energy during the day, and only start their activities at night. This is why, when I go to the forest during the day, I sometimes see the wood owl sleeping on the trunk of the complex tree or in the tree hole. Wooden owl, grass feather elves. Grass and flight attributes, use photosynthesis to store energy during the day. Usually, they glide without making a sound, quickly approaching the enemy, and kicking violently before the opponent is aware of it. Just as he was talking, Mew Mew Xiao swooped down and attacked again in the direction of Sweet Bamboo Bamboo. Chapter 302, Moo Moo Xiao, who is too hungry. Mid-air, Mew Mew Xiao's eyes widened, revealing a very longing look, looking at Sweet Bamboo Bamboo below. Mew Mew Xiao, who was hovering in mid-air, swooped down directly. Mala! Sweet Bamboo Bamboo looked at Mew Mew Xiao, who was rushing towards him. His eyes suddenly sharpened, the leaves on his head spun frantically, forming a kind of umbrella-like leaf defense. Bang! Moo Moo Xiao directly hit the defense of Sweet Bamboo Bamboo and was knocked out, looking dizzy. Ah! Not only was the enemy completely discovered, let alone kicked violently. Instead, he received a strong counterattack lotto. Looking at Mew Mew Xiao, who was shaken back again in midair, Rotom's mobile phone looked at Mew Mew Xiao's direction, silently looking at Mew Mew Xiao's direction. Ahahaha, Sweet Bamboo is already used to it. Hearing the doubts of Rotom's mobile phone, Mayo looked in the direction of Sweet Bamboo Bamboo, and showed a smile in embarrassment. Get used to it. Rotom heard Mao's explanation, as if he had caught something, and looked at Mao's direction suspiciously. The scent of Sweet Bamboo. Of Sweet Bamboo, and explained with a smile to the Rotom mobile phone beside Suche. Woohoo! It was at this time that Moo Moo Xiao in midair looked at Sweet Bamboo Bamboo below, and the figure moved again, rushing towards Sweet Bamboo Bamboo below. Ah, I'm here again, I really don't give up. Seeing Moo Moo Xiao continue rushing in the direction of Sweet Bamboo Bamboo, Rotom looked at Mew Mew Xiao with his mobile phone, and couldn't help but complain about Mew Mew Xiao. Bang! Another collision sounded, and after a while, Mew Mew Xiao was knocked out and hung upside down on the wire. Why are you so persistent? Stiff neck hanging upside down on the wire, Mao looked curiously in the direction of the wooden owl, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Because I'm hungry. Looking at Mew Mew Xiao's state, Suche smiled slightly and said his guess. Because I'm hungry. Hearing the explanation given by Suche, Mao and Rotom widened their eyes suspiciously, looking at Suche beside him, and asked. Yeah, that's right. Because according to the data, there are also bird sprites attracted by the fragrance of Sweet Bamboo and swallowed the whole Sweet Bamboo. And those elves are either the relationship of sight or the relationship of being very hungry, so they have lost their basic judgment. Looking at Mew Mew Xiao, who was hanging upside down on the wire, his eyes were a little dizzy. Suche smiled and said his speculation. Woohoo! At this time, the Moo Moo Xiao in midair fell directly downwards. Ah, no, That's the main road. Seeing Moo Moo Xiao fall, Mao didn't dare to look at Mew Mew Xiao's fate. Lose countless lives because of my accident, or whatever, not to mention bird sprites on the main road. Swish. A gust of wind passed. Su Che flipped over the railing with a flip, came to the main road and caught Mew Mew Xiao with his hands. Fast. When did Mao not hear Mew Mew Xiao's screams, but opened his eyes and saw Su Che standing. The wooden owl was successfully caught below. Woo-hoo. Mew Mew Xiao opened his eyes and looked at Su Che in front of him, with a puzzled look in his eyes, as if he wanted to remember Su Che. Then Mew Mew Xiao suddenly felt a feeling of emptiness in his body, and finally fainted in Su Che's hands. Woo-hoo. After a while, Mew Mew Xiao woke up, looked at a man and a woman in front of him, and looked in the direction of Su Che. It knew that it was Su Che who saved him just now. Looking at Su Che, Mew Mew Xiao called out to Su Che. It's okay, Loto, but it's really surprising. You are actually starving. Looking at Mew Mew Xiao in front of him, Rotom's mobile phone on the side replied Mew Mew Xiao's thanks for Su Che, and then turned around and looked at Mew Mew Xiao and said. Woo-hoo. A sound came from his stomach, causing Mew Mew Xiao to bow his head in embarrassment. Here you are. At this moment, a voice came. Su Che put a plate of fresh fruit in front of Mew Mew Xiao, looked at Mew Mew Xiao Su Che and said with a smile. If you want to subdue the other party, you must remember to brush some good impressions, otherwise your first impression in the other party's heart will be gone. Woo-hoo. After Mew Mew Xiao woke up in front of him, he was now standing on the ground that Su Che put on the ground. On the backpack, he tilted his head and looked at Su Che in front of him in confusion. Then, feeling a soft feeling from below him, Mew Mew Xiao, who was in front of him, felt very comfortable jumping up and down, and then he smelled a scent and turned his head to the back. Woo-hoo. Mew Mew Xiao glanced at Su Che, and after all, hunger overcame his reason. He looked at the fruits and tree fruits in the back, and frantically ate the food. Huh, what a great appetite. Who was eating in front of the fruit? Mao on the side showed a very surprised look. No matter what. It's the speed and volume of eating that is amazing, Lotto. Looking at the speed and state of Mew Mew Xiao's eating, Rotom's mobile phone suspended in midair looked at Mew Mew Xiao with an unexpected look in his eyes. Here you are. Seeing Mew Mew Xiao's eating pattern, Su Che helplessly shook his head and took out a peeled banana, handed it to Mew Mew Xiao and placed it in front of Mew Mew Xiao. Mew Mew Xiao looked at the banana in Su Che's hand. His eyes lit up and flew directly to Su Che's arm. Looking at the banana in Su Che's hand, he bit down and swallowed it directly. At the same time as Mew Mew Xiao was enjoying his meal, Su Che's arm was damaged, when he was standing on Su Che's arm. Su Che could clearly feel that Mew Mew Xiao's claws on his arm were grabbing Su Che's arm hard. The powerful force made Su Che frown slightly. Looking at the muscles formed in Mew Mew Xiao's legs, Su Che couldn't stop nodding. This Mew Mew Xiao really made him feel suitable. Woo-hoo. After eating, Mew Mew Xiao stood here, squinting his eyes and standing on the spot. Su Che smiled as he looked full. Then, Mew Mew Xiao seemed to remember something, grabbed a tree fruit, flew directly into the sky, and then flew into the forest. Rotom, let's go. I'm going to take it. Looking at Mew Mew Xiao flying into the distance, Su Che looked at Rotom's mobile phone and said to Rotom. Chapter 303. Team Rocket reappears. It's safe here, we can go. In front of a tree hole in the forest, Kojiro looked at the surrounding environment. After carefully observing for a while, he looked at Musashi and Meow Meow behind him. Okay, anyway, now that we have conquered the mirage, we can finally have a big fight here. Ah, what kind of fresh air. I don't know what kind of spirits there are in the forest. I really look forward to it. Holding a one Pokeball in his hand, Musashi smiled and looked at his surroundings, took a deep breath and was intoxicated. Anyway, we are full now, we should really thank nature. The products in the Made Islands area are really rich. The climate here creates the environment here. It's really comfortable here. I really want to stay here for a lifetime. Meow Meow touched his belly, and there were some tree fruits and fruits they picked in the tree hole. Trumpet, tweet. At this time, a noisy voice came, which made Musashi Kojira and Meow Meow look over subconsciously, and directly Showdoer and Hornpecker came here together. And their target is the fruit in the tree hole. Watching the fruit in the tree hole rush directly, Musashi Kojira and Meow Meow don't know what the other party is going to do and can only get out of the way. The fruit was exposed to the gazes of the Trumpet Pecks and the Little Doer group, and all the elves rushed up to watch the fruit and took it directly. Ah, those guys. Those are the food we've worked so hard to collect. Kojira looked at the elves, and stared at the group of small children and the horns. Bastards, those are the food we desperately got, you robbers. We have to get the food back and let them know how good we are. Looking at the little tower and the Hornpecker, Musashi looked at them angrily, and then looked at Kojira and Meow on the side. Ah, just as I thought. Kojira looked at Musashi and nodded, and finally looked at Meow at his feet. Meow thinks so too. Looking at Musashi Kojira's gaze, Meow Meow nodded and took out the trap she prepared, and looked at the direction where Showdoer and Hornpecker left. On the other side of the forest, there was also a huge tree hole, and there were also some skinny little doers. If Suche was here, he would know that this was a new little doer. Because of the need for supplementary nutrition, the growing group of little doers and Trumpet Pecks have to go outside to find food to bring back to the newborn little doers. In another bird's nest, a huge bird elf looked into the distance, pacing back and forth in the bird's nest, with a very anxious look in his eyes. It remembered that Mew Mew Xiao had just been born, and he used his own abilities to hatch Showdoer's egg, and another special egg hatched. It was Mew Mew Xiao with a small body that was round and round. Because he knew Mew Mew was used to it, that big bird was so anxious. To be honest, the wooden owl is actually not suitable for living with him. The habits of the little dudes and the Hornpeckers are completely different from the wooden owl. Trumpet, tweet. At this time, the Trumpet Peckers and the little Doug flew back with fresh fruit and tree fruit, and the huge bird elf nodded and looked at them. But the big bird looked into the distance, the anxiety in his eyes did not recede, and he was still worried about Mew Mew Xiao's situation. Woo-hoo, woo-hoo. At this time, the voice of Mew Mew Xiao came, and the elf looked at Mew Mew Xiao who appeared in the field of vision, and finally calmed down and looked in the direction of Mew Mew Xiao. Horn. In the nest, the wood owl put the food he got in the nest, and the Trumpet Pecks on the side flew over and patted the wood owl's feathers, as if to compliment. Woo-hoo. After receiving the compliment from the Hornpecker, Mew Mew Xiao squinted his eyes, revealing that I am very powerful. Gaha. The biggest bird elf looked at Mew Mew Xiao and nodded, and also agreed with Mew Mew Xiao's progress. I saw it. As I thought, this wooden owl has a companion. At this time, Suche also appeared here, looking in the direction of Mew Mew Xiao, smiling at the elves around it. Woo-hoo, woo-hoo. The wooden owl in the nest welcomed Suche's arrival, and the bird elves looked at Suche with vigilant expressions on their faces. It's my turn, Lotto. Looking at the three kinds of bird spirits, Rotom's mobile phone flew into the air, watching the three kinds of bird spirits call up their information. Showdoer, woodpecker bird spirit. Normal, flying attribute. Peck holes in tree trunks with 16 consecutive hits per second. Pecked burrows, often used as food storage and nests. Hornpecker, trumpet-billed elf. The evolutionary form of Showdoer. Store the seeds of the eaten fruit in the bird's beak. If you encounter an enemy or prey, shoot it out in one go. Bill-billed big bird, big-billed elf. But it's actually a gun cannon-like elf. The evolution of the hornpecker. Let the bird's beak heat up and fight. The temperature is more than 100 degrees, and if it is pecked, it will cause serious burns. Hey, it's not hot Loto at all. It's not the same as the description Loto. At this time, Rotom was dying, and came to the big bird with the gun beak, and stretched out Rotom-like arms from both sides of the phone, and touched the bird's beak. It hurts, it's so hot, so hot. This action obviously angered the big bird, and the big bird's beak heated up directly, causing Rotom's mobile phone to leave instantly and shouting in pain. You have so many companions. Ignoring Rotom's cell phone killing behavior, Suche looked at Mew Mew Xiao, who was flying towards his backpack, and said to Mew Mew Xiao. Bang! At this time, 3 large nets fell from the sky, directly covering a large number of tree fruits and 3 kinds of elves. What's the matter, Lotto? On Rotom's mobile phone, he looked at this situation a little dazedly. And Mew Mew Xiao flew up from his backpack in an instant, looking at the direction of the big gun-billed birds with a worried look in his eyes. Since you asked sincerely what happened, we will graciously tell you our name. Flowers and willows, shame on the moon and close the flower. A round of evil flowers blooming in the illusory world, Musashi. The flying dragon rides on the clouds, and the heroic appearance is valiant. The apostle of evil who resists in the miserable world, Kojira. One lotus is born, and we share weal and woe. The glittering little gold coins are also the evil stars of close companions, meow meow meow. Team Rockets, go, 2 inches. That's it, meow. Chapter 304, Stop the Rockets. It's you again, you are really haunted, what's wrong with developing new forces in the Madai Islands area? Hurry up and release Xiaoduer. Seeing the reappearance of Team Rocket's trio, Suche directly covered his eyes and looked at Team Rocket's trio opposite and said. It's you kid again. However, it's impossible for us to let Xiaoduer go. Although we are sometimes evil, we are principled. They are the thieves who stole our food, and it is impossible to let them go. After Musashi looked at Suche with an unexpected look, he still looked at Suche seriously. Hearing Musashi's explanation, Suche shook his head helplessly. He really wouldn't believe it if others talked about principles, but he did believe in the principles of Team Rocket. Usually they catch the elves, they are just a little bit of trouble, but in the face of some big things, the Rockets trio usually keep their senses. What's more, even if they do something bad, they will turn into nothingness under their bad luck. Even if they are thieves, it's wrong to catch the elves randomly. I'll organize you. Looking at the Team Rocket trio opposite, Suche looked at the Team Rocket trio seriously and said to them. Humph, are you coming to organize us? In that case, we'll give your elf to Boss Sakagi. Boss Sakagi will be very happy if you want to come. Mission, please. Seeing Suche standing opposite, Musashi looked at Suche with a smile, threw his Pokeball, nodded and gave his order. Bang! The Pokeball opened, and a figure appeared here. A figure in rags like Pikachu, which is exactly what I encountered a few days ago. Kakuku. As soon as the mimesis appeared, Suche's eyes lit up and he looked at Suche with a very terrifying look, sending out bursts of creepy aura. Should I say, as expected of a ghost-type elf, come out, Zoroark. Seeing the Mew appearing on the opposite side, Suche nodded. Musashi really subdued Mew. And Mew seemed to listen to Desire Island very much. Although he didn't know the reason, when he saw this scene, Suche just nodded his head and looked in the direction of the illusion, and sent his Zoroark. Zoroark is evil, and the mimetic effect on fairies should not be very good. How could you send Zoroark, Suche? Looking at Zoroark who appeared on the spot, Rotom's phone beside him showed a puzzled look, while Suche showed a smile. Humph. If that's the case, we're welcome, Myth, and use a Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball. Looking at Zoroark who appeared on the opposite side, Musashi listened to the words of Rotom's mobile phone floating by the side, and then he calmed down and looked in Zoroark's direction. Kakuku. Mizuo looked at Roha opposite, his eyes lit up and jumped up, looking at Zoroark Mizuo to gather strength. A purple, black energy ball appeared, and finally attacked the opposite Zoroark. Shadow Ball, not you. Zoroark uses the Shadow Ball directly. Looking at Miche on the opposite side, he shook his head slightly, looked at Zoroark himself, and directly issued the same order to Zoroark. Soya. After Zoroark heard Suche's order, he folded his hands together and gathered his strength in his palms. A purple, black energy ball quickly condensed and appeared in Zoroark's hands. Looking at the opponent's attack, Zoroark threw his shadow ball directly. Bang! I saw that the two unique moves collided with each other, and Zoroark's shadow ball directly broke the mimic's attack, and attacked the mimic with unabated speed. Boom! The champion level attack is so powerful, the attack is fast and at the same time it brings a lot of pressure to Mew. Just in an instant Zoroark's attack hit Mew. A violent explosion sounded, accompanied by a large number of smoke and a burst of fire. Mew was about to be hit by Zoroark's attack, and the violent impact made it fly to the rear. That's right. How did I forget? Ghost-type tricks are also very powerful in imitation of ghost-type tricks. After seeing Mew being sent flying, Rotom instantly reacted and looked in Zoroark's direction. Fantasy. Musashi looked at Mew who was knocked out, and immediately covered his face in surprise, looking in Mew's direction with a look of disbelief written all over his face. Meow. Just please. At this time, when Kojiro was pulling those fruits and tree fruits, he watched Mew being kicked out. Kojiro imitated Musashi and threw Meow Meow directly. Mew Mew Xiao, it's now. Go and save your companions. Because Mew was kicked out, Suche looked at Xiaodor and the trumpet pecker, and the big bird with a gun beak. Suche looked at Mew Mew Xiao behind him. Seeing Suche Zoroark's powerful strength, Mew Mew Xiao didn't react at once. Only after knowing that Suche had given an order did Mew Mew Xiao react. With a chirping sound, Mew Mew Xiao flew up in the air and gliding directly in front of several nets. Mew Mew Xiao's claws directly exerted force and quickly attacked the nets. Bang! Tweet! Tweet! White light flashed, and a soft sound of Mew Mew Xiao broke the net, and the little doer group looked at Mew Mew Xiao in front of them, and began to chirp. Like that, it broke with just one blow. What a powerful claw! Rotom's mobile phone was suspended in midair. Looking at this scene, Rotom in the mobile phone also nodded, indicating that Mew Mew Xiao was very powerful. Damn, you treat me as a shield again, if that's the case. Meow meow, I'll grab it with madness, meow. Of Zoroark, Meow Meow also said nervously in the air. Then, the broken jar popped out his claws, looked at Zoroark below, and used the tricks that he could use, just grabbing wildly. Zoroark, Alloy Claw. Seeing Meow Meow being thrown over to use Crazy Grab, Suche didn't care about Meow Meow's attack, and instead gave Zoroark an order directly. Meow Meow is actually not weak, but Team Rocket's Meow Meow is mainly full of points in technology and IQ, but it's shortcoming in force. Soya. Looking at Meow Meow rushing towards him, and feeling the momentum of Meow Meow, Zoroark just started to glow with iron gray light on his paws, and attacked Meow Meow with one paw. Bang! Chapter 305, Conquer Moo Moo Xiao. A dull voice sounded. Zoroark just took a step back, slightly raised his metal claw and hit Meow Meow. Meow! What a powerful metal claw! Meow Musashi Kojiro is going one step ahead, meow. Seeing Zoroark's metal claws just hit his stomach, Meow Meow felt a huge force, and then saw Musashi Kojiro fainted directly. Meow. Damn, the fan is planning to use a shadow ball. Seeing Meow Meow being kicked out by Zoroark, Musashi looked at Mew who had revived and gave an order directly to Mi, as if he wanted to avenge Meow Meow. Kakuku. Mew looking at Rourke on the opposite side, the purple-black energy condensed in front of him again, and finally formed a one-energy ball, which attacked in the direction of Zoroark. Zoroark, after dodging the attack, planned to use the metal claws on the fan. Seeing the illusion that the characteristics of the opposite were broken, Suche immediately issued his own order. Soya. Boom. While watching the shadow ball attack, Zoroark, who heard Suche's order, moved directly. Zoroark dodged the attack of the shadow ball. The shadow ball exploded in place, and Zoroark had long since avoided the attack of the shadow ball. Looking at the claws of the mimic Zoroark on the opposite side, the claws glowed with iron gray light. And Zoroark also came to the midair. His figure flickered. He didn't know when he came to Mew, and slapped Mew with his paw. Bang! Once again, I took the simulacrum of Zoroark's attack. Mew was directly knocked down and fell to the ground in pain, obviously losing his fighting ability. Mew, come back, damn kid, we won't play with you today. Seeing Suchei's genuine appearance, Musashi felt a chill in his heart. Musashi also knew that he and the others could not beat Suchei, and now there is only one way to retreat. Musashi grabbed Meow Meow and Kojira together, bringing the fruit, the little ones in the net, and the trumpet peckers and the gunbills don't care. Bringing their own food, the Rockets trio were immediate. Left here. Tweet, Trumpet, Ga, the little doer group, the hornpecker and the big bird with bills, looked at Mew Mew Xiao and cried in gratitude, and the latter two looked at Mew Mew Xiao with a look of relief in their eyes. Mew Mew Xiao, you did a great job. Your kicks are very powerful. After seeing Mew Mew Xiao's strength, Suchei came to Mew Mew Xiao's land and touched Mew Mew Xiao's soft head. Mew Mew Xiao looked at Suchei in front of him, smiled and flew to the top, carefully falling down to prevent Suchei from being hurt. Then, Mew Mew Xiao looked at Suchei and flew into the backpack after he gave a kiss. His face was red and he gave off a naive feeling. How is it, Mew Mew Xiao? Do you want to go outside with me to have a look? Seeing Mew Mew Xiao, Suchei lifted Mew Mew Xiao from his backpack and looked into Mew Mew Xiao's eyes. Woohoo! Looking at Suchei who sincerely invited him in front of him, Mew Mew Xiao turned his head for a while and understood what Suchei meant. But it looked back at the trumpet pecks again, with a worried look in its eyes, Mew Mew Xiao's intentions. C is very obvious. It wants to go to the outside world with Suchei to see it, but it can't worry about its own companion, so at this moment Mew Mew Xiao is in distress. Trumpet, Gaha. At this time, the trumpet pecker and the big bird with the gunbill frowned, and the former even looked at the latter, with a questioning look in their eyes. They all know Mew Mew Xiao's habits and character, and they can't help it by themselves and others. Among humans can work with it to establish a new bond and start a new life. To be honest, they also think that the wooden owl is really not suitable to stay here, and it should embark on a journey that belongs to them with the trainer. Ga. Finally, looking in the direction of Mew Mew Xiao, the big bird with a gun-billed bill looked at Mew Mew Xiao and yelled at it, motioning for Mew Mew Xiao to follow Suchei. I will take good care of it. When it appears in front of you next time, I am afraid it has evolved. Suchei also smiled and looked at the two elves. He understood the meaning of the big gun-billed bird and Mew Mew Xiao, and looked at the big gun-billed bird Suchei and said to it, Gaha. Hearing this, the big bird with a gun bill looked at Suchei and nodded lightly, obviously it also agreed with Suchei's words. Then, come on, Mew Mew Xiao. Suchei put Mew Mew Xiao on the ground, took out a one-elf ball from his backpack, and looked at Mew Mew Xiao with a look of anticipation in front of him. Woohoo! Looking at the Pokeball in front of him, Mew Mew Xiao narrowed his eyes and patted his wings on the Pokeball, and Mew Mew Xiao turned into a red light and entered the Pokeball. In the end, the Pokeball swayed symbolically, and finally stopped. Mew Mew Xiao was directly subdued by Suchei. Successfully subdued Mew Mew Xiao. Holding up the Pokeball, Suchei jumped up excitedly. This is the Yusan family in the Madeira Islands area. I finally have two of them. Come out, Moo Moo Xiao. He threw out Mew Mew Xiao's elf ball and released Mew Mew Xiao. The Mew Mew Xiao who came out squinted his eyes and looked very happy. The end, Mew Mew Xiao flew into Suchei's backpack, closed his eyes after a few seconds, and heard even breathing sounds, apparently fell asleep in Suchei's backpack. Asleep, Lotto. Looking at Mew Mew Xiao's condition, Rotom's mobile phone was suspended in midair, watching Mew Mew Xiao helplessly. Let's go, Rotom. Looking at Mew Mew Xiao in his backpack, Suchei's eyes showed a gentle look, and he looked at Rotom's mobile phone and said, Understood. Hearing this, Rotom's mobile phone flew into Suchei's pocket, and then Suchei left the forest with him. Feedback: the question here. I don't know what the big brothers and readers mean, and you may not understand the settings in the book, so I will explain two questions. First, why do gym trainers have champion-level elves? Well, first of all, ask that the lifespan of elves is definitely longer than that of humans. Therefore, there must be 1 or 2 elves left by gym trainers, elders or other factors. Of course, there are only 1 or 2 elves of this kind. This is the first point. Second, the protagonist is a high school student, not a junior high school student. Thank you, and the question of Longdu has also been explained. It is the overall strength of the protagonist that is stronger than that of Longdu. Please download Filu to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 306. Training, Too Much. Morning, the sky just dawned, and the earth was dark and a bright light came from a distance, just as the sun was about to rise. On the beach, there was a tidy sound, and upon closer inspection it was Suche and his elves, who were currently practicing at night. On the side, Rotom's mobile phone and Dr. Kukui are recording the data of these elves. The former is to facilitate Suche to formulate a training plan. And Dr. Kukui looked at those elves with a very envious look in his eyes. The strength of these elves is very powerful, although the ordinary elves have not yet reached the level of the legendary leader. But in Suche's team, there are indeed legendary elves, such as the phantom beast elf Zeraora. That's right, knowing the character of Dr. Kukui, Suche boldly pulled Zeraora over to train, and many elves on the beach left a deep pit when they trained. Some elves living in the sand avoided Suche and his elves one after another. They didn't want to be beaten up by those elves. The funniest thing is, watching the rock dog trained by the maned rock werewolf, came to Suche and looked at Suche. Rock dog barked at Suche, his firm eyes were telling Suche what he thought. Looking at the rock dog in front of him, Suche's eyes showed an unexpected look, but looking at the rock dog's eyes, Suche also agreed to the rock dog's request. Okay, this physical training is here. Looking at the numerous elves behind him, Suche nodded and let his elves move freely, then came to Rotom's mobile phone and looked at the data of the elves. The data of other elves are normal, except that I have to train their physical fitness step by step, and I have to quickly exchange the slate in the system. If the energy of the slate is used properly, you can make your elves successfully break through the limitations of elves and successfully upgrade to elves at the level of divine beasts. However, it would be very troublesome to break through that layer of limitation, and it would take a lot of resources to fill it up to break through this limitation. The only thing I have to worry about now is Miu Miu Xiao's training method. Because of Miu Miu Xiao's living habits, some special methods must be used to train Miu Miu Xiao. Miu Miu Xiao's kicks are very powerful, and he needs to exercise the strength of his legs. Moreover, Miu Miu Xiao's fighting style is more of an assassin type, and Miu Miu Xiao's speed is very fast. Thinking of this, several training methods appeared in Suche's mind. Looking at Miu Miu Xiao's direction, Suche smiled slightly, then looked at his elves. That's it for today's special training. Everyone is doing well, so is Miu Miu Xiao. You can learn a lot from your seniors. Looking at his elves, Suche came to them, smiled and encouraged his elves, then looked in the direction of Miu Miu Xiao. Woo woo. Miu Miu Xiao flapped his arms, expressing that he understood what Suche meant, because he was subdued, so his strength was not very strong. Looking at the strength of his seniors, Miu Miu Xiao's heart was full of longing. He learned from his seniors that their strengths were all trained by Suche. Come to think of it, just follow Su. With Che's training, his strength will definitely improve rapidly. Although he is very tired, he clearly feels the improvement of his physical fitness. This made Miu Miu Xiao firmly believe that he would definitely become stronger and defeat more elves. The two Cosmogus in the room looked at the many elves outside, and there was a look of longing in their eyes. However, when I think of Suche's words, I feel discouraged again. There is no way, who made them still in their infancy, this is also impossible. However, Suche also thought of a special training method and handed it over to two Cosmogus. First of all, what is the superpower spirit to exercise? This is the most important, the performance of superpower in the first generation of animation, but very invincible. Mental control, powerful bursts, and teleportation. These have completely trained many battery mages, not to mention two divine beasts. According to Suche's idea, let the two little Cosmogu exercise their superpowers first. They are slowly exercising their physical fitness, using the props they exchanged from the system for them, and using some precious energy props to consolidate their bodies. In this way, their physical energy and the ability to release skills are available, not to mention their own power, which is also transforming their bodies. The two Cosmogos looked at each other and started their own training. They were bouncing around the room, starting to get distracted while exercising their fitness. Use the unique exercise method of the superpower elves, and use meditation to slowly expand your spiritual power. Moreover, Suche specially emphasized that Cosmog, while exercising spiritual strength, kept breathing and spiritual strength consistent. After being proficient in this way, Cosmogu's every step is being trained, forming an instinct, and his mental strength and control ability will naturally increase. Through his superpower, he feels the superpower fluctuations from Dr. Kuchui's home. Suche nodded and looked in the direction of the window with a relieved look on his face. Cosmogu's training has also begun to go on track, and now you can finally rest assured. Okay, everyone, take a break. I'll make you breakfast. Looking at the state of the many elves, Suche smiled and looked at them. Roar! All the elves looked at Suche, excited and roared happily at Suche, expressing that they were looking forward to the breakfast prepared by Suche. Rock Dog, how's it going? At this time, Dr. Kukui could observe the elves up close, and when he saw the Rock Dog looking very tired, he smiled and touched the Rock Dog's head. Answered by the angry bark of the Rock Dog, which made Dr. Kukui look at the Rock Dog with a slight smile. The tacit understanding between the two does not need to be said. Kukui immediately understood the answer of the Rock Dog. After the elves have finished their breakfast, the time has come for the morning. Dr. Kukui, I am really bothering you today, I'm going first. Seeing that it was almost time for his class, Suche looked at Dr. Kukui and said to Dr. Kukui. Oh, okay, be careful on the road. Hearing Suche's voice, Kukui nodded and stuck his head out from the door, looking at Suche in the yard. Chapter 307, Everyday. Rock Dog, I'm leaving. When I come back at night, I'll let the maned rock werewolf play with you again. Looking at the Rock Dog in front of him, Suche came to the Rock Dog ground and scratched the Rock Dog's chin. Yango also agreed to Suche when he heard this, saying that he would listen to Suche's words. Originally, Suche wanted the main rock werewolf to stay at home and look at the two little Cosmogus, but Suche suddenly remembered that he had the system space, a cheating device. Now, he exchanged 2 yellow and black coins from the system. Alternating high-level Pokeballs, looking at the 2 Cosmogus. Conquer the 2 small Cosmogus in the high-level Pokeball, and then the 2 Cosmogus appear directly in the system space. Mogu. Looking at this independent space, the 2 little Cosmogu looked curiously and carefully looked at this space. When it was discovered that the superpower slate was not far away, the fatal attraction attracted 2 little Cosmogus, and the 2 Cosmogu rushed towards the superpower slate. Shanae. However, when the 2 Cosmogus rushed towards the superpower stone slab, Shinaiduo directly blocked the 2 Cosmogus. Looking at them lightly, Shinaido watched Cosmog explain to Cosmog. Because the foundation of cultivation is the foundation, and now Cosmogu wants to go directly through the superpower slate. This way, the cultivation speed of the 2 Cosmogus will indeed become faster, but it will cause the foundation to be unstable, so Shinaido will stop the 2 Cosmogus. Mogu. Regarding what the big sister said, the 2 little ones were still very obedient, but they still came to a place with strong superpowers and began to practice quietly. Subconsciously glanced at the space, Suche who was walking on the road nodded, and then continued towards the direction of the elf school. On the way, he also saw Shuilian and Chocho sea lions, and they were doing special training. Because he didn't want to disturb them, Suche didn't say hello to Shuilian and went directly to the elf school. The theme of tomorrow's outdoor course is to get in touch with the elves in the sea and learn their living habits. Teacher Suche will also go with you. Morning, in the classroom. Dr. Kukui stood on the podium and looked at everyone with a smile and said the theme of tomorrow's class. Oh, going to see. I'm looking forward to it. Mamane looked at Dr. Kukui with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Go to see. It sucks. However, Kachi didn't seem to be in high interest, looking at Dr. Kukui, somewhat helplessly. Don't Kachi like the sea? Was on the side, looked at Kaki with a puzzled expression, and asked Kaki. No, I just think me and the elves in the sea, maybe. Watching Maukachi look helpless. Then answer Mao's question. The easiest way to get in touch with sea spirits is to use a fishing rod. Looking at the crowd, Dr. Kukui took out a fishing rod from nowhere, with the bait of the rock dog hanging on it, very cute. In a dense forest, on a big tree, the Rockets trio were holding binoculars, and in this direction they could see Kachi's classroom. Although try to see what they're doing. But I didn't expect that kid to become a teacher. Musashi held the binoculars and looked at Kojiro and Meow Meow on the side. He really deserves to be a doctor when he goes to teach others. Kojiro thought about Suchei's identity and couldn't help sighing. I didn't expect to meet a little devil here. Our plan is probably going to be disrupted. Thinking that Suchei had also come here, Meow Meow thought more. After thinking about the tasks of herself and others, she looked at Musashi and Kojiro solemnly. Yeah. Kojiro and Musashi frowned when they heard what Meow Meow said. Obviously they understood what Meow Meow meant and thought carefully about countermeasures. Hello. Who are you? Just as Meow Meow and others were discussing countermeasures, a voice came, which startled the trio, and subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. Hello, Meow. We were just passing by. Just a cute tourist. Looking at an observation deck behind them, the Rockets trio broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the sudden appearance of Oki Chungya, the principal said. Then, the Rockets trio instantly disappeared from the sight of President Oki Naruya. Anytime you are welcome to enroll. Hearing what Meow Meow said, Principal Damu Chungyi's eyes lit up. It was the first time he saw Meow Meow who could talk. Since Xiao Gito is teaching here, he will stay here for a while no matter what. The Rocket trio sat on a sturdy tree trunk, and Kojiro looked at Musashi and Meow Meow and analyzed it carefully. If that's the case, we'd better investigate the trajectory of the little ghost head's daily activities. Meow. In this way, we can also move easily, and we can also set up traps, and then we can subdue the little ghost-headed elves. Meow. Meow Meow agreed with Kojiro's words very much, looked at Kojiro next to him, and expressed her own analysis. In this case, we must prepare early, otherwise it will be too late. Musashi on the side also knew that now was the best time, so he looked at Kojiro and Meow Meow. That's right. If that's the case, let's do it. In the classroom of the elf school, then, since we are talking about the sea, water lotus. Looking at the people below, Dr. Kukui continued his arrangement and suddenly named Shui Liandao. Yes. Water lotus listened to Kukui's call, stood up and looked at Kukui, and obeyed Kukui's instructions. Tomorrow, I will ask Shuilian to be a special lecturer, no problem. Please give me more advice, Shuilian. Dr. Kukui showed a smile, looked in the direction of the water lotus, and asked for the water lotus's opinion. Yes, I'm fine. I'll do my best. Shuilian looked at Dr. Kukui, nodded and agreed, saying that she would not disappoint Dr. Kukui. Everyone has no opinion. Looking at the crowd, Dr. Kukui nodded and looked at the others. Of course there's no problem, Dr. Kukui. After all, the water lily is a fisherman. Chapter 308. Ready to go fishing. Fishing is no fun. Don't want to go. In Dr. Kukui's house, Suchei was looking at Dr. Kukui in front of him at the moment, while the maned rock werewolf, rock dog, and 2 Cosmobu were playing. With a resolute face in front of him, and he was also a big head. Why didn't he discuss it with the other party at that time? It was a mistake. Now, in order to mobilize Suchei's enthusiasm, Kukui can be said to do everything possible. But Suche still can't get in the oil and salt, which makes Kukui a little helpless. Well, when the time comes, I'll ask you about Chunjing, and I'll let you know when there is news. Who had written on his face that he would not go, Dr. Kukui had no choice but to see Suche begging Suche. Okay, I'll go. Listening to Kukui's words and feeling Dr. Kukui's sincerity, Suche then nodded, and then agreed with Dr. Kukui's words. Then, now that you agree, what fishing rod did you prepare? Looking at Suche, Dr. Kukui showed a curious look in his eyes, then looked at Suche and asked. Of course I have. Looking at Dr. Kukui, Suche showed a mysterious smile in his eyes, and then looked at Dr. Kukui and said. Ding! Daily quest rewards are released. The host defeats Mr. Hara and rewards a non-divine beast elf to unlock the location the host can choose. If the host defeats Kaki, you will be rewarded with a high-quality fire attribute Originium 1. Host helps Mumu Xiao, and rewards a flying attribute Originium 1. At this time, the game system suddenly went online, reminding Suche that the reward had not been received recently. After Suche and Dr. Kukui greeted him, he came to the side and immersed himself in the rewards of the game system, watching the many rewards begin to be carefully selected. Suche was pleasantly surprised that the new elves could be unsealed. Thinking about the configuration of his elves, Suche chose a slightly ordinary elves after thinking about it. If you think about it this way, the second team you can choose is 22 first, and it's the one. Looking at the elf box in the game system, Suche chose an elf without hesitation, and a high-level 1 ball appeared in Suche's hand. As for the elves in the advanced ball, they appeared in the elf space and felt that new partners appeared in the elf space. Many elves nodded to the new partners and welcomed the new partners. The remaining gold coins in the game system. Choose to exchange for the top fishing rod. The remaining gold coins in the game system. Looking at the remaining gold coins, Suche felt distressed, but looking at the set of fishing rods that appeared in his backpack, Suche still held back the thought of yelling. Hello. Hello everyone. Hello. Dr. Kukui came here early in the morning. Looking at Kachi and others who were slowly coming, Dr. Kukui stood up and watched them greet each other. Who was wearing slippers and shorts, also looked at them and nodded, and then adjusted his fishing tools. The group looked at Dr. Kukui, holding the fishing rod they had prepared, waiting for Dr. Kukui's order, and many riding elves were ready. Lily, if you fish, you will definitely come into contact with the spirits in the sea, are you okay? Mamain remembered something at this time, and looked aside. Lily, who was very worried, looked at Lily and said. It's okay, I've prepared a secret weapon. Seeing Mamain worrying about herself, Lily shook her head and said that she was fine. Then, Lily came to this place, took out a deep-sea diving suit from the space backpack, and put it on her body directly. And Suche, who was at the forefront, frowned as he looked at Lily's direction behind him. To be honest, he didn't agree with Lily's approach. You must know that if you don't try to get in touch with the elves, but close yourself up as a trainer, there is no way to be a good trainer. Fear of spirits is the deep influence of one's own soul, but also because of this, if you don't work hard to overcome it, this shadow will get deeper and deeper. Is this the secret weapon Lily prepared? It's really handsome. Mamain looked at Lily and put on her deep-sea diving suit. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked back and forth at the diving suit on Lily's body. So, no matter what. Whether it is a fished elf or a mounted elf, I can move about without incident. Lily looked at everyone seriously, explained to everyone, and also cheered for herself. Haha, so Water Lotus. Now you are everyone's teacher. Kukui looked at Lilie's appearance, just smiled and didn't say anything, but looked at Shuilian and said the next arrangement. Yes, yes. It was the first time for Shuilian to encounter such a situation, so she would inevitably be a little shy, and her cheeks were red and she looked very cute. After listening to Dr. Kukui's arrangement, Shuilian agreed. This, that. Shuilian turned around and looked at everyone. Because of her shyness, Shuilian's face was red and she looked very cute. Come on, Teacher Shuilian. Looking at the water lotus, Mayona, who is familiar with water lotus, still doesn't know the current mood of water lotus, and Mao loudly encouraged by looking at the direction of water lotus. Don't be nervous. Kaki also looked at the water lotus, with a gentle smile in his eyes, looking at the direction of the water lotus. Big, everyone, bring fishing rods. Looking at the crowd, Shuilian calmed down and her face was still a little red, but she still looked at the crowd and I asked. My fishing rod is the most advanced super fishing rod with a super bend that won't break even if the opponent is a whale king. A super reel that can do 300 reels in 1 second, a dream fishing rod with all functions, Super Master O2. Porphyrin. While Mamane was introducing his fishing rod, Togo Dimar also jumped up, showing a very excited look. Then, please get on the riding spirit. In addition to Laplace, the roaring whales will also go to the fishing spot today. Looking at the crowd, Shuilian showed a smile and looked at the crowd. Woo, yay! The surrounding elves looked at the crowd and shouted one after another. Suche possessed the power of Vibrant Pan, and could clearly hear the meaning of the surrounding elves. They mean, hand it over to us. Chapter 309, Fishing in Progress. Please wait a moment, we have 7 people here, why are there only 6 elves for riding? Dr. Kukui, you won't forget our number today. At this time, Mayo looked at the surrounding elves for riding, looked at the number of elves, and then looked at Dr. Kukui in confusion and asked. Oh, really? I'm sorry, what should I do now? I don't have time to go back and prepare. Listening to what Mao said, everyone also reacted and looked in the direction of Dr. Kukui, indeed. Lily, Shuilian, Mao, Kachi and Mamane. The end, together with Dr. Kukui and Suche, a total of 7 people went out to sea, but there were only 6 elves that could be ridden, and everyone was in trouble. Let's go quickly. The weather at sea is changeable, so let's go quickly. Said that, Suche jumped up directly and jumped down in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Ah, Teacher Suche jumped into the sea. Dr. Kukui, please save Teacher Suche. At this time, Mayo looked at the direction where Suche disappeared, and there was an anxious look in his eyes. Ah. All the girls looked at the place where Suche had disappeared, and Lily even covered the helmet of her diving suit, blocking her eyes and daring not to look in the direction of Suche. My lord, I'm very good. I won't take the initiative to jump into the sea. At this time, a voice came from everyone and they looked in Suche's direction subconsciously, only to see Suche slowly rising up. And below him is a Laplace. And this Laplace is a little bigger than the average Laplace, and the momentum is even more vast. That's it. Looking at Suche's direction, Dr. Kukui also smiled, looking at everyone and smiling. This joke is not funny at all. Today's sea is calm, the water is white, and the clear sea can still see the spirits in the sea. And on a distant reef, a dull beast is putting its tail in the sea, and it feels that it has reached the edge of evolution. Now, according to its inherited memory, it hopes that a large-tongued shell can bite its tail and evolve into a sluggish beast. However, instead of biting its own tail, a megalodon bit its own tail. This is the key point. No matter whether they live in shallow or deep layers, all kinds of sea spirits will show up here. This place is the place where the elves of the shallow sea area meet with the elves of the deep sea area. It is an incredible junction point. Everyone rode elves to this place, took their fishing rods, and listened carefully to Shuilian's lecture. If you're here, even Kyogre will catch it. Lian looked at the crowd with a strange light in her eyes. Gioka. At this time, Rotom's phone suddenly jumped out of Suche's pocket. Looking at the surrounding environment, he imagined Kyogre's figure in his mind. That's right, the legendary fairy. Looking at Rotom's mobile phone, Shuilian's eyes showed a look of anticipation, looking at Rotom's mobile phone and said. No. Water Lotus is real, don't make such a joke. Mayo appears in Lotto at this time. In the fantasy image of Mew, he shook his hand to express his disagreement with Shuilian's words. I thought it was true. After all, Suche has seen many legendary elves, Lotto. At this time, after seeing Shuilian with a playful look, Rotom's mobile phone on the side said regretfully. Hey, really? Listening to the words of Rotom's mobile phone, Shuilian and the others looked at them subconsciously, with curious expressions in their eyes. Now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and teach, Teacher Shuilian. Seeing everyone's eyes full of curiosity, Suche reluctantly glared at Rotom's phone, and then subtly changed the subject. Everyone, now Shuilian starts to give a lecture, let's catch some powerful elves. At this time, Dr. Kukui on the side also helped Suche change the topic, and the latter gave Dr. Kukui a thankful look. Really, Rotom lacks education, go back and educate it well. A pair of death stares stared at Rotom's mobile phone. Rotom was very uncomfortable being stared at by Suche, and the cold sweat kept on his back. Then, please get your fishing rods ready. Looking at the crowd, Water Lotus sat on Laplace's back and began to explain today's content. Seeing that everyone took out their fishing rods, Shuilian nodded and started the next lecture. Then, throw the bait into the sea with all your might. Boom! The sound of the bait entering the water sounded, everyone pulled away from each other, and threw the fishing rods in their hands, and all the bait they prepared fell into the sea. Set up a device on the reel of the fishing rod, and began to calculate what was going on. The trick to fishing is, when the buoy responds, take the time to get the line back in one breath. Looking at her buoy, Shuilian directly pulled the fishing rod up. Nanny! A voice came, the elf caught by the water lotus is the water elf Nanny Mambo. After you catch it, give it elf food. After the relationship improves, you can get in touch with it. Said, the water lotus directly used the Nanny Mambo to demonstrate, and successfully touched the Nanny Mambo. Then, a series of water elves such as sun coral, love fish, fluorescent fish were caught by the water lotus, and the water lotus stroked in turn hold them. As expected of a water lotus. Kaki looked at the direction of the water lotus, and there was such a look in his eyes. Yo, expert. Mao looked at the water lotus, and also praised the water lotus. Suche looked at him and nodded. As expected of a water lotus, he is indeed a fishing expert, and he has the best relationship with water spirits. Professional level has exploded. How is everyone's situation? Kukui looked at the state of the crowd and nodded with a smile. After looking at the direction of the water lotus, he couldn't stop admiring, and then looked at the others. At this moment, Suche clearly felt a huge breath coming over, and Laplace also felt that he was looking at the position of the buoy. After looking at each other and nodding, Suche carefully stared at the direction of the buoy. When the buoy suddenly sank, Suche exploded with force. Chapter 310, Minos appears. Ah, Teacher Suche, take your time, follow the strength, don't use too much force so as not to break the fishing rod. Watching Suche's fishing rod straighten and then become bent, the water lotus on the side looked at Suche. An unexpected look appeared in his eyes, and he looked anxiously in Suche's direction. Through years of experience, Shuilian can judge that Suche must be an incredible elf in the fishing ground this time. Did you not see that the fishing rod in Suche's hand was bent directly, and the line was stretched straight? Hey, you still want to run, how is it possible? Come up to me. Looking at the shadow in the sea, Suche let out a deep sigh and suddenly exerted his strength. The quality of the top-quality fishing rod produced by the system was very good. Now the elf below is pulling a huge force, but Suche is still sitting on Laplace's body, watching the elf below Suche exert force directly. Wow! The sound of water coming out, an elf appeared in front of everyone, and everyone instantly saw the true face of the elf. Minos. Seeing the elf appearing on Suche's fishing rod, everyone was startled and looked at the extremely beautiful figure. Oh, this is really an incredible spirit. Looking at the spirits appearing on the sea, Dr. Kukui also showed an envious look. Shui Lian couldn't sit still when she looked in the direction of Minos, and just wanted to come up and touch Minos, but saw a blue light flashing in Minos' eyes, causing a whirlpool. What a fast skill release speed, everyone. Hurry up and leave, this is Minos' tidal vortex skill, don't be swept in by the whirlpool. Looking at Minos who suddenly used his skills, Dr. Kukui was also taken aback. This Minos should have been frightened, otherwise he would not be able to use his tricks instantly. And Suche was also slightly taken aback. This Minos obviously used the trick of the source ability, it directly mobilized the skills used by the surrounding water power. But according to his own memory, Minos doesn't seem to have this ability, he has to subdue Minos and take a good look at it. Laplace, attack with a reverse tide. Thinking of this, Suche couldn't help but get excited, but Suche responded very quickly, looking at the opposite Minos and directly giving his order. Although he has not fully grasped the source power of champion level, after all, the king has already involved the level of source power, and simple mobilization is still possible. Woo! Laplace's thoughts moved, and he directly used his own skills. The energy of the water system was mobilized, and a reverse vortex collided with the vortex used by Minos. To say that Laplace's instantly created a huge vortex and slammed into the skill used by Minos. Clap, clap, clap. The whirlpools collided, a lot of water splashes appeared, the attacks of the two elves collided with each other, and the last two tricks cancelled each other out. In this collision, Suche's own fishing rod was tightly held, and Suche's strength caused everyone to widen their eyes in surprise. Unexpectedly, under such conditions, Suche could still hold his fishing rod steadily. Laplace, the frozen sea. Looking at the surrounding environment, in order to prevent Minos from escaping, Suche directly issued an order to Laplace. Woo! After Laplace listened to Suche's order, an ice blue light burst out with a soft cry. The energy of the ice system condensed and blasted to the sea level. A layer of icy blue aperture appeared, and the light in Laplace's eyes flashed. Of ice layers began to appear around, forming a floating island of ice, which lifted Minos up. The figure of Minos appeared directly on Iceland, allowing everyone to see the state of Minos clearly. The appearance of Minos is similar to that of sea snakes, and the natural body color is mostly cream. Has red eyes and 3 black dots under the neck, which may be 3% of its gills. It has a longer head with a little protrusion at the end and red eyebrows that extend from above the eyes and beyond the fur. In addition, there are red hair-like fins covering the sides of the head. Its tail is covered with blue and pink scales with black stripes. Overlapped at the end of the tail, 4 large blue scales with a red dot in the center look like a fan. Under the sun, the scales on Minos shimmered, and he was known as the most beautiful elf. In the fishing world, everyone is still called a symbol of luck by everyone, but today, Suche directly caught Minos, and even started with Minos. Minos, I'm not malicious, I know you don't want to be subdued by me, but I still want to say that I like you very much. In this strength, you directly use the ability that the champion elves can use. So I hope you can think about it, your talent is really good. I hope to reach the highest peak in the elf world with you. Suche and Laplace came to the frozen island, and Suche jumped up and landed in front of Laplace, looking at Minos rode in front of him. Dr. Kukui, is this okay? Although Shui Lian didn't understand what Suche was doing, she also knew that Suche wanted to subdue Minos. So she looked at Dr. Kukui and asked for Dr. Kukui's opinion. It's okay, although Minos is known as the most beautiful elf, it is also very powerful. Perhaps in your circle of professional anglers, Minos cannot be conquered. However, when it was caught by Suche, he directly chose to attack Suche, so he could only follow the trainer's method. Seeing Suche communicating with Minos, Kukui knew what the water lotus meant and quickly explained to Suche. Am I woo? At this time, Minos looked at Suche in front of him with big eyes, and an indescribable taste appeared in his heart. The human being in front of him is different from the previous human beings. He seeks his own opinions and keeps a certain safe distance from himself. Ordinary human beings look at themselves. Their eyes are also full of fanaticism and greed, and they are desperate to subdue themselves. The human being in front of him is indeed different from other people, and if he follows him, he may be different from others, and the other party gives him a very close atmosphere. What Minos didn't know was that when Suche was talking to him, the power and superpower of Vibrant Pan were constantly releasing signals of goodwill. Therefore, Minos felt that he was very close to Suche, and that the opponent's elf's strength was very powerful, so he easily resolved his tricks. Chapter 311. Subdued, Lily caught the water Ibrahimovic. Woo. It's good to follow him. Thinking of this, Minos looked at Suche and nodded, expressing his approval of Suche as his trainer. Then, please give me more advice in the future, Minos. Looking at Minos in front of him, Suche showed an excited look in his eyes, and exchanged a black luxurious Pokeball from the system, which was exactly the deluxe Pokeball. Throwing the luxury ball out, Minos flicked his tail and directly pressed the switch on the Pokeball. I saw that the luxury ball opened directly. Minos turned into a red light, and finally entered the luxury ball. I got it, Minos. Seeing that the luxurious ball was returned to his hands, Suche also smiled slightly and turned to look at the crowd. He raised his luxurious ball and looked at the crowd. Congratulations. So beautiful, Minos. Seeing Suche subduing Minos, everyone congratulated Suche. This was an opportunity that belonged to Suche, and everyone would not feel jealous of Suche. Looking at the luxurious ball in Suche's hand, although everyone didn't say anything, they looked at Suche's direction with envious expressions. Then, everyone rode their own elves to their respective fishing spots, and threw the bait on the fishing rod into the sea unwilling to admit defeat. The time has passed. It's too early to finish. At this time, Rotom's mobile phone was suspended in midair, looking at the direction of Mayo, and after watching the action of Mayo's closing the pole, he began to comment on Mayo. It's annoying to say one sentence at a time. Listening to the evaluation of Rotom's mobile phone, Mao felt that it was the Rotom's phone that disturbed him, and he did not politely say it out loud. Rotom's mobile phone was also frightened by the sudden violent temper when he listened to Mayo's words, and immediately shrank aside to look in the direction of Mayo. Catchy, can't catch it. After a while, looking at Mao who had not achieved much, he turned his eyes to Kaki's direction and said loudly to Kaki. Don't get me wrong, I'm a trainer who uses fire elves, so I can't get along with water elves. Kachi listened to Mao's words, rolled his eyes and closed his eyes coldly, and answered Kachi's question. Ha, where's Mamane? Seeing Kaki's arrogant expression, Mao also smiled helplessly, then looked at Mamane and asked. Don't talk to me. Input all data such as the current wave amplitude, wind strength and seawater temperature into this machine. You can find the best place to catch the elves in the sea. Then calculate the probability of the elves appearing. Mamane heard Mao's question, still holding his fishing rod, the machine on the operator's fishing rod. Don't you put the bait down first. Kachi sighed not far away, looked at Mamane, who had no fishing rod, and glanced at him. It's all said, don't talk to me. Mamane stared at Casey, his hands kept moving, and answered Casey's question. Come, come. At this time, the fishing rod on Lily's side suddenly moved, the fishing line collapsed instantly and the fishing rod also bent. Wow! After a stalemate for a while, a figure appeared directly on the sea, and everyone also widened their eyes, looking at the elf that Lily had caught. Water Eevee, how could such a spirit appear here? It's not just that everyone doesn't understand, even Suche exclaimed, logically speaking, Shui Yibu is not suitable for the environment of the sea. But I didn't expect to encounter the figure of Shui Yibu here. Well done, Lily. Dr. Kukui looked at Lily's direction, and although there was a puzzled look in his eyes, he still praised Lily. This is a rare phenomenon. Mamane didn't get her own machine anymore, she looked in Lily's direction and said with wide eyes. Oh. At this time, Shui Yi suddenly increased his strength, and Lily sat on Laplace's body and began to shake constantly. Lily, calm down. Shui Lian saw what was wrong with Lily, and patted Laplace under her body. Laplace under him instantly understood the meaning of water lotus, immediately. He rushed in the direction of Lily. Oops. Ah. It was at this time that Shui Yi, who was caught by Lily, seemed to understand what he was going to encounter next, and jumped up and went in the direction of Lily. Lily looked at Shui Yi who was rushing towards her, and suddenly screamed in fear, covering her face and curling up on Laplace's back. Wow! Shui Yibu released at this time. The bait that he had bitten fell directly into the sea, a splash of water appeared, and the Shui Yibu that fell into the sea just swayed and disappeared into the sea. Beep beep, let's rest for a while, everyone. At this time, Dr. Kukui blew his whistle directly and asked everyone to rest for a while. On a bare beach, I don't know why the terrain is slightly higher this time, and there are still some elves resting on the beach. After seeing the human beings coming, these elves ran towards the sea one after another. A few sounds of entering the water sounded, and all the elves on the beach ran away. Everyone just wait here, we are Mao and Shui Lian looked at the elves waiting by the side, the latter smiled and beckoned to look at the elves. Woo, woo, Laplace and Roaring Whale listened to the water lotus and shouted in response to the water lotus. After listening to the elf responding to themselves, the two also sat here to recover their strength. Lily took off her heavy deep-sea diving suit and wiped her face with the handkerchief she was carrying. She was dripping with sweat and made Su-Che narrow her eyes subconsciously. 15 minutes of rest. Kukui looked at the crowd and said loudly to the crowd. And Su-Che released his own Minas and communicated with Minas. Name, Minas attribute, water qualification, orange level, quasi-Tianwang initial height, 6. 2 weight, 162. Features, water burst intimacy, 105 agree and have a good impression. Chapter 312, Team Rocket Raid. This Minas looks so special, but this strength has already been touched, and the instinctive use of champion level, I am afraid there are some adventures. Looking at the data of Minas in front of him, Su-Che's eyes showed an unexpected look. This aptitude was much higher than that of ordinary elves. However, what is this characteristic of the ghost water burst? Then, the data feedback to Su-Che made Su-Che's eyes widen subconsciously. The additional effect of the skill trick will be easier to trigger. Note, this Minas has a probability of absorbing the fragments of the water godhead, so its water control ability is very powerful, and it has the origin of the water system without a bottleneck. The water godhead is changing the aptitude of Minas, because of the special circumstances of Minas' physique. The godhead energy is exercising the physique of Minas. If the energy of the water drop slate can be passed through, the bottleneck of Minas breaking through the championship level will not exist. Seeing that the eye of data reported the situation of Minas, Su-Che also came up with the training method of Minas. Unexpectedly, Minas absorbed the broken water godhead. The ability to control water has also been greatly enhanced. People often say that water and fire are ruthless, so Minas has transformed himself into a ranged fortress mage. Therefore, the characteristics of Minas will become a characteristic that he does not know. Moreover, this characteristic is really a bit perverted. Think about it, it is an obvious artillery elf. This time, Su-Che once again saw a world that is different from the elf world. The characteristics in the world, the curiosity about the world, is even more. While he was communicating with Minas, a high-altitude voice sounded, making Su-Che alert, and subconsciously widened his eyes to look at the direction in the sky. I saw that a hot air balloon landed quickly and suspended in midair, and opened directly from the bottom of the hot air balloon. Bang! The sound of the catapult suddenly reminded me that a laser net opened from below, and with lightning speed, it directly caught Laplace and the rest on the sea. Everything was completed in an instant, and it was over before Su-Che could see the situation clearly. In the next instant, Laplace was pulled up by the laser net, and the hot air balloons in the sky also dropped a certain distance because of their weight. At this time, Suche finally saw clearly what the hot air balloon looked like. It was a hot air balloon like a meow, and there was a big one on top. Sure enough, it was Team Rocket and the others. Because Suche's own Laplace was on the side, welcoming the arrival of Minos, Suche's Laplace was not killed. Hello, classmates. On the hot air balloon, Kojiro looked down. Looked at the crowd with a playful look. Too much. Looking at Laplace and them, being tortured by the laser network, Shuilian's eyes showed an angry look. Who are you and what are you doing here? Mayo looked at the pained Laplaces and looked at the direction of the Meow Meow hot air balloon. Since you asked sincerely, who are you, and what are you people doing? We will be merciful and tell you our name. Flowers look like willow wastes, shame the moon closes the flowers. Blooming in a round of evil flowers in an imaginary world, Musashi. The flying dragon rides on the clouds, and the heroic appearance is valiant. The apostle of evil who resists in the miserable world, Kojiro. One lotus is born, and we share weal and woe. The glittering little gold coins are also the evil stars of close companions, meow meow meow. Team Rockets, go, 2 inches. That's it, meow. With the sound of HTC's background music, the Rockets trio began to roll their names. Guys, see you next time. Looking at the crowd below, Meow Meow looked at the Laplaces of the LaserNet brothers, and said to everyone with a smile. Oh, talking meow, that's really rare. When Dr. Kukui saw Meow Meow for the first time, he expressed that he was very curious about Meow Meow, and his eyes were full of desire to explore. Dr. Kukui, now is not the time to sigh. Lily on the side looked at the hot air balloon high in the sky and looked at Kukui with a curious expression. Laplace and the others have been appointed as Team Rocket's mounted elves. Looking at the people below, Kojiro showed a winning expression, and then let Meow Meow start the hot air balloon and prepare to leave here. Stop, I always feel that there is a lot of excess, and it's also mixed in. At this time, Masashi's eyes suddenly glanced, and then he said to Kojiro Meow Meow to stop, and looked at the Laplaces below. Really, there are so many little ones, mixed in. When Kojiro heard this, he also looked down. When the laser net was just launched, he directly netted some elves on the sea. Looking at the elves, Kojiro looked at Musashi and Meow Meow. We don't need any fish other than elves. Meow. And the other elves below, Meow Meow also widened her eyes and looked at the small elves. Miscellaneous fish. After Shui Lian heard this, her face darkened instantly, and she looked at the trio on the hot air balloon. In that case, prepare to fight. Looking at Laplace and the others in the laser net, Kachi intends to use his elf and directly takes out his elf ball to prepare to release the elf. Oops, that can't be done, meow. Meow Meow looked at Kaki's movements below, and directly stretched out her hand to stop Kaki's movements. Is it okay to attack like this? It will only make Laplace suffer. Looking at Kachi who wanted to do something, Musashi looked at the crowd and directly said everyone's weakness. What a vile bunch. Kachi was also panicked at this time. Looking at the trio sitting in the hot air balloon in midair, he put down his Pokeball in a panic. So, are you idiots? Just attack the root of the laser net and it's over. Looking at the flustered crowd, Suche watched them and said his own way. It seems to be the truth. Thinking of this, Kaki also stood there dumbfounded. Damn, he almost hit their path just now. Chapter 313. Ball and Sea Lions Stand Tall. Bastard, you lied to us just now. Prepare to accept my punishment. Fire-breathing dragon, prepare to fight. Of Team Rocket's trio in midair and was about to take out his Pokeball, Suche directly held Kaki's hand, and Kaki looked at Suche puzzled. When you use this trick, it's too late, look over there. Seeing Kaki's puzzled expression, Suche pointed to the side of the Meow Meow hot air balloon and explained to Kaki. At this moment, Mew Mew Xiao did not know when, quietly came to the side of the laser net, looking at the root of the laser net, Mew Mew Xiao used his skills. Wooden owl swirled, and the feathers fell directly, and the wooden owl's feathers turned into sharp green leaves, which attacked the laser net with a cold light under the sun. Bang! Woo! Yi! With a light sound, the root of the laser net was directly slashed by Mew Mew Xiao's skills, and screams rang out one after another. Laplace and roaring whales began to fall down. What? The Rockets trio looked at the broken laser net in surprise, with disbelief in their eyes. Okay, beautiful. Catchy roared very happily. No, there are rocks below. If you go down to Laplace like this, they will hit the rocks. At this time, Mayo discovered that the surrounding environment was wrong, and immediately, anxiously speaking to the crowd. You know, there is a rock below. If a Laplace accidentally hits the rock, there is only one fate waiting for them, and that is death. Falling from a high altitude can't adjust your body, not to mention the sharpness below. Reef. Watching Laplace's many elves fall, everyone looked anxious and unbearable. The strength of their elves is still very weak, and with their strength, I am afraid they can't handle it smoothly. In this case, Cho-Cho Sea Lion. It's time for us to play, let's save everyone. At this time, Cho-Cho Sea Lion and Water Lotus came to the shore. Watching the falling Laplaces, Water Lotus gave an order to Cho-Cho Sea Lion. Ah! Looking at the eyes of the Water Lotus, the Ball Sea Lions immediately understood the thoughts of the Water Lotuses. Looking at the falling Laplace, the Ball Sea Lions instantly plunged into the sea and rushed towards them. Wow! The Ball Sea Lions that jumped up, looked at Laplace and their direction, with a firm look in their eyes, and finally blew a huge bubble from their nose. Oh, yes. Suche watched Cho-Cho Sea Lion suddenly get angry, and stopped trying to order Minos. Surprisingly. Bubble, launch. Looking at Laplace and the others who are about to fall, there is a firm look in their eyes, looking at Laplace and their direction, and facing the Ball and Sea Lions. Huge and stable bubbles fire. Laplace they land on bouncy bubbles. Accompanied by a sound of elasticity, Laplace and the others were directly ejected and landed in the sea. Wow! The water splashes. Laplace, they fall into the sea. This time the power is temporarily resolved. Bang! The end, the huge bubble burst suddenly, splashing a large amount of water. Finally, there was even a small light rain, which made everyone feel relieved and looked at Laplace in their direction. I did the Ball Sea Lion and saved everyone with your bubbles. Who had returned to her side, with a happy look in her eyes, she directly hugged Cho-Cho Sea Lion and looked at Cho-Cho Sea Lion Road. Ooh oh, Ball Sea Lion was in Shui Lian's arms, with a happy look in his eyes, and finally kept clapping his hands and shouting, feeling very excited by Shui Lian's encouragement. This is really incredible. Mew Mew Xiao, you've done a good job for your hard work. Looking at the direction of the Water Lotus and the Ball Sea Lion, Suche nodded in recognition of them, looked at Moo Moo Xiao who flew to his side. Suche touched Mew Mew Xiao and said, "Why so?" Meow Meow looked at the captured Laplace and they were rescued, and looked at Suche and the others reversal and angrily. What have you done? Obviously you can become a mounted elf army. Musashi Kojiro looked at the people below with a very angry look in his eyes. You people can't be forgiven. Shui Lian looked at the Team Rocket trio in midair, her face gloomy, and said while looking at the Team Rocket trio in midair. It's too long-winded, let's go. Mimic. At this time, Musashi looked at the direction of the Water Lotus and released his spirit indifferently. He took out the black luxury ball and threw it directly, and a mimetic figure appeared in front of everyone. Sure enough, it was still the same as in the original book, directly captured by the luxury ball. Kakuku. The fan wants to look at the person below and appear on the railing of the hot air balloon, making a series of creepy sounds. Shadow Ball. Looking at the people below who disturbed his plan, Musashi directly ordered Mitsu to attack. The fan intends to look at the person below, condensing a purple-black energy ball directly in front of him, and finally the fan intends to launch the shadow ball towards the crowd. Ball Sea Lions and blow bubbles. Looking at the purple-black energy ball attacking, Shui Lian directly gave her order. Wu oh. After hearing the order, the ball sea lion moved instantly, only to see the ball sea lion jumped up. Looking at the attacking shadow ball, the ball sea lion jumped up and started to blow bubbles. Swish! The ball sea lion instantly blew bubbles, directly blowing out an elastic bubble, directly blocking the shadow ball, and the elastic bubble directly caught the shadow ball. The shadow ball popped the bubble directly, and the shadow ball attacked directly towards Meow Meow's hot air balloon. Boom! An explosion sounded. Meow Meow's hot air balloon was directly blasted 5, and the hot air balloon fell backwards in the smoke. Success! Shui Lian watched the ball and sea lion's rebound attack, which had a certain effect, and said happily. It's now, Minos, the water is moving. Boom! To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Filu. Chapter 314, Akara Island. Minos saw the bad guys of Team Rocket and didn't use his power directly, he used the water wave directly. Looking at Team Rocket's trio in midair, Suche decided to make another move and directly gave his order. Wu. Minos looked at Team Rocket in the distance in the air, condensing his enormous power. When the characteristics are activated, the power of the powerful water energy is condensed together, and a one water ball appears to attack the rocket team in midair. Boom! The violent force exploded in midair, the powerful water system energy exploded, and the water system energy exploded, making everyone cover their eyes. What a disgusting feeling! The midst of the smoke, the Rockets trio were directly kicked out by Minos, and finally the Rockets trio flew out and shouted in midair. Woo! Yi! After watching the Rockets' 3 people leave here, everyone turned to Laplace. At this moment, Laplace and the others have escaped their predicament, and came to the crowd and cried in thanks. Everyone is fine, it's really great. The water lotus was looking in the direction of Laplace, with a relieved look in her eyes, and everyone was relieved that Laplace was fine. Thanks to you, Laplace and the others were rescued, thank you. Ball Sea Lion, Water Lily. Looking at the water lotus and the ball sea lion, Mayo watched one person and one elf from the side. Ball sea lions, they were amazing just now. Mao then crouched down, touched the ball and looked at the ball sea lion road. Best of the day today. Kachi looked at the direction of the ball sea lion and water lotus, with admiration in his eyes. Yes, yes. Lily expressed admiration for the water lotus and the ball sea lion, and looked at the direction of the ball sea lion. Best in the game is a bit of an overstatement. Ma Main looked at the direction of the water lotus, obviously a little unconvinced. You must know that Suche caught up and subdued Minos. Really, do you have any opinion? At this time, Mao came to Mamain's back and asked Mamain's eyes carefully. No, yes. At this time, Ma Main shook his head and looked at Mao, with a helpless look in his eyes. It's said that angry girls are the most terrifying, and now Mamain doesn't want to touch Mao's brows. Shuilian wants to save the spirits of the elves and let the ball sea lion break through the bottleneck, isn't this the best? Looking at the direction of the ball sea lion and water lotus, Dr. Yi also smiled and looked at everyone. Hey, water lotus, let's do the bubble blowing just now. Mayo's eyes widened, looking at the direction of the ball sea lion, with a curious look in his eyes. I want to see it too. Me too. Let's try it out. Ball sea lions. Seeing everyone's high spirits, Shui Lian seemed to have confidence, and looked at the ball and sea lions on the side. Oh. Ball sea lion nodded and looked at the water lotus, and nodded in the direction of Mao. Ball sea lion suddenly blew a bubble, wrapped Mao in it, and slowly rose up. Sweet Bamboo couldn't come here because of the sea water, so he could only look in the direction of Mayo from a distance. Great, done, Ball sea lion. Seeing the figure of Mayo slowly flying up, Suche's eyes showed an unexpected look, and Shui Lian even clapped her hands and looked at the ball and sea lion. Bang! But the good times didn't last long. After the bubble of the sea lion rose to a certain distance, a soft sound sounded, and the bubble of the sea lion burst directly. Whoa! In the end, Mao fell into the sea below and looked at the water lotus and the ball sea lion in disbelief. Ah! Watching the bubbles of the ball sea lion burst, Shui Lian showed an unexpected look, and then smiled embarrassedly at Mao. Oops, it looks like it's still a long way from completion. Looking at the direction of the water lotus and the ball sea lion, Kukui looked at the direction of the ball sea lion. Afterwards, everyone continued to fish, and although the rockets trio happened, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. I don't know if Suche's good luck is all used up, or for other reasons. Anyway, Suche just caught a few, and there are very common elves and no rare elves. The end. Everyone obeyed Dr. Kukui's arrangement, packed everything, and returned. Time flies by, and it has been half a month since Suche came to the Madeira region. There is still a month and a half before Suche has to go back to class, and his career as a teacher is over. However, Suche also encountered a challenge today, that is, what is the situation of a home visit? Looking at Dr. Kukui in front of him, Suche showed a puzzled look in his eyes as he looked at Kukui. The elf school will hold a home visit every 6 months. The home visit can let the teachers know more about the student's situation, so I will ask you. The list of students for this home visit is khaki. I'll leave it to you. Looking at Suche with a confused face, Kukui smiled and looked at Suche, explaining the purpose of the home visit to Suche. Akara Island. I'm going. Thinking of the situation on Akara Island, Suche's eyes brightened as he looked at Kukuidao in front of him. Akala Island is located in the northeast of the Madi Islands area. Because of the existence of volcanoes, the soil above the island is very fertile. There are abundant products here, there are many overlord elves, and there is a powerful island queen, Lizzie. And the Kachi family's farm is just below the Vera volcano. Suche is already looking forward to Akara Island. Oh, I saw it, I saw it. Looking at an island in the shape of a crater on the opposite side, Suche knew that Akara Island had arrived, and Suche, who was sitting on the back of the fast dragon, was excited. Die. And in a forest, an elf suddenly stopped his movements and looked in the direction where Suche came, with an unexpected look in his eyes. But in the end, that figure didn't do anything either, and was still doing its own thing. Suche had clearly felt a superpower swept past, and then suddenly disappeared. Suche frowned, thinking about the owner of the superpower just now. As Kapu Die. Chapter 315, Kaki Family. Allah, I seem to be lost. Have you seen a large farm around? Suche was walking on a hillside on Akara Island, looking behind the few elves blocking him. Suche had an inquiring look in his eyes and a smile on his face. Looking at the elves in front of him, Suche tried his best to show some kind light on his face, otherwise he would feel better. Although, the opponent is not very powerful, and even if the opponent attacks him, Suche is sure to let the opponent lose combat capability. Opposite Suche were a group of elves with bone sticks in their hands, with gray-white skulls and purple bodies, and cyan flames would burst out from time to time. They all reveal the identity of the other party, and it is the Gala Gala that is unique to the Made Islands region, with fire attributes and ghost attributes. However, Suche really didn't expect that he would encounter a big push and rattle here. Although he felt a little abnormal, Suche still put down the doubts in his heart. The most important thing right now is not to make Gala Gala angry, otherwise the surrounding area will be filled with exploding rocks, and such a blow may cause a landslide. Without speaking, a few Gala Galas also looked at Suche cautiously. They didn't know why there were human beings here. This place has always been their territory. The one in the lead looked at Gala Gala, and at the elf ball on Suche's waist, with an even more vigilant look in his eyes. Oh, forget it, I'll go first. Seeing Gala Gala's alert look, Suche shook his head helplessly, knowing that Gala Gala is notoriously stubborn. As long as you mess with them, it's no joke to give you an iron head, hurry up and hurry up. After saying that, Suche returned the same way, looked at the map on his mobile phone, carefully watched the route and studied the route carefully. I'll say you've gone wrong. Lotto. The words suddenly spoken by the mobile phone and the figure popping up on the screen made Suche subconsciously startle, and then looked at his mobile phone, ready to smash it. This Rotom is really getting skinny. It makes people feel helpless about it. Shut up, I'm watching the route quietly. The end, still reluctant to let go of his cell phone, after calming down and recovering, Suche carefully studied and looked at the route, with a serious look in his eyes. What Suche didn't know was that in the woods in the distance, a pink elf was looking at him with a playful and curious smile in his eyes. From time to time, he covered his mouth and rolled his eyes, looking at Suche's direction, as if he was making up his mind. Kachi, isn't your teacher here yet? At the ranch of Kaki's family, Kaki was cleaning up the ranch with his mother, and Kaki's father watched Kaki. I don't know who it is. Listening to the question asked, Kachi stopped what he was doing and looked at his father. Shinger also wants to see that teacher. At this time, the little girl with the same complexion as Cage looked at Cage, and her big innocent and romantic eyes made Cage very touched. Hey, Shinger is good, you must be polite later. Kachi looked at his sister with a gentle look in his eyes, and touched his sister's head. Well, Shinger must be obedient. Kaki's sister looked at Kaki with a serious look, nodding seriously and looking very cute. Moo, moo! Exclamation mark! At this time, the voices of the elves rang out, which made everyone startled, and then ran out with a big change in expression, even Shinger was no exception. I saw that all the elves on the pasture looked at an elves in the air, all with vigilant expressions on their faces, but in the next moment they turned into excited welcomes. In a large factory just now, all people heard was this welcome sound. That's a fast dragon. Looking at the elf that suddenly appeared in the air, Kaki's eyes showed a solemn look. It was the elf of the Dragon Kingdom, and it was also a quasi-god level elf. I don't know what the strength of the fast dragon is, but Kaki is still very weak, because Longdu, the champion of the Dragon Kingdom, uses the ace spirit of the fast dragon. Kaki was fortunate enough to watch Longdu's game, and saw with his own eyes that the fast dragon used several times to destroy the death light, and he did not suffer the effect of stiffness like a normal person. If you are not sure about the purpose of this fast dragon, it is a very troublesome thing. Hey, Kachi, your house is really hard to find. When Kaki was still thinking about something, the voice from Kuailong's back made Kaki startled, and a figure suddenly popped up in his mind. Yeah, Teacher Suche. I saw that the fast dragon in midair landed on the ground, and a figure jumped down from behind the fast dragon. Looking at the figure that appeared, Kaki widened his eyes in surprise. It's you who came to visit my house today, Mr. Suche. But why do you say it's hard to find us here? Looking at Suche who came here on a fast dragon, Kaki's eyes showed a curious look. I wanted to come over and exercise, but I seem to be lost in front of an intersection, and I have to beware of wild elves' attacks. It's too difficult for me. Looking at Kaki in front of him, Suche opened the chatterbox, looking at Kaki and couldn't help talking to him. Well, now that you're here, it's fine. Oh, yes, I'll introduce you to me. This is my mother. This is my father. This is my sister. Looking at Suche, Kaki warmly introduced his family, and when he talked about his sister, his face was red and showed a proud look. You blushed like a bubble pot. Dead girl control. Hello, I am Kaki's teacher, about the same age as Kaki, and already an honorary doctor of the Alliance. Looking at Kaki and the other family, Suche extended his hand seriously. Really, Big Brother is the honorary doctor of the Elf Alliance. Everyone was stunned, and Kaki's younger sister Shinger looked at Suche curiously, with a look of inquiry in her eyes, and looked at Suche's direction. Little sister is really cute and gentle. Unlike your brother, who has a hot temper and only plays with fire-type spirits, do you want to play with my fat man? Seeing such a cute little girl, Suche's heart melted, knowing that he had always hoped that he would have a very cute sister. Looking at Shinger, Suche patted the fat man beside him and said to Shinger in front of him, Chapter 316. The home visit was successful. Really, big brother, can Shinger play with Kuailong? Will it be angry? Maybe because of the family environment, Shinger was very polite, looked at Suche and Kuailong, looked at Suche expectantly and asked. Yeah, it's alright, don't look at the fact that Kuailong is usually very powerful, but it is very gentle, and what he likes most is to play with children. Looking at Shinger in front of him, Suche's eyes showed a gentle look, and he touched Shinger's head and said to her. Really fast dragon. Looking at the fast dragon in the distance, Shinger showed an excited look in his eyes, and asked in the direction of the fast dragon. Bahoo. Looking at the little girl in front of him, Kuailong nodded lightly, expressing his agreement with Suche's words. Great. Shinger looked at Kuailong, directly pounced on Kuailong's body, and said while touching Kuailong's soft stomach. Saying that, Kuailong and Shinger were playing together. Although Kaki was a little worried about his sister's safety, he was relieved to see the cautious Kuailong. Oh, the spirits around are very spirited. Suche looked at the elves around him with admiration in his eyes, and he could see the state of these elves at a glance. How about Mr. Suche? The elves in our family are all in good spirits. Kachi's mother Amara looked at Suche with a proud look on her face. After all, the soil and forage are very good. Kachi listened to what his mother said, and looked at his house elf proudly, with a satisfied smile in his eyes. Soil and pasture. Although he knew the reason, Suche still looked curious and looked in Amala's direction. Vera volcano, and the natural conditions of the Made Islands, the high-quality pastures nurtured, and the elves who eat these pastures grow very energetic. Amala looked at the many elves with a proud look in her eyes. The fresh milk squeezed from these children is equally nutritious. Teacher Suche, do you need something to eat? Looking at her ranch, Amala looked at Suche and asked. Oh, thank you, I have heard that the Mumu fresh milk here is very delicious. I really want to try it. Suche heard this, star eyes suddenly appeared in his eyes, just waiting for you to say these words. Dear, bring some ice cream here. Looking at the rude Suche in front of her, Amala didn't feel anything, but was very happy that the products under her name had become famous under her own management. Looking at a big house, Amala's eyes lit up. Looking at a man behind the window, he waved his arm and said. And the man looked at Amara and waved as well. Said that he was aware of Amara's request. When did my father pass away? Kaki looked at his father puzzled, with a curious look in his eyes. He just saw his father come out, why did he go back in a blink of an eye? It should be the company we cooperated with, call us now. Looking at Cage, Amara explained to Cage. So big. That Cage's father handed him, in a bowl with a big doll. Cream ice cream, Suche's eyes lit up looking at the ice cream road. You're welcome, please try it. Looking at Suche in front of him, Kaki's father smiled and said. Thank you, it's delicious. After taking a bite of the ice cream, Suche's face showed a happy look, it was really delicious. The melt-in-your-mouth ice cream with the taste of fresh cream is really addicting. Moreover, the rich and natural fragrance gives a very refreshing breath. Different from the flavor of the ice cream outside, the ice cream here has a very natural flavor. Quick dragon, come and have a taste. Looking at Kuailong who was playing with Shinger not far away, Suche said to Kuailong. Came here with Shinger in his arms, Kuailong handed Shinger to Kaki, and Mengmeng's face moved in front of Suche. After Kuailong took a bite of ice cream, the whole dragon also spun with a happy look on his face. Ha ha ha, it seems that our ice cream still tastes the same. At this time, the man wearing glasses in front of him looked at Kuailong's state, and also smiled at Kuailong Dao. Teacher Suche, let me introduce you, this is my father. Kaki looked at Suche and introduced his father to Suche. Don't look at him like this, he is the president of the entire ranch. Amala was very proud by the side, watching her lover introduce Suche. I'm the president here, my name is Shibu. Please give me more advice. Shibu took out a postcard and handed it to Suchedao. President Shib, thank you for your hospitality. Thank you very much. After taking a look, Suche put the postcard in his pocket and thanked the man in front of him. It's okay, it's okay. Since I'm an honorary doctor of the Alliance, I thought I was not well entertained. Shibu shook his head and looked at Suche, a little reserved. Teacher Suche, this is your first time here, let me show you around. Looking at Suche, Kaki volunteered to be a tour guide for Suche and introduced him to his family's ranch. Kachi, don't you have to work? Looking at such a large pasture, Suche looked at Kaki and asked. It's alright, although our family doesn't hire workers, it's fine after we're skilled, although sometimes it's just muddy. Listening to Suche's question, Kaki looked at Suche and replied with a smile. Later, with the introduction of Kaki, Suche observed the distribution of elves here, as well as the living habits of some elves. Finally, in the evening, Kachi's elf and Hayok of the ranch assisted together and sent the elf of the ranch back to the greenhouse. Looking at the neatly lined up elves and the evening scenery, Suche took a deep breath and revealed a fascinated look. It would be great if I had such a place in the future. I have time to release my spirit and blend in with nature. I feel comfortable when I think about it. In the evening, Suche stayed at Kaki's house for dinner. Suche and Kaki's family we had a great time chatting. After dinner, Suche stayed for a while and was ready to return. Philo reminds you. Book 3 Things to Read. Chapter 317, Daily. Trial of Kapu Dai Dai. Although the Kaki family said that Suche was here and would not trouble everyone, Suche did not want to stay here forever, but in general this home visit was a success. Suche also understood the ecological environment here, and I also learned about the distribution of elves, which is a very good experience for the next time I come to Akara Island. Another purpose of Suche who came to Akara Island is the tasks released in his game system. Pudidi's Trial. Participate in Kapudidi's trial and get what Kapudidi needs within the specified time, even if you are successful. Success Rewards. Goblin, Origin Power Origin Stone 1, Super Power Origin Stone. The main quest is released, and the island's guardian god agrees. Completion Degree 1. The host has completed the approval of Kapu Mingming. Please obtain the approval of the guardian gods of other islands as soon as possible. The final reward. The ultimate energy of the sun, the ultimate energy of the moon. Seeing this, Suche also widened his eyes, but he knew the source of power. What kind of thing is a stone? This thing can only be found in restricted areas and secret realms in the world. Moreover, the source stone can help the elves break through the bottleneck to a great extent, and any bottleneck can be tried. With these two things, Shinado can break through smoothly. In the market, there is a price but no market, so Suche must get these two things. On the market today are those that enhance the power and evolution of elves. The lowest level stones are stones like the fire stone, and these stones are also divided into low, medium, high and extreme grades. The next step is the stone of the origin stone level. The meaning of the origin stone is the stone of the source power, and the main purpose is to enhance the strength of the elves. Moreover, some special top-quality origin stones can improve the aptitude of elves. Next up is the original source stone. This kind of source stone has a trace of attribute source power, and its biggest function is to smoothly break through the bottleneck. However, these kinds of things are usually priceless, and they are the treasures that many elf trainers want. And further up is the solid source energy gem of the world and divine beast level. If this kind of source energy is absorbed by ordinary spirits, it will only turn into stone and be assimilated by the source energy. If it can be used, it can only be used by elves at the level of divine beasts, and such things are usually kept in the hands of many divine beast elves. That's why, after giving Lai Kongzu a solid dragon-type source power gem last time, Lai Kongzai used it, he looked at Suche with a very surprised expression. And further up is the slate, and the laws and other treasures of heaven and earth, but these things often rely on chance, and it is useless if the chance is not good. Therefore, the source stone of the source power must be taken by himself, not to mention the last ultimate sun energy, and the ultimate moon energy. Suche instantly thought of two Cosmogu. Isn't this just letting yourself get to? How can you give up? But if you want to find Kapu Dai Dai, then there is only one land, which belongs to Kapu Dai Dai's life relic. Picking up Rotom's phone, looking at a place on the map, Suche walked in that direction. Because of the volcanic relationship of Akara Island, the land is fertile and there are natural hot springs, and the hot spring resort here can relieve the damage of elves. Generally speaking, it is a very good place. If you have the opportunity, come back by yourself. At this stage, the main thing is to pass the test of Kapu Dai Dai. Dai Dai, Dai Dai. On a platform in the ruins of life, a pink elf floated in the air with squinted eyes, and the light spots like scales and powder fell down from the body. Jera. At this time, an elf who was just injured appeared on the platform, and a miracle scene appeared. Who was just injured received the elf scale powder in midair, and the wound with green light spots on the body recovered directly, and the state returned to normal. Jera. The elf narrowed its eyes in place, looked in the direction of the elf in midair, thanked the other party, and slowly backed out. Dai Dai, Dai Dai. Looking at the direction where the elf left just now, a smile appeared in his eyes, and suddenly it seemed to sense something, and looked at a dark passage. Oh, it's the same here and there. Is the origin of the island recorded and the battle of the ultimate alien beasts, but I don't know the final truth. And at this moment, Suche has arrived, and the ruins of life in charge of Kapu Daidi have the same murals as the ruins on Kapu Mingming's side. The frescoes record the birth of the Madai Islands area, the birth of Kapu Dai Dai, and the legend of the four island guardian gods working together to defeat the ultimate alien beast. Well, is it the end? That is to say, are you going to see Kapu Dai Dai soon? Suddenly, Zeraora's elf ball kept shaking, indicating that there was a very powerful aura across from Suche, and at this time Suche just came to the exit. Looking at the light in front of him, Suche smiled slightly and looked at the exit in front of him, and took his own steps directly. Dai Dai. What catches the eye is an ancient high platform. Like the Kapu Mingming competition venue, it reveals an ancient atmosphere, and there is a strange elf in the air. It has a black upper body, dark pink tentacle-like hair, and blue eyeballs with pink threads running through the iris. Below each eye is a curved white line, and above each eye is a curved, three-segmented pink line. Its upper body has another thicker curved white line, and its two slender arms have no fingers, and each wrist wears a fluffy pink bracelet. Its dark pink lower body and the top of its head each have a half shell. When the shells are closed, it looks like an insect's cocoon, which is Kapu Dai Dai, the island guardian of Akara. At this moment, Kapu Dai Dai's eyes looked at Suche, not knowing why Suche came here. Kapu Dai Dai, this is the second time we have met. I have been guided by two supreme gods, and now I am here to challenge your test. Looking at the direction of Kapu Dai Dai in midair, Suche said with a look full of fighting spirit in his eyes. Dai Dai. Kapu Dai Dai looked at Suche below with a look of interest in her eyes. Indeed, it knows that the humans below have been approved by the two supreme gods, and have entrusted their descendants to each other. Chapter 318. Challenge the Trial, Start. Now that the other party stood in front of him and wanted to pass his own test, Kapu Dai Dai also readily accepted Suche's challenge, nodded and smiled and looked at Suche below. Dai Dai. Dai Dai. Looking at Suche below, Kapu Dai Dai turned a few times in midair, and the scale powder continued to drift away. Suche took a step back silently while watching these scale powder. On Kapu Dai Dai's body will activate the body of elves and humans, and has the effect of healing wounds or diseases. However, once these scales are touched in large quantities, the body will not be able to tolerate the changes, so it is also a dangerous thing. Therefore, in the face of such a scale powder, Suche still had a certain degree of vigilance, silently took a step back, and left the range of the scale powder. Dai Dai, Dai Dai. Since you want to participate in my test, then I will tell you what my test is. Through the power and superpower of Vibrant Pan, Suche could easily understand what Kapu Dai Dai said, and then looked at Suche's eyes widened at the movement of Kapu Dai Dai. Dai Dai, Dai Dai. I saw that there was a pink light around Kapu Dai Dai's body, her hands were slightly raised, and her powerful superpower burst out. A powerful superpower appeared in midair, and a pair of images appeared, and 3 plants and a root appeared. Dai Dai, Dai Dai. You have to follow this route to find 3 things, and then send them here at the specified time. Only then can you be considered a success. Are you going to start the challenge now? Look at Suche and Kapu who are watching the route carefully below. A smile appeared in Dai Dai's eyes, and then she asked Suche. That is of course ready to start the challenge. Appearance. Suche twisted his neck eagerly and looked at Kapu Dai Dai's direction. Dai Dai, Dai Dai. Then, the test officially begins. You bring things to me before sunset. Even if you pass my test, it will officially start now. Looking at Suche below, Kapu Dai Dai clearly shows that the conspiracy succeeded with a smile, watching Suche announce the beginning of the test. Okay, then I'll go find something. Having said that, Suche didn't seem to see the smile in Kapu Dai Dai's eyes, and said to Kapu Dai Dai and then left. Haha, what a motivated little boy. But, my test is not easy. However, there should be no problem with the 2 supreme gods. Looking at Suche who was leaving, Kapu smiled playfully. I think silently in my heart. Suche, it's so easy for you, Kapu Dai Dai's words. Walking on the road, Rotom's mobile phone hovered aside and looked at Suche. The appearance of Rotom appeared on the screen of the mobile phone, and Rotom's eyes showed a suspicious look. No matter what. Believe it or not, I must pass the test in approval of Kapu Dai Dai, which is also very good for Cosmogu and the others. My time is running out. Before leaving the Made Islands area, I will try to pass the test of the remaining 3 patron saints and raise the strength of the 2 Cosmogus. Looking at the surrounding environment, Suche answered the question posed by Rotom, identified the direction of the next route, and continued to the destination. That's what I said, but can they really evolve? Mythical beasts want to improve their strength, but not just one. A genie like this can be compared. Hey, wait for me, Loto. Rotom's mobile phone searched for information in his database, and after finding that Suche had gone far, he chased in Suche's direction. Rotom, do you know what we're looking for first? Coming to an upward hillside lawn, looking at the numerous elves here, Suche said to Rotom. It's like, mango. A fruit-like image appeared on the screen of Rotom's mobile phone, answering Suche's question. Mango is a fruit like mango, but its nutritional value is much higher than that of mango. Moreover, after carrying it to the elf's mango will activate when it is below 14. Recovers the maximum value of 18. If your personality does not like sweetness, you will enter a state of confusion, but from the 7th generation onwards, the maximum recovery is 12. Found it. Mango. Looking at this small hill, Suche smiled slightly after looking at a fruit tree at the top of the hill and muttered to himself. Oh, that's indeed a mango. Rotom's mobile phone looked at mango on the top of the mountain, with a serious look in his eyes, and looked at mango's direction. Hey wait, the elf here has been found. Pseudo-mantis grass, sickle grass elf, grass attribute. During the day, while sleeping, the leaves grow around for photosynthesis. But if you wake them, they are vulnerable to the most violent attacks. After looking at the vegetable-like elf, Rotom immediately found the elf's information and explained to Suche who was beside him. Get angry. I agree, but don't disturb them. Let's go Rotom. Looking at Rotom on the side, Suche immediately walked towards the mountain, not caring that he would wake up the false mantis grass. I'm going. Suche, aren't you afraid to wake them up? After seeing Suche's actions, Rotom was directly shocked. Is he so deadly? Hey, so there is such a trick. But soon Rotom realized that something was wrong. Suche was walking, no matter what. No matter how loud they made, the pseudo-mantis grass did not wake up. And Suche's body was constantly wandering with golden green energy. Obviously the power of vibrant fan was radiating. At this time, an elf suddenly appeared in a haystack in front of him. After looking at the elf, Suche immediately realized that something was wrong. Isn't this special Paraste? Paraste can release spores, and some powder moves to interfere with opponents. Combining the fake mango grass and the others, Suche immediately understood that the purpose of this test was to pick the mangoes on the top of the hill without disturbing the fake mango grass. A bit interesting, looking at Pilast in front of him, Suche showed a playful smile in his eyes, watching Pilast's superpower surging all over his body. A blue light surged out, and Suche flew into the sky driven by the huge superpower, and finally landed on the top of the hill. Chapter 319, The Final Goal. Eyes turned to look at Suche at the top of the hill. His small eyes were full of big doubts. Why is it unreasonable for this two-legged beast to fly? Is it a human-shaped elf? The first level, I won. The top of the hill, Suche showed a smile and looked at the mango in his hands. The dense forest, Suche took Rotom's mobile phone and looked at the surrounding environment, followed the directions of the map, and headed for the next destination. According to this place, the next target is Resurrection Grass, and here happens to be a rocky mountain with Resurrection Grass. I have it. In the dense forest, looking at the surrounding environment, Suche carefully searched for it, and after walking forward for a distance, Suche saw a gray-black-white rocky mountain. It's so big, it's not that easy to find. It's that easy. The growth environment of the Resurrection Grass is probably in rocks and rock crevices. Looking at the pitch-black cave in front of him, Suche nodded and stepped into it decisively, taking out his Pokeball in order to find Suche for his convenience. Main Rock Werewolf, I'll leave it to you. Ouch! White light flashed a long roar, and the Main Rock Werewolf in the dusk form suddenly appeared in the cave. Main Rock Werewolf appeared. He looked at Suche behind him, and threw himself on Suche like Erha. Wait a minute, stop, it hurts, you rocky prick. In the face of the Main Rock Werewolf who rushed towards him, Suche was unable to hold down the Main Rock Werewolf's head. The rock thorns on its neck really made Suche unbearable. Wow! The Manian Werewolf stopped his movements after hearing the sound, and sat on the ground obediently, his big white tail swung around, making Suche shake his head with a smile. At this moment, a voice sounded, causing the Manian Werewolf to react instantly, and a vertical leap got off Suche's body and quickly turned around, looking in the direction of the voice. Ouch! The Main Rock Werewolf made a bark like a wolf and a dog, and the coercion that belonged to a champion broke out instantly, looking at the figure that appeared. The figure that appeared looked at the direction of the Main Rock Werewolf, with a look of fear in his eyes, and watched the Main Rock Werewolf tremble. Well, it's actually a gopher. The figure that was shivering with fear under the coercion of the Main Rock Werewolf, Suche instantly recognized what kind of elf the other party was. The body of the gopher has only an oval brown head, colored nose or mouth, however the subterranean part remains unknown. The gopher in the Meidi Islands area, the biggest difference in other areas, is that on its head, 3 yellow hair-like metal bars grow. It is said that this evolved from the beard, and, if you look closely, you can see that the skin of the gophers in the Meidi Islands region is darker. Well, that is. It was also at this time that Suche suddenly discovered that a few grasses, emerald green leaves and curled leaves next to the rock made Suche subconsciously widen his eyes. That I am looking for. It is the resurrection grass. Although the resurrection grass is very bitter, it can be recovered. The physical strength of the spirit of power. But generally very serious injuries, the effect of resurrection grass will not work. It's really hard to find a place to break through the iron shoes. It takes no effort to get it. Sure enough, I am the Emperor of Europe. Said, Suche came to the resurrection grass and quickly picked it up. After picking the resurrection grass, Suche turned to look at some gophers who were frightened. Who am I? The gopher at the moment, where am I and why did a wolf suddenly appear here so terrifying? Mom, I want to go home. Looking at the maned rock werewolf who was condescending in front of him, the gopher's eyes showed a look of fear. The instinct of the creature tells it that it has been locked by the opponent, and if it moves by itself, it will be hit like a thunderbolt. Alright, maned rock werewolf. Woohoo! After Suche issued this order, the Manian werewolf suddenly turned into an expression like Erha, and wagged his tail vigorously at Suche. Phew! Feeling the pressure on his body disappear, Gopher also sighed in relief. The pressure just now was so terrifying. He looked at Suche in front of the main rock werewolf. Of this human being, it is so strong that he can definitely kill me in seconds, so he is the trainer in the mouths of other elves. A very long cave. Unexpectedly, there is a cave hidden under the rock layer, so it is not far from your destination. However, considering that gophers can move underground, where they pass, they will leave mounds on the surface raised marks, and gophers have a habit of burrowing. If he accidentally stepped into the pit in the cave, he would be attacked as a foreign invader. Fortunately, Suche released the main rock werewolf from afar. Maned rock werewolf, please. Please use your excellent sense of smell, let's avoid the gophers and reach the end. Looking at the main rock werewolf beside him, Suche smiled and looked at the surrounding environment. Wu Wong. The main rock werewolf nodded, sniffing the gopher's breath in the gopher's frightened eyes, and then discerning the gopher's breath in the air. Then, he took the lead and ran to the distance with Suche. In the dark cave, Suche and the main rock werewolf ran fast, with the main rock werewolf leading the way, and they didn't encounter a gopher along the way. After passing through several forks, there was a sudden sound of wind in the cave. After Suche felt it, his eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. He knew that the final destination was coming soon. After running for a distance, suddenly there was a beam of light in the dark cave, and the final exit, it was close at hand. Found it. Looking at the exit in front of him, Suche's eyes showed a look of ecstasy, his blood was boiling. He knew that he would meet the Overlord spirit after going out in the end, and the other party also had a weather expert, but Suche was not afraid of them. Seeing the light above his head, Suche narrowed his eyes and jumped up with the main rock werewolf, arriving at his final destination. Twitter, this place is like a paradise, there is a smell of life flowing everywhere, and the natural air and temperature make Suche narrow his eyes. Chapter 320, Overlord Elf Orchid Mengwa. It's so beautiful. Looking at the surrounding environment, Suche looked around, and couldn't help but said, he was still in a pile of trees and fruit, and saw his final goal, the miracle seed. Lantang. It was also at this time that a voice came, causing Suche to turn his head subconsciously. Looking in the direction of the voice, Suche could not help but narrow his eyes. Has it come out? The Overlord Elf Lantangwa. Appearing in front of Suche's eyes is an elf that looks like a plant and an insect. The upper part of its head is light pink, and the lower part is white. It has light red eyes, 2 green tentacles, and a green bump between them. The upper pair of red tips resembling ears, and the hair-like white parts on either side, are additional components of its head. Has a light red body with a wavy pattern around its waist, belly and neck like a skirt, a large red sickle at the end of its thin white arms, a smear of white along the bottom edge of the sickle and the tip there is a single green paw. Straight, and the red and white stripes run down the legs to the small, pointed green feet, which are the orchid mantis. Of the orchid's body and arms give it the appearance of wearing a long-sleeved dress, while its legs are like pants. On its back, there are also 44 wing-like red appendages with white tips. The suddenly appearing Lantangwa looked at Suche who broke into her territory. Her expression changed and she couldn't help shouting loudly. At Suche, Lantangwa obviously raised all her momentum. The energy aura belonging to the Overlord Elves. Please look at the covering of the orchid mantis flower. The powerful aura spreads to form an air current, which stuns the bird elves that live here. It's actually an orchid mantis flower, or an Overlord Elf. Rotom, who was on the side, looked at the orchid mantis flower that suddenly appeared, and immediately stared at the orchid mantis flower with wide eyes, and called out the information of the orchid mantis flower to explain. Orchid mantis flower, flower side elves, grass attribute. The evolutionary form of the pseudo-mantis grass, with its flower-like appearance and fragrance, attracts the enemy to kill it. Lan Tang. At this time, Lan Tangwa looked at Su Che and the Manian werewolf who appeared here, spread her hands, and the huge and numerous petals were constantly flying, sweeping towards Su Che and the others. It's not good. This skill is colorful. Su Che, hurry up and avoid it. Looking at the skills used by Lan Tangwa on the opposite side, Rotom quickly warned Su Che. Violently flying snow-like falling flowers, attacking all the elves around and dealing damage. No, the attack speed of the Overlord Spirit. Don't open. Main Rock Werewolf, use hold. Seeing the skill moves that Lan Tangwa used, Su Che immediately stared at the big Main Rock Werewolf and gave an order. Ouch! Listening to Su Che's order, he immediately moved, and after making a peculiar roar, the Main Rock Werewolf directly blocked in front of Su Che. A layer of light green light lit up, and the light green energy formed a layer of shield to protect Su Che and the Main Rock Werewolf, while Luo Ying's colorful hit and defend only shone with light, and did not break the Main Rock Werewolf's defense. Lan Tang, look at his own tricks. After the effect, the orchid mantis flower suddenly moved, gave up continuing to use Luo Ying blossom, and spread out her hands to gather a lot of sunlight. I'll go, Su Che. With Lan Tanghua's stance, the probability of using the sunlight blade will be 99%, don't get hit. Looking at the posture of Lan Tanghua, Rotom's mobile phone suddenly became anxious, and it was usually studying materials. Seeing Lan Tanghua's actions now, you immediately know what skills the opponent is using now. I know, then it's better to strike first. The Main Rock Werewolf, attack directly with sharp stones. After looking at the move the other party was about to use, Su Che's eyes narrowed, and immediately he gave orders to his Main Rock Werewolf. Oh! The Main Rock Werewolf moved quickly. The two front legs were raised, the claws were pressed hard on the ground, and a lot of rock energy flowed throughout the body. A blue rock pillar broke out of the ground and attacked the orchid mantis flower. Lan Tang. It was also at this time that Lan Tanghua directly completed the charging, and a bright yellow energy blade extended out, attacking the incoming attack. Boom! The two unique moves cancelled each other out, and a strong explosion broke out immediately, and a powerful airflow spread out, causing Su Che to cover his eyes subconsciously. Move at high speed, flaming teeth. It was also at this time that Su Che seized this opportunity and issued an order to the Main Rock Werewolf. Ouch! Woohoo! The Main Rock Werewolf roared up to the sky, his body glowed with white light and turned into an afterimage, rushing towards the direction of Orchid Mangwa. In the process of running, the Main Rock Werewolf opened its mouth, and the flame energy condensed to form 4 flaming teeth up and down, and attacked in the direction of the Orchid Mangwa. Boom! Lan Tang. An explosion sounded, accompanied by a burst of black smoke. The attack of the Main Rock Werewolf hit Lan Tanghua. Orchid Tanghua let out a scream, but after being attacked, Orchid Tanghua did not freeze, but instead waved her arms, forcing the figure of the Main Rock Werewolf to retreat. Lan, looking at Su Che and the Main Rock Werewolf, Lan Tanghua's ethereal voice sounded, and she looked into the air, and an elf appeared from nowhere, causing Su Che and Rotom to widen their eyes. I'll go, no way. A companion was summoned, and it's still a floating bubble. How can there be wild floating bubbles here? Looking at the elf that appeared suddenly, Rotom was also puzzled after searching his own information on his mobile phone. Floating bubbles, a kind of sprites, used to be a kind of sprites accidentally discovered by a scientist, can accurately predict and change the weather. However, floating bubbles in the wild are not very common. Such elves often live in high mountains, and they can also be seen in the Weather Bureau. Woohoo! At this time, the image of floating bubbles suddenly changed, and floating bubbles did not know when Qingtian was used. The floating bubble in mid-air changed its shape directly. The floating bubble changed into the shape of the sun, the floating bubble in the shape of the sun, and its head was shaped like the sun. After using Da Qingtian, can you use the power charging tricks without charging? You guys are very good at playing. Chapter 321. Defeating the Overlord Lantangua. It's a sunny day and it's turned into the sun, isn't it a sunflower? It's ugly. Seeing that the floating bubbles in the air turned into the sun, Suche couldn't help but complain to the other party. What time is this? You still have the heart to joke, the other party is not. Defeated so easily. Looking at the floating bubbles using tricks, and after listening to Suche's complaints, Rotom looked at Suche on his phone, and said to Suche angrily. Can this person not see the situation clearly? What time is it now, and he is still in the mood to complain? Woohoo, woohoo. After the floating bubble in the air heard Suche's rant, an angry look appeared on his face. He was really angry he was a man, and he actually said that he was a sunflower. The floating bubble opened his mouth, the energy of the water system condensed, and a water gun attacked the main rock werewolf. PFF'd, haha, when the sun is shining, the power of your skills will be halved with water-based tricks. Looking at the tricks used by the floating bubbles, Suche laughed and didn't care about the final result. Such an attack was absolutely impossible to cause damage. The level difference between floating bubbles and main rock werewolf is too big, and in the sunny environment, the water system skills are used, and the power of the water gun is halved, and it is no longer called a water gun. Wow! The water gun attack of the floating bubbles landed on the main rock werewolf, splashing a stream of water, but the main rock werewolf did not evade. The maned rock werewolf only felt as comfortable as taking a bath, and the water gun attack did not cause any effective damage to himself. Lan Tang. At this time, Lantangua on the side made a direct move. The powerful sunlight energy condensed in an instant, the arm stretched out, and a bright yellow blade of light stretched out to hit the main rock werewolf. It's interesting, but my maned rock werewolf is not vegetarian. Maned rock werewolf, dodge the attack. Use the rock to seal. Seeing Lantangua on the opposite side make a move, Suche looked at the Manian werewolf and gave his order. Looking at the attacking moves rushing towards him, the main rock werewolf jumped up unhurriedly and successfully avoided the opponent's sunlight blade. The main rock werewolf was already faster than himself. The main rock werewolf's reflexes were more than adequate when it came to a much slower orchid. The main rock werewolf that jumped up gathered strength in midair, and a huge rock appeared beside it, and finally threw it towards the Overlord Lantangua. Bang 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 bang. Lan Tang. Many rocks hit the Overlord Lantangua. The Overlord Lantangua let out a scream, and its figure was quickly drowned by the rocks. Boom. It didn't take long for two light blades to attack from the rock group, and the rock block was broken by Lantangua's light blades. As that's so, however, rock werewolves will not show mercy. Main rock werewolves, Changyan. After looking at the reappearing Overlord Lantangua on the opposite side, a dignified light appeared in his heart. The Overlord Lantangua is indeed difficult to deal with because he is not the only one. Looking at the Overlord Lantangua on the opposite side, Suche gave his order. Ouch! The main rock werewolf who heard the command howled, directly used his own power. A mysterious white light flashed around his body, wrapped his body, and attacked in the direction of the Overlord Lantangua. Bang! Lan Tang. Facing the sudden high-speed attack of the Manian werewolf, the Overlord Lantangua was attacked directly before he could react, and let out a scream and stepped back. As for the floating bubble in the air, after seeing the Overlord Lantangua being suppressed, when he was about to step forward to help, Suche showed a strange smile. I've been waiting for you, main rock werewolf, rock collapse. Watching the movement of the floating bubbles, Suche gave orders to the main rock werewolf. Ouch! A maned rock werewolf who flipped backwards, heard Suche's order in midair, and immediately moved, howling and flicking its tail. Several rocks appeared around the main rock werewolf and attacked in the direction of the floating bubble. Boom! Whoam! How heavy is the weight of the rock falling from the height? The floating bubble made a scream, and the explosion sounded and the floating bubble lost its ability to fight. The surrounding environment becomes normal again. Floating bubbles are incapacitated to fight, and the effective great sunny day has ended. The next thing, it's easy to say. Looking at the direction of Overlord Lantangwa, Suche's eyes showed a smile, looking at Overlord Lantangwa with bad intentions. Lan. The Overlord Lantangwa adjusted his state and looked at Suche on the opposite side with a solemn look in his eyes. It was the first time he had met someone who kept beating him. It is obvious that he has the advantage in attribute, but what he did not expect is that the other party actually suppresses him. You are the legendary master of inverse attributes. Lan Tang. Looking at the main rock werewolf on the opposite side, the Overlord Lantangwa began to condense the next attack. With his hands open, the huge and numerous petals were constantly flying, forming a tornado-like situation, sweeping towards Suche and the main rock werewolf. As this trick no longer effective, the main rock werewolf turns around and uses a straight drill. After seeing the skills used by the Overlord Lantangwa, Suche just smiled slightly, and then gave his order to the main rock werewolf. Ouch! Watching the attack of the Overlord Lantangwa, the main rock werewolf spins quickly after hearing the order, directly breaking through the colorful attack range of Luoying. After breaking the fallen flowers, the main rock werewolf spins and sprints, attacking the Overlord Orchid Tangwa directly. Bang! Lan. The attacked Overlord Lantangwa let out a scream, looking at the elf in front of him with wide eyes, a look of disbelief. Unexpectedly, the main rock werewolf actually broke through its own attack and used its tricks to hit itself. Bang! The main rock werewolf's attack hit the Overlord Lantangwa. The Overlord Lantangwa fell backwards and landed on the ground with a dull sound. Suche stared closely at the direction of the Overlord Lantangwa. Smoke dissipated, and I saw the Overlord Lantangwa appearing in Suche's eyes. At this moment, the Overlord Lantangwa's eyes were full of circles, obviously losing the ability to fight. Ness, win. Ouch. Overlord Lantangwa, are you alright? And there are floating bubbles. After the celebration, Suche used his vibrant power combined with the resurrection grass to heal the Overlord elf. Watching the Overlord Lantangwa regain his senses, Suche asked the other party. Chapter 322. Through the trial, Shinado stepped into a god-level elf. Although I won, it's me who is busy in the end. Overlord Lantangwa, are you alright? And there are floating bubbles. After the celebration, Suche used his vibrant power combined with the effect of the resurrection grass to heal the Overlord Orchid and floating bubbles. After watching the Overlord Lantangwa and floating bubbles regain their sanity, Suche asked the other party. Lan, woohoo. Looking at Suche in front of her, the Overlord Lantangwa put away her Overlord aura and nodded to Suche with an unnatural expression on her face. The floating bubbles on the side also showed their tongues, making a vomit-like appearance, and it seemed that the effect of resurrecting grass made them a little bit unbearable. Woohoo! At this time, the floating bubble flew in front of Overlord Lantangwa, as if she was telling something. Listening to her partner's words, Overlord Lantangwa couldn't help nodding her head. Then, the Overlord Lantangwa looked at Suche, with a look that seemed to agree with Suche, and took out a green diamond-shaped crystal from his arms. On the green crystals, there are also grass-like patterns, which are pure crystals of grass. Is this for me? Thank you. Looking at the eyes of the Overlord Lantangwa, Suche thanked the Overlord Lantangwa, and then picked up the grass-type pure crystal. Kapu Dai, something, we got it. It was already afternoon now, and the mild sunlight scattered in the ruins of life, shrouded in a layer of golden light, revealing a mysterious look. Die, so fast. It seems that you have passed all my tests. Let me check the things. After looking at the things in Suche's hands, Kapu Dai also smiled slightly and took 3 items from Suche's hands. Stuff. After confirming it again, Kapu Dai took out 2 stone-like objects and handed them to Suche in a super power package. Ding! Congratulations to the host who passed the test of Kapu Dai and obtained Goblin, Originium of Origin Power 1, Super Power Originium of Origin Power 1. The task approved by the Guardian of the Island has been completed. 2. Listening to the prompt sound of the game system, Suche, a smile appeared in his eyes. Looking at the two origin stones in his hand, Suche was looking forward to his Shinado. Dai. I heard that you have a flashy Shinado of a different color. These two things can help it improve its strength. Bring it to me when you have time to improve its strength. Look at Suche. Kapu Dai. She smiled at Suche and said to Suche, and then the pink light flashed, and Kapu Dai disappeared in place and left here. Suche, is this really okay? I think Kapudi is watching. Rotom's mobile phone on the side looked at Su Zhang with a worried look. 4 patron saints of the 44 islands, only Kapudidi and Kapu Mingming have personalities, which are very elusive and unpredictable, so Rotom thinks this is not a good thing. Kapu Dai, and elves, will spread scale powder to humans and elves who feel interesting to help them. It has an innocent side, but it also has a brutal side that destroys its opponents. It's okay, if you are strong. These patron saints will also respect you, there will be no problem. Hearing suspended in midair, Lotto. The meaning of Emu's mobile phone, Suche showed an open-minded look in his eyes, and said to Rotom who was beside him. Go back. Next, it's time for Shinado to break through the bottleneck. Looking at Rotom's mobile phone floating aside, Suche's eyes showed a look of anticipation as he looked at the 2 beads in his hand and said. In this case, Big Sister Shinado can finally reach the level of Divine Beast level strength. Looking at the 2 stones in Suche's hand, and Rotom in Rotom's phone beside him, there was also an excited look in his eyes. The coast of Mile Island, Xanaduo, congratulations, you are finally going to break through more than 10 yuan at the level of Divine Beasts. Looking at Shinado in front of him, Suche took out 2 stones and handed them to Shinado, while behind Suche pushed the elf and looked at Shinado with an envious look in his eyes. And Shinado took the 2 stones, with a moved look in his eyes. He didn't expect his master to care so much about him. A layer of water mist appeared in his eyes, and Shinado seemed to be crying. Ho, Bangira, don't be too proud, big sister. I will definitely catch up with you, and I will definitely defeat you. The Wayla looked at Shinado broke the atmosphere, and the other elves looked at Bangira with a smile. Roar, all the elves. Yes, they will definitely catch up. Listening to Bangira's words, the fire-breathing dragon and the other elves looked at Shinado, their eyes were dark with encouragement and determination. Shinado laughed at this moment, looking at the many elves, fusing the original power source stone. The surrounding environment seemed to be quiet for a moment, the air was slightly distorted, and a powerful breath dormant. In one place, it may detonate at any time. Then, after an unknown time, the surrounding stars seemed to light up. Boom! A little bit of starlight emanated from Shinado's body, and the powerful superpower spread out, arousing 1,000 layers of giant waves, and the powerful superpower formed air waves and spread out. The surrounding sand was rolled up, and the elves and Suche covered their eyes subconsciously, and then looked in the direction of Shinado. I saw that at this moment, Shinado's whole body was rippling with blue and pink light, and then Shinado's breath became calm. At this moment, Shinado looks like a part of nature from a distance, and the breath is more integrated into nature, making people invisible. The end, around Shinado's body, something like a realm formed. This force made all the elves feel the pressure. And Latias and Zeraora looked at Shinado with amazed expressions in their eyes, but they knew what this breath represented. Shinado has broken through the bottleneck and stepped into the strength of the divine beast. This is the first time they have seen ordinary elves, and they can also step into the strength of the divine beast. Although, they expressed their surprise to Shinado's breakthrough, but they finally accepted it. In a void space, it was all gray, and in the center of this space, a behemoth suddenly opened its eyes and looked in a direction. The elves break through the new mythical beast. 320th chapters. Return to normal. Of Merlot Island. At this moment, Shinado and many elves are practicing their battles. The powerful superpower makes Shinado suspended in midair, and Shinado in midair is like a dancing butterfly, avoiding the attacks of other elves. From time to time, Shinado gathered strength, a one purple-black shadow ball, and a pink beam attacked, landing on the sea and the beach, causing waves and dust. And Latius looked at Shenado and pointed out the use of Shenado's power from time to time. From Zeraora and Latius made Shenado more handy in controlling his own power. This made those elves suffer. Facing the fort-like attack of Shenado, they could only barely protect themselves. Ordinary tricks hit Shenado's tricks, and they were directly defeated by Shenado's tricks. He could only block it for a while, and then he would be broken by Shenado's attack. Indeed, Shenado, who has entered the level of the divine beast, has already realized the divine nature. The superpowers and goblins in the body, the energy has been qualitatively changed. When using the trick to manifest the energy, it obviously has the power of the rules. Moreover, among the divinities that Shenado comprehends, it is a rare domain-level divinity. Among the divine beasts known to Suche, there are no more than 10 divine beasts with domain-level abilities, with the exception of super divine beasts of course. And on the trunk of a big tree in the distance, an elf looked in the direction of Shenado, with eager and solemn rays of light in his eyes. And this elf was Kapu Mingming, the island guardian god of Mellow Island. Kapu Mingming looked at Shenado below with an envious look in his eyes. Although Kapu Mingming's priesthood is indeed the guardian deity of the island, divinity and priesthood are two different things. The divinity that an elf realizes is the ability that accompanies the elf throughout his life, while the priesthood is a priesthood granted by nature, or granted by Arceus, and formed by the worship of previous humans. The priesthood is equivalent to a restriction rule, and the most important combat ability is the divinity that the elves comprehend. Divinity, in layman's terms, is the higher level ability that the elves comprehend, and the comprehension of their own source power, and the rules used. Moreover, it was very rare among ordinary divine beasts to comprehend the divinity of the domain level from the very beginning. The 4 guardian deities of the island, including Kapu Mingming, were also comprehended through their priesthood. However, the divine nature at the beginning was not a domain-level ability, so Kapu Mingming was very envious of Shenado. Shenado has an unlimited future. If it is granted a priesthood by Arceus, it will be terrifying. Kawu. Looking at Shenado, Kapu Mingming also presses the idea that he wants to fight, quietly left here. Wu. Latius on the side looked at Shenado in front of him, and he also showed an envious look. As a supernatural beast, he could obviously feel the divinity realized by Shenado. That is a power of control. In Shenado domain, it is not only the elf's trick or something, Shenado can predict it in advance. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that it is not only to predict the opponent's actions, but also to accurately find the weakness of the opponent's tricks through his own comprehension of divinity. This kind of power that controls everything, I seem to have only seen it in Arceus. Moreover, Shenado is still very young, and the elves who break through the gods do not care. Whether it is lifespan or other abilities, it will greatly increase. If Shenado was given time to gather strength and improve his strength, God knows how far Shenado will grow, and Suche still has a slate in his hand, and that room for cultivation. The two cooperated with each other. Shenado's strength would not be known to what extent, because when he was cultivating in it, he obviously felt that his strength was slowly improving. Too scary. Too scary. However, this is also a chance. Should I call my brother? Thinking of this, Latius looked at Suche beside him. His little head kept shaking and nodding, as if he was, for himself, excited, and agreed with the decision. Okay, stop it. Everyone's strength is very good. You have to do your best. Try to step into the level of divine beast strength as soon as possible. Seeing the panting but bright eyes of many elves, Suche smiled and clapped his hands, looking at his elves, and said to his elves, "Roar." It was the roars of the elves who answered Suche. After experiencing the power of their partners to break through the divine beasts, their eyes showed anticipation and seriousness. They believed in themselves that they would definitely break through the level of divine beast level strength, and would not embarrass Suche. This is really incredible. I have also witnessed history. In the house at the back, Dr. Kukui looked from the window in the direction of Shinado and the many elves outside, with a look of envy and surprise in his eyes. Roar! And behind him, an elf looked at the elves on the beach, nodded with envy and unyielding eyes in his eyes. Everyone, that's all for today's class. Come on tomorrow, don't be late. Looking at the people in front of him, Suche said to Kaki and the others. Yes, I see. Looking at Suche, everyone nodded, indicating that they would not be late. In Suche's class, they did learn a lot, and they clearly felt that their knowledge reserve was slowly increasing. Oh, everyone is here, just in time. Let me tell you something, there will be a very interesting person tomorrow, please look forward to it. At this time, Dr. Kukui suddenly came to the classroom and watched everyone announce to everyone. Special guest. Kachi and the others looked at Dr. Kukui and looked at Dr. Kukui with a puzzled expression. Please look forward to it. Then, that's it. Let's end the class. With a smile, as if I didn't tell you. Everyone looked at Dr. Kukui helplessly, but they were looking forward to tomorrow's guests. Dr. Kukui, tomorrow's guests are. On the way home, Suche looked at Kukui on the side with an inquiring look in his eyes. Tomorrow's guest is a wonderful island queen. Looking at Suche, Dr. Kukui's eyes showed a light, and he said to Suche without any concealment. Queen of the Island, is it her to read the underlined version of the novel? Please download Felu. Chapter 324, The Island Queen Lizzie debuts. There are 4 kings of islands in the Maldives region. Of course, this is not to say that there are only 444 islands in the Maldives region, but 4 very famous islands. In the animation, there are 2 male island kings and 2 female island queens. Thinking of this, Suche also understands that tomorrow's guest is probably the island queen. Akara's island queen is an elf trainer who is good at rock. Queen of the island Lizzie. She was chosen as the queen of the island at a young age and has very superior strength. Even so, she insists that she is an ordinary sister. In the animation, the main rock werewolf and the big north nose of the rock system are used to fight against Xiaoji's wood owl and rock dog, and the cooperation between the two is very powerful. Thinking that Lizzie is coming tomorrow, Suche's heart is full of anticipation. The next day, in the elf school. Kentaro, calm down, calm down. A student looked anxiously at Kentaro who was running on the playground. At this moment, the Kentaro looked very anxious and rushed around in a frenzied manner. After listening to the man's voice, Kentaro rushed towards him. Dangerous. Seeing this, the boy reacted quickly and ran to the side, but the house behind him was exposed. And Kentaro, who was running at a high speed, didn't have time to turn around and rammed directly into the building in front of him. Fire-breathing dragon, stop each other. At this moment, a voice came, and Suche instantly determined that the owner of the voice was Cage, who ordered his fire-breathing dragon to block Kentaro. Bang! The fire-breathing dragon grabbed Kentaro's horn with its claws, blocked Kentaro's direction, and fought hard against Kentaro. You must know that Kentaro's impact is very powerful, but Kaki's hand made Suche look up to him. Good job, fire-breathing dragon. Just suppress Kentaro. Looking at Kentaro's state, Kachi's eyes showed a solemn look, facing his fire-breathing dragon. Roar! Feeling the power of Kentaro, the fire-breathing dragon also used all its strength to suppress Kentaro. Something is coming. Suche sensed the powerful superpower, and a powerful breath rushed over. Ouch! The elf jumped up, fell from midair, and came in front of the fire-breathing dragon and Kentaro, looking at the 2 elves with indifferent and calm eyes. The fire-breathing dragon looked at the elf who suddenly appeared and recognized the opponent and immediately stopped, while Kentaro felt a threat, and still looked at the elf that appeared badly. That is, main rock werewolf. Moreover, it is still main rock in the daytime state. Looking at the elf that appeared suddenly, Lily recognized at a glance that the other party was that kind of elf, with a strange look in her eyes. In her memory, there is no main rock werewolf around her, so who is this main rock werewolf? Looking at the main rock werewolf who suddenly appeared, everyone looked at it in confusion. Alas! Hello! At this time, a voice sounded, causing everyone to look in the direction from which the voice came. I saw a black-skinned woman wearing a thin white trench coat and some gemstone jewelry, appearing here. However, what she did next made everyone's eyes widen. Don't be so angry. All right. Such a good boy. Having said this, the woman approached Kentaro step by step, not caring whether the other party would attack or not, touched Kentaro's head, and finally kissed Kentaro's nose. Kentaro paused subconsciously, and the people behind him looked at the woman with an incredible look in their eyes. Okay, be good. At this time, the woman looked at Kentaro. Kentaro had returned to normal, and was acting coquettishly towards the woman in front of him. It's interesting, but that Kentaro is definitely a scalper. Seeing the way the woman handled it, everyone widened their eyes and looked at each other in disbelief. Amazing. Mamane looked at the woman with admiration in her eyes. So handsome. Mayo looked at the easy movement of the other party, raised his hand to make a gesture of cheering, and praised the other party. This person is who looks to each other, doesn't look like someone from school. Looking in the direction of the woman, Shui Lian said with a curious look in her eyes. Oh, this fire-breathing dragon is also well-bred. It's quite imposing. Looking at the fire-breathing dragon on the side, the woman walked in front of the fire-breathing dragon, watched the fire-breathing dragon stroking the fire-breathing dragon's neck, and then kissed the other person lightly. The fire-breathing dragon looked at each other, but took a step back slightly, and didn't feel anything. Suche nodded when he saw this. A normal fire-breathing dragon is very irritable. If a stranger touches him, he will definitely go berserk. Miss Lizzie. At this time, Kaki, who was on the side, also came back to his senses. Looking at the woman who suddenly appeared, Kaki's eyes also showed a look of surprise. Hello, Kachi. It's been so dependable after a while. Isn't he this handsome? Looking at Cage in front of her, Lizzie's eyes flashed with surprise, and she gave Cage a big hug directly. It's someone Kachi knows. Others came behind Kaki, looked at Kaki and asked. Yeah, this is the island queen of Akara Island, Sister Lizzie. Kachi looked at the people behind him, showed a proud expression, and introduced to them. Hey Island Queen. Looking at Lizzie in front of them, everyone's eyes showed disbelief. Things have become interesting. Standing in the classroom, looking at Lizzie, Kaki and the others below, a meaningful smile appeared in Suche's eyes. Then, starting today, classes will be moved to the outdoors on Akara Island. In the classroom and announce the news to everyone. Hello, I'm the Island Queen of Akara Island, Liz. I'm in charge of this outdoor class, please give me more advice. Then, first of all, it's a welcome gift. Looking at the crowd, Lizzie introduced herself generously to the crowd, and then took out a bag of things from her clothes pocket, ready to share it with everyone. But at this time, Lizzie suddenly crooked and fell forward. Chapter 325, Lizzie's Charm. Then, first of all, it's a welcome gift. Looking at the crowd, Lizzie introduced herself generously to the crowd, and then took out a bag of things from her clothes pocket, ready to distribute it to everyone. But at this time, for some unknown reason, Lizzie suddenly crooked and fell forward. Bang! A dull voice sounded, and everyone looked at Lizzie who fell to the ground with black lines. Ahahaha, don't care. Lizzie also realized her embarrassment at this time. With an apology in her eyes, she smiled awkwardly, and then began to distribute small gifts to distract her attention. As expected of Miss Lizzie. Kachi held the red orb in his hand with a smile on his face and said happily. Amazing. The girls still prefer gems, and looking at the heart-shaped bracelet on her hand, Lily obviously likes to be excited. So beautiful. What Mao got was a pair of earring-like accessories with blue gemstones on them. Yeah, it's like the color of the sea. And what the water lotus got was a huge aquamarine. Looking at the blue color of the aquamarine, the water lotus was slightly lost. What kind of ore is this? While Mamain on the side seemed not interested in the appearance, he was interested in the gemstone in his hand, and looked carefully at the gemstone to distinguish what it was. Quote, quote. Suche looked at the transparent gem in his hand and looked at it speechlessly. He was indeed not very interested in this kind of thing. However, after all, it was given to him by the other party, and in order to live up to the good intentions of the other party, he nodded and accepted it. It's really a bit subtle to give accessories to boys. Lizzie touched her cheeks embarrassedly. Looking at Mamain and Suche's attitudes, she was a little embarrassed. It's okay, I still like it. Suche heard this immediately. He reacted and answered Lizzie's words. Really? Actually, you see, I also run a handmade shop. Speaking of which, Lizzie revealed the bracelet on her hand, and a one-prism crystal was inlaid in the center of the bracelet. Huan, pure crystal of the rock type. Looking at Lizzie's bracelet, Suche recognized the other party's pure crystal in an instant, looked at Lizzie and said. Oh, you understand. Listen to Cuckoo, are you on a tour of the islands? Hearing that Suche instantly recognized what was in her hand, Lizzie looked at Suche with interest and said. Yes, I want to accept the big trial. Looking seriously at Lizzie in front of her, Suche expressed her thoughts. Yes, but the test can't be done until after the outdoor class is over. Seeing Suche's serious expression, Lizzie's eyes showed a smile and answered Suche's request. Then, bring your luggage and your own spirit, and set off to Akara Island. Looking at the crowd below, Lizzie showed a smile and said to the crowd with a gesture of her hand. Oh, hello, Mr. Headmaster. Long time no see. Look out of nowhere. The current principal Damu Chungye. Lizzie had an unexpected look in her eyes, but she still greeted Principal Damu Chungye. Long time no see. Since it's rare to come here, let's get to know the spirits of the students first. Principal Damu Chungye looked at Lizzie and said hello to Lizzie after greeting her. Yes. Oh, no matter what. Can see that the elf is very energetic, and you can see that a lot of hard work has been spent. On the school playground, looking at everyone's elves, Lizzie's eyes showed a smile, and she touched everyone's elves in turn. Many elves surrounded Lizzie and expressed their closeness to Lizzie, making Lizzie smile and interact with them. Smells like the sun. Touching Miu Miu Xiao, touching Miu Miu Xiao's head, and feeling Miu Miu Xiao's breath, Lizzie's eyes showed an intoxicated look. Okay. Suche gave Lizzie a sideways glance. Although he could often feel the aura on Miu Miu Xiao's body, Suche was still surprised when Lizzie pointed it out. It's unbelievable that everyone's elves are not prepared for Lizzie. Rotom's mobile phone on the side looked at this scene, and it was incredible. Yeah, besides, everyone's elves seem to be very happy, playing with Sister Lizzie. Lily on the side also felt incredible, looking at the attitudes of many elves. Everyone's elf is like Sister Lizzie's own elf. The water lotus on the side looked at her ball sea lion. Although she felt jealous, she still admired the other party. She actually abducted her own elf. Gone. As expected of the queen of the island. Looking at the appearance of his Togo de Mar, Mamain on the side showed admiration in his eyes, and looked at Lizzie with admiration. No, Sister Lizzie among the island queens also belongs to that kind of. Very special. I was also surprised when I challenged the big test. When Kachi heard this, he seemed to remember something, replied Mamain's words, and raised the bracelet in his hand, as if he remembered something. Before that, the blazing tortoise beast had never let down his guard against people who met for the first time. It must be that Sister Lizzie has some kind of charm that can make elves open their hearts. Kachi looked at Lizzie, and in his mind he remembered the scene of his big test. OWWWW. Dr. Kukui's rock dog came to the side of Lizzie's maned rock werewolf, and looked at the maned rock werewolf while feeling the strong paws of the maned rock werewolf. The rock dog must want to evolve into a maned rock werewolf. You are still very envious of the maned rock werewolf. Suche looked at the rock dog and said to the rock dog. Wong wong. Main rock werewolf, it's really nice to have a junior. Ouch. Tell me a little more about these children. I want to get along well with everyone. Afterwards, Lizzie looked at the elves around her with a look of anticipation in her eyes. After learning about the deeds of the many elves, Lizzie looked at the many elves with a sigh of admiration on her face, and smiled at the many elves. Chapter 326. On the way. After learning about the deeds of the many elves, Lizzie looked at the many elves with a sigh of admiration on her face, and smiled at the many elves. Especially hearing the deeds of Cho-Cho Sea Lion, Lizzie felt the same and cried out involuntarily. Then, under the leadership of Lizzie and Dr. Kukui, they said goodbye to Principal Omu Chungya, and the group took a mighty boat and set off for Akara Island. As the queen of the island, let me tell you about the island of Akara. On the boundless sea, on a white ship, Lizzie looked at the people in action, and suddenly walked to the bow with a smile. Lizzie suddenly made a sound, making everyone's attention focus on her. Looking at everyone's eyes full of curiosity, Lizzie smiled slightly and began to introduce. The record begins, Lotto. Rotom's mobile phone also became interested at this time. You must know that the information on paper is not the same as the actual information. If you want to know the information of Akara Island, I am afraid that the queen of the island in front of you will know more. Rotom thought of this, and pointed the camera at Lizzie and began to record. Akara Island is nurtured by Vera Volcano, the sacred magma, an island that humans are both grateful for and feared at the same time. And on the island of Akara, is the spirit known as the guardian of the island, do you know that? Lizzie stood on the railing of the deck leaning on the bow, watching everyone ask questions. Kapu Dai Dai. Suche looked at Lizzie and gave the answer she knew. Not bad, it seems to know. Lizzie looked at everyone with a smile, then made a gesture of prayer, stretched out her hand to hold the sky, and continued to introduce Akara Island. Akara's island guardian, Kapu Dai Dai. Sometimes glowing scale powder is sprinkled, and the person who touches that scale powder is said to be rejuvenated in an instant. I think so. Kapu Dai Dai is the god of life. Those glowing scales can not only heal wounds, but also give vitality to life. Who looked expectant in the eyes below, Lizzie continued with a slight smile. If everyone can feel the breath of Kapu Dai Dai and think about what life is in this outdoor course, I will be very happy. Also, our encounter with elves, lives and lives is only for each other's partners. I hope you can feel something. Although this process is very difficult, I still hope that you can feel it with your heart. Then, here is my introduction. Lizzie clapped her hands, looked at the crowd, and ended the introduction with a smile. Ah, the sea breeze is so comfortable. Just when everyone was thinking about something, Suche suddenly felt the temperature from the sea breeze and couldn't help sighing. It's not bad to go by sea, isn't it? Looking at Suche's appearance, everyone smiled knowingly, and then put down what they thought. Kaki looked at the beautiful scenery around him and looked at his fire-breathing dragon road. How? Oops. Cage's photo yay. When searching Akara Island on the mobile phone, Mamane suddenly found a photo of the Kachi family, and everyone gathered around. Really? Looking at the Kachi family in the photo, everyone's eyes widened. Introduced the Kachi family in the Akara Island tourist guide. Looking at the information on the phone, Mamane kept flipping through the photos. What is this Yanyi? It's too nervous. Mamane suddenly turned to a photo of Cage, and it was Cage holding something, making a very nervous look, and his expression was a little distorted. Mao looked at Kachi in the photo, laughed and complained about Kachi's expression. Enough is enough, you. Listening to everyone discussing his photos, Kachi was also a little embarrassed and said with a reddish face. It's very comfortable. Lily looked at the sea lion holding the ball, revealing an intoxicated water lotus, with an envious look on her face. She did not have an elf partner. I don't know if there are any elves on Akara Island, can I take one of them? Yeah, I don't know what kind of water-type elves will be on Akara Island, I'm really looking forward to it. Shui Lian listened to Lily's words, nodded and answered Lily. She was looking forward to what water elves on the island. I'm looking forward to the food too. I don't know what kind of food there is. Isn't it, Teacher Su Che? At this time, Mao came over and interjected, and then looked at Su Che's direction and asked Su Che. After a period of running in, Mao also knew Su Che's happy name, and she was a gourmet expert like her. That's right. Although I came here once last time, I came here in a hurry. Now I want to taste the food of Akara Island. Listening to Mao's question, Su Che's eyes lit up, watching Mao nodded and answered Mao's question. Yes, there must be a lot of precious ingredients. Mao looked at Shuilian and Lily with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Hakron. Suddenly, Su Che looked at the water in the distance, causing everyone's eyes to move. However, they didn't see anything, making everyone look at Su Che with doubts. No, something did jump out of the water just now, but unfortunately I can't see it now. Shui Lian also saw the figure just now, proving to Su Che that Su Che was right. Looks like everyone found something. If that's the case, let's go take a look. Looking at everyone on the deck, Lizzie, who came to the cab, looked at Dr. Kukui, who was driving, and said to Dr. Kukui, "If that's the case, go left." Looking at the people on the deck, Dr. Kukui understood what Lizzie meant, nodded and started to let the boat go to the left. Oh, sure enough, Sister Lizzie understands this very well. Looking at the direction of travel, everyone standing on the deck also widened their eyes, looking at Dr. Kukui and Lizdao in the cab. Walking forward, everyone found out what kind of elf that mysterious shadow was. The body is blue as a snake, and the ears and wings are decorated, all revealing its identity. It is the dragon elf Hakalong that Su Che said. Chapter 327, Login. Moreover, what everyone sees is not a Hacolon. Here is a group of Hacolon are here. Numerous Hakrons danced mysterious dances in the sea, like the spirits of the sea. So beautiful, so spectacular. Looking at the population of Hakron, everyone stared at Hakron with wide eyes, looked at Hakron excitedly, and exclaimed at Hakron. Everyone has never seen before, so many Hakrons danced together, and in the vast sea, Hakrons jumped out of the sea from time to time. The little splashes of water surrounded the body of Hakalong, embellished the body of Hakalong, like a dream. Immediately afterwards, I don't know if Hakalong was a little nervous or what. After seeing the crowd, a Hakalong jumped up, and under the sun's rays, his body glowed with blue light. The beads on the neck began to glow, and the next moment, the surrounding sky became gloomy, the thunder sounded, and it rained to make everyone look to the sky. It's amazing. Is this what Hakron did? Is this the power of Hakron? Looking at the dark clouds in the sky, everyone's eyes widened subconsciously, and Mamane looked at the rainy day and was quite astonished. Everyone, the outdoor class has started. Go and get in touch with the elves in the sea and observe them carefully. Lizzie said to everyone outside through the broadcast in her hand now in the cab. Hakron can change the weather at any time, and it was enshrined in ancient times. Seeing the expressions of amazement in the eyes of everyone, Su Che looked at Hakalong Dao in midair. Of Huk Dragon contain the power to manipulate the weather. When it is enveloped in aura, the surrounding weather will change completely. Thus, since time immemorial, the Hakron has been worshipped by the agricultural people as the weatherman, and in the lake it inhabits, offerings are always flowing. Although Hakron has no wings, it can also fly in the air. When Hakron flies, the small wings on its head will be enlarged to form wings. So it is. After listening to Su Che's introduction, everyone nodded subconsciously with a clear look in their eyes. Not bad. Dr. Kukui, the teacher you are looking for is very good. Listening to Su Che's explanation to the crowd, Lizzie's eyes showed an unexpected look as she looked at Dr. Kukui, who was on the side. That is. Dr. Kukui smiled and looked at Lizzie beside him, and answered Lizzie. However, I would like to remind everyone that after encountering a group of Hakrons in the wild, you must not catch them casually, otherwise you will suffer a big loss. Looking at the numerous Hakalong tribes, Suche had a serious look in his eyes, and turned his head to look at the crowd. Hey, why? Everyone subconsciously widened their eyes, looked at Suche's direction, and looked at Suche with a questioning look in their eyes. The elves of the general ethnic group must have the last evolutionary form of the long Hakron around, do you all know? Looking at the doubtful crowd, Suche felt that it was necessary for everyone to talk, otherwise, if they encountered each other in the future, if they tried to force the other party to subdue them, they would definitely suffer. I know, it's a fast dragon. Suche always means that there must be fast dragons around. Listening to Suche's question, Lilia was the first to react and stared wide. His eyes looked at Suche. Yes, that's it. Looking at the crowd, Suche nodded to answer Lily's words. Then on the seaway to Akara Island, everyone also saw a large number of elves, and also saw the giant toothed shark known as the Overlord of the Ocean. However, fortunately, the giant toothed sharks did not do anything to everyone, otherwise their sharp teeth, even ordinary steel, could be bitten off. Megalodon has sharp teeth that can crush even iron, and can regenerate quickly after being broken. Moreover, the speed is as high as 120 kilometers per hour, which is a tyrant in the ocean, and many fishermen and some ships are very afraid of them. There was news that the megalodon shark attacked the fishermen, and the 3 fishing boats were directly overturned, leaving no armor wherever they went. On the sea route, they also encountered some agate jellyfish suspended in the sea, and a small amount of stinger jellyfish. During the period, there were still a group of long-winged gulls marching with them, and everyone stretched out their hands to feed the long-winged gulls, but the long-winged gulls didn't seem to be interested. And on some bare reefs, there are still some elves resting, and many dumb beasts and dumb beasts. Looking at the smiles on the faces of the elves, everyone's mood seemed to have improved. Looking at the many elves, everyone's faces also showed smiles. Fluorescent fish, agate jellyfish, neon fish, love fish, sun coral, big tongue mussels, even Lugia. The water lotus pointed to the elves in the sea and explained one by one. Mamane and Kachi looked at the elves, kept observing each other and nodded. At this time, Shui Lian suddenly had a bad taste, looking at the sea in the distance and suddenly shouted. Where is it, Lugia? Mamane's eyes widened instantly, and like Kachi, he turned his head and looked into the distance, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Really, the boys all believed it. How could there be? When Mao heard this, he understood that Shuilian was playing a prank, and leaned on his waist and came to the side to look at the two of them. That's it. Looking at the two who were fooled by her, Shuilian showed a playful smile in her eyes, sticking out her tongue in a playful manner. Hearing this, Kachi and Mamane reacted instantly, and actually lowered their heads to look at the two of them. Ball and Sea Lion looked at the two of them with a smile, and they kept clapping their hands. You know a lot about water-type spirits. Lizzie came to the deck to look at the crowd, and came to Shuilian's side with a curious look in her eyes. Love them the most. Looking at Lizzie, Shuilian answered Lizzie's words earnestly, expressing her love for water spirits. Come on. Looking at the little girl in front of her, Lizzie looked at Shuilian, then touched Shuilian's head and looked at Shuilian. However, what the water lotus said actually makes sense. There might be Lugia here, and Kyogre might be able to see it. Looking at the crowd, Suche smiled strangely and released the news to everyone. Really, please tell me more. Evening, the group finally ended their journey and came to Akara Island, where they were going to start an outdoor course for more than 10 days. Chapter 328. The outdoor course begins. Hello, here we are. What a fulfilling day. Please wait for us, Miss Vale. After arriving at the Elf Center on Akara Island, Lizzie stretched her waist and sighed, and then looked at the counter staff at the Elf Center. Really, if it's too late, at least get in touch in advance. Really, You, the queen of the island, are really forgettable. Seeing the smile and exhaustion on Lizzie's face, the staff of the fairy center called Val came over with her happy egg. Will looked at Lizzie in front of her, and complained to Lizzie. Her eyes were full of helplessness. Sorry for worrying you. Let me introduce to you. This is Vale, the person in charge of the Akara Island Spirit Center, and my friend. Looking at the crowd, Lizzie pulled Vale generously and introduced them to the crowd. Hello, please give me more advice. Suche looked at Vale in front of him with a strange look in his eyes, because the other party looked too much like Joey in the animation. Miss Vale, we are the ones who came from the elf school. I am sorry to trouble you these days. Dr. Kukui looked at Will and said to Will very politely. No problem, please give me more advice, please enjoy the outdoor courses in Akara Island. Vale looked at the crowd and said that he was very welcome to everyone, and smiled at the crowd. Okay, quickly find your room, put your luggage in the room, and then go eat. Kukui looked at the sky outside and quickly greeted everyone. Great, my stomach can't hold it anymore. When Mamane heard this, he also shouted long live, saying that he was very hungry. Me too. Let's find a room now. After speaking, everyone received their room number, shoved upstairs, and prepared to put away their luggage. The outdoor course of Akara Island has finally started. What kind of day will you spend with the Island Queen Lizzie? Look forward to it. In the morning, everyone is ready to gather in a small town. This town is called Ohana Town, a small town. The architectural style of the town reveals an atmosphere of gratitude and harvest. What is the outdoor course today? I always feel that something will happen. I'm looking forward to it. Cage and the others got up early to gather, and were here waiting for the arrival of Dr. Kukui and Liz. Have you seen Teacher Suche? Maida looked around, looked at everyone at the entrance of the Elf Center, and asked very suspiciously. No. Shui Lian's answer was relatively simple. She really didn't see Suche in the morning, and she didn't see Suche even when she was eating. Speaking of which, it's true. I saw Teacher Suche during dinner in the morning. Lily on the side was also very suspicious, thinking about where Suche might go. Hello. Hello. Good morning everyone. At this time, Dr. Kukui and Lizzie walked out from the center of the spirit, and beside Lizzie, her main rock werewolf also followed. Hello. Good morning, Dr. Kukui, Sister Liz. Everyone looked at Dr. Kukui and Sister Lizzie, and greeted them earnestly. Everyone's here. What? Starting today, the outdoor course in Akara Island will finally begin. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Dr. Kukui gave up the right to speak to Lizzie, who smiled at everyone. Is there a culinary internship? After listening to Lizzie's words, Mao was really attracted, and looked at Lizzie and asked excitedly. Yes. Don't worry too much. Looking at Mao's anxious look, Lizzie watched Mao calm down Mao's emotions. First, we start here with outdoor lessons. Looking at the crowd, Dr. Kukui had a smile on his face and raised his hand to talk about today's plan. Said, Dr. Kukui and Lizzie took everyone to a ranch, and there were many elves here. There are a lot of long-haired dogs here. Looking at the elves here, Mao and the others were surprised. And Hayok and Little York. Kachi looked at the elves on the pasture, also recognized those elves at the first time, looked at the elves and said. Today, we're going to go on a treasure hunt on a riding elf long-haired dog. Lizzie and Dr. Kukui brought everyone to the long-haired dog for riding, and Lizzie explained today's plan. Treasure hunt. Everyone looked at the long-haired dog suspiciously, and then looked at Lizzie, not understanding what Lizzie said. Yes, the long-haired dogs of this ranch are good at finding things buried in the ground. Dr. Kukui looked at the puzzled people and explained to them. Rare ingredients and some gems, maybe some fossils can be found. Lizzie looked at the crowd and opened her arms to introduce to the crowd. Cage and the others all widened their eyes when they heard this, with a look of anticipation on their faces, eager to try it. How to live in harmony with the long-haired dog, so as to exert its search ability. This is our topic today. Lizzie looked at the expectant crowd, and said the topic of today's outdoor course. In the end, whoever finds the best treasure wins. Lizzie looked at the crowd and announced the final result. Let's find a long-haired dog that matches your temperament first. Dr. Kukui looked at the crowd and pointed to the long-haired dogs. Okay. Having said that, everyone stepped forward and started to choose. At this moment, Shui Lian saw one of the long-haired dogs. This long-haired dog looked very proud and turned his head directly while looking at Shui Lian. Ah la la, this kid is the worst-tempered here. Lizzie did not know when she came to the back of Shui Lian and looked at the long-haired dog in front of Shui Lian. As a mounted elf, it is still not mature enough, besides. Lizzie introduced Shui Lian, hoping that Shui Lian can change to a long-haired dog, but she was interrupted by Shui Lian before she could finish her words. I think this child is very good. Shui Lian interrupted Lizzie's words, and what she said surprised Lizzie slightly, and looked in the direction of Shui Lian suspiciously. Chapter 329, Treasure Hunting Trial. Why do you say that, this long-haired dog? Looking at the water lotus on the side, Lizzie's eyes showed a puzzled look, and she looked at the water lotus with some curiosity. This is the first time that someone has chosen this child, and he still chose this child after he explained his interests. This child's eyes are very clear, please advise. Long-haired dog, I am yours today. Partner, please advise me on today's event. Looking at the long-haired dog in front of her, Shui Lian chose the other party without hesitation, squatted down and looked at the long-haired dog. Wong. Looking at the water lotus in front of him, the long-haired dog did not give the water lotus a good look, but turned his head directly without looking in the direction of the water lotus. Then, let me tell you about the rules. You can hunt for treasure wherever you go, but when the bell rings, you'll be back here. I'll give the treasure a firm score in midfield. Watching the crowd come to the gathering place outside, Lizzie looked at the crowd and directly announced the rules of the competition. Then the game is over after the second bell. Go for the winning goal. Dr. Kukui looked at everyone with an encouraging look in his eyes, looking at everyone and said, Good. Was the sonorous and powerful voices of everyone who answered Dr. Kukui, who were also looking forward to the next treasure hunt. Come on, let's have a showdown. Ma Main looked at the people beside him, and his eyes seemed to reveal a flame-like light. I can't ask for it. Kachi's enthusiasm also came up, looking at Ma Main and said, Hairy Dog Treasure Hunt, start now. Lizzie looked at everyone with flames burning in their eyes, and waved her arms to announce the start of the match. Definitely to win. Hearing Lizzie announcing the start of the competition, Ma Main directly gave an order to his long-haired dog, and rode the long-haired dog directly to his goal. Let's go too. Seeing Ma Main's sudden agitation, everyone was also taken aback. Kachi looked at Ma Main who was leaving, and said to the long-haired dog under him. As expected of Kachi, but Ma Main is also full of energy. However, we will not admit defeat. Let's go to the forest. Sweet bamboo bamboo. Then, Shaggy, I'll leave it to you. Watching Kaki and Ma Main suddenly rush out, Ma looked in the direction of the two, and gave orders to the long-haired dog with a smile that refused to admit defeat. Woohoo! The long-haired dog barked and set off towards the forest. Hey, when it comes to the most valuable, then there is only the rock field. Long-haired dog, let's move towards the rock field. Looking at the people behind him, a gleam of light appeared in Ma Main, and he ordered the self-haired dog. Woohoo! The long-haired dog roared, got up quickly, and set off towards the rocky field. Let's go too. Seeing the crowd rushing forward, Shui Lian rolled over and sat on the long-haired dog. The long-haired dog felt the weight on his body, and felt a sense of disgust in his heart for no reason, and began to move his body continuously. The end, he threw the water lotus on his back, and the water lotus didn't sit still and was thrown off. Shui Lian, you're not hurt. Watching the water lotus fall to the ground. Dr. Kukui hurried over to check the situation and looked at the water lotus on the ground worriedly. It's nothing. It's definitely not going to fall this time. Shuilian looked at Kukui in front of her, shook her head and continued to climb on the back of the long-haired dog. When the water lotus was riding on his back, the long-haired dog seemed to feel it, and began to shake his body frantically, trying to throw the water lotus off. And Shuilian, after the lesson just now, felt the action of the long-haired dog, and tightly grasped the seat handle used by the riding elf to stabilize her body or she would fall off. This is the hard work of the water lotus. Dr. Kukui looked at the direction of the water lotus, and looked at the water lotus sitting firmly on the back of the long-haired dog, and couldn't help sighing. Great perseverance. Lizzie looked at the action of the long-haired dog, and then looked at the water lotus on the long-haired dog's back, showing a surprised expression. Hoo. After a while, the long-haired dog stopped in place panting, and the water lotus was still not thrown off. The ball sea lion watching this scene jumped up and came to the arms of Shuilian. Haired dog seemed to accept his fate, but after the action just now, his physical strength was not much, and he could only walk slowly into the distance. Is there any treasure over there? Listening to Shuilian's answer, the long-haired dog squinted at Shuilian, expressing that he did not want to talk to Shuilian, and still walked into the distance. It's finally gone. Of Shuilian and the others with a very relaxed look in her eyes. Now that's all that's left. Dr. Kukui nodded and looked in one direction, and in the direction of Kukui's gaze, Lily was finally ready to finish. I'm ready. Lily put on her sports clothes at this time, and said standing in front of Lizzie and Dr. Kukui. Very involved. Looking at Lily's changing clothes, Lizzie's eyes showed a gleam of admiration. Is it all right? Looking at Lily's appearance, Kukui was more worried about her fear of elves, and asked Lily. No problem, I can ride it. Listening to Dr. Kukui's question, Lily nodded confidently and answered Dr. Kukui's question. Theoretically, as long as I have the heart. While walking in the direction of the long-haired dog, Lily said to herself. However, the next action of the long-haired dog made Lily a little bit unbearable. During Lily's walk, the long-haired dog squinted at Lily, which brought great pressure to Lily's heart. Wow! Looking at Lily who was approaching her, her face turned purple with each step. The long-haired dog became a little impatient, and roared in the direction of Lily. Yeah! Lily screamed suddenly, looked in the direction of the long-haired dog, and ran directly to Dr. Kukui and Lizzie's position. It seemed that only this place made Lily feel safe. It's okay, there's still a lot of time. Get used to it slowly. Seeing this, Lizzie also understands Lily's problem, and she can only encourage the other party, not to stand here forever. Yes. Chapter 330, End of Halftime. Su-che, do you really want to do this? In the quiet forest, there were some elves around Su-che. All of them were Su-che's partners, while Rotom looked at Su-che with a strange look in his eyes. It's okay. Make this assessment a little more difficult. In this way, Dr. Kukui and Lizzie won't say anything. Looking at the elves around him, Su-che showed a calculation and a strange smile in his eyes, and decided the next goal with a big wave of his hand. In the dense forest, the long-haired dog under Mayo seemed to sense something. After looking at the surrounding environment, the long-haired dog under Mayo suddenly sniffed and rushed out. Hey, what is there? Did you find something? Caught off guard, fell on the back of the long-haired dog, and asked curiously while hugging the long-haired dog's neck. Haired dog ignored Mao on his back and went directly to a place, and began to dig the ground with his sharp claws, splashing a trail of dust. After a while, the long-haired dog stopped digging, and saw a red shard suddenly appeared on the ground. Mao squatted down curiously and held the red shard to watch. Is this a red shard? Looking suspiciously at what the long-haired dog had dug up, Mao held it in his hand and kept looking at it. Woo, long-haired dog, did you find something else? It would be great if it was a treasure. Then, the long-haired dog began to dig around again, and after seeing the long-haired dog's movements, Mao showed an unexpected look in his eyes. Looking at what the long-haired dog dug up, Mao also looked at the direction of the long-haired dog speechlessly, because it was a one green shard in Mao's hand. Then, the long-haired dog continued to dig in this area and excavated all the remaining fragments. Ha ha ha, not bad. Mao looked at the fragments in his hand, with a somewhat embarrassed look in his eyes, looking in the direction of the long-haired dog. There was still an encouraging look in Mao's eyes, and he encouraged the long-haired dog. Okay, let's find some more precious ingredients. And when Mao said this, he didn't notice that an elf suddenly appeared behind him, sneakily following them. And Kaki and his long-haired dog came to the direction of a rock formation, and there was a clear river next to it, watching the surrounding rock formations carefully. The ancient strata are exposed, okay. It's decided to be here. Looking at the surrounding rock formations, Kachi's eyes showed an unexpected look, and then pulled the long-haired dog aside by pulling the reins. Woo-hoo. The long-haired dog smells the smell in the air, distinguishes the surrounding environment, and smells the subtle smell in the air. Look for it, long-haired dog. Cage looked at the long hair under him with a serious look. Also, what Kachi didn't know was that a ghost-like elf appeared here in midair, looking in the direction of Kachi below. Is there any treasure here? On the water lily side, the long-haired dog took the water lily to a fruit-like forest place. The long-haired dog who came here also quickly stepped forward. Have you found the treasure? Shui Lian felt the action of the long-haired dog, and an unexpected look appeared in her eyes. The long-haired dog finally got enlightened. The long-haired dog stepped forward directly, came to the bottom of a short fruit tree, and put a probe directly. Take a bite of the fruit. Hey what? It turns out that I'm just hungry. Alas. Then, let's go treasure hunting after eating. Seeing this, Shui Lian also shook her head helplessly, expressing her helplessness to the long-haired dog under her, then sighed and looked at the long-haired dog. Oh, it's little mushrooms. This one sautéed in butter is sure to be delicious. Thank you, Shaggy. Porphyrin, Sweet Bamboo and Mayo stood behind a big tree, looking at the little mushroom below. Their eyes widened as well, and they turned their heads and smiled at the long-haired dog. Woo! At this time, the long-haired dog came directly in front of a lot of big mushrooms, smelled the aroma of the big mushrooms, and his eyes became slits. It's a big mushroom. Add it to the thick soup and it will definitely become delicious. After picking a big mushroom directly, a smile appeared on Mayo's face. That's really good, long-haired dog. Holding the long-haired dog's neck, a smile appeared on Mao's face, praising the long-haired dog. The latter also rubbed Mao with his mane, and the long-haired dog was also very happy after being praised by Mao. Hee 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 hee. There was a slight strange laugh on the tree trunk, but Mayo still didn't notice it, while the long-haired dog looked around suspiciously and made a very vigilant look. What's wrong with the long-haired dog? Woo, how come there are treasures? In a rocky area, Mamane looked at the surrounding environment and pointed to the long-haired dog below. Listening to Mamane's question, the long-haired dog looked around with its sharp eyes, used its scent to distinguish the surrounding environment, and finally sighed. Oh, didn't find it. Well, I always feel that there must be treasures around. Mamane also sighed helplessly, looked at the surrounding environment, and then Mamane took out the detector he made. Next, take out a small device to form a projected computer monitor. The treasures that can get high scores around here, star fragments, precious fruits, beautiful stones and fossils are just like what Sister Lizzie said. After searching the surrounding environment with the computer, Mamane also widened his eyes after looking at the things on the projection display screen. It turns out that, hundreds of years ago, a meteorite one landed on the island of Akara, and the fragments of stars scattered across the islands. That's it, that's it. If you move forward like this, you might find something. Long-haired dog, let's go. Porphyrin. After looking at the surroundings, Mamane never gave up on the long-haired dog. Togo Dimar screamed with joy, and a long, haired dog also screamed and ran forward. Ding dong 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 dong. At this time, a bell suddenly rang in the distance, and everyone heard the sound, ready to go back and show it to Lizzie. Philo reminds you. Book 3 Things to Read. Chapter 331, Treasure Hunter. Continue the treasure hunt. Okay, it seems that everyone has come here. I don't know what everyone's harvest is. Let me take a look. After Lizzie saw that everyone had returned here, although she looked a little uninterested, she still looked at everyone and said to them, "Well, haven't you found any treasures? It shouldn't be." Looking at the curtain covered in front of everyone, it was plain and there was nothing. Lizzie's eyes showed a puzzled look as she looked at everyone and asked, "When I came back, an elf stole my belongings directly. Before I could react, my belongings disappeared." Away the yellow bra in front of him, Mao looked at Lizzie in front of him and said to Lizzie with a very helpless look, "Is Mao too?" Catchy was stunned when he heard this, and looked in the direction of Mayo with an incredible look in his eyes. "What do you mean?" Mayo looked in Kaki's direction, and although he didn't understand Kaki's meaning, he also realized that something was wrong. "When I was looking for something in the ancient rock formations, I was digging up a fossil. I don't know what it was, and suddenly a fossil pterosaur stared at it. Then, the fossilized pterosaur stole my fossil. I wanted to fight and conquer it, but the bell rang and I had to go back here." Catchy stretched out his hand and looked at Lizzie, explaining to Lizzie what she had encountered. "It's the same with me. I was pushing a lot of things, but halfway through, I encountered a strange black wind, which swept away my things and disappeared." Listening to Kaki's words, Mao's reaction was slow and he understood that the situation was wrong, and immediately. "Share what you know." "That's it. What about the others?" Lizzie looked at the others with a look of sudden realization in her eyes, but she nodded her head not surprised at all, and then looked at Shuilian and Mamane. "Alas, I haven't found anything yet." When Shuilian heard Lizzie's question, she shook her head helplessly. The long-haired dog she chose might really have some problems with her personality. "Neither do I. However, my goal is to find a one-time overtake big treasure, so it doesn't matter." Mamane looked at Lizzie's inquiring eyes and smiled a little embarrassedly, but comforted herself. "Is that so? I can only give you 0 points. So, what about Lily's situation?" Looking at the crowd, Lizzie also smiled and shook her head. "Accidents often happen, but I didn't expect such a strange thing to happen. Can only temporarily give them 0 points and 0, wait for the next one round. After all, everyone's eyes are looking in the direction of Lily. I saw that Lily and the long-haired dog on the ranch were slowly getting in touch, but Lily was still very afraid of the long-haired dog." Lily was timidly looking at the direction of the long-haired dog. Next to the long-haired dog, it could be seen that Lily was still very afraid of elves. However, compared to the morning, Lily's dog is a little closer, which is also Lily's progress. In order to ride a long-haired dog, special training is being carried out. Listening to Lizzie asking Lily's situation, Dr. Kukui looked at everyone with a smile in his eyes, looking at Lily who was competing in the ranch. "Lily, come on, you can definitely ride on it." After looking at Lily who was working hard, Mao said loudly in Lily's direction. I'll try my best." After Lily heard the voice of Mao, she turned around to look at Mao and others, and said with a cheering look, "You must look for it this time." Shuilian rode a long-haired dog to a place where the grass and the rocky area intersected. After looking at the surrounding environment, Shuilian looked at the long-haired dog under her. However, the long-haired dog seems to be facing the water lotus, not giving the water lotus face, just go its own way, yawn a lot and lie on the spot. Go to bed now, Shaggy. Now is not the time to sleep. That made a sleeping appearance. Shuilian looked anxious and looked in the direction of the long-haired dog. Woo-hoo. Listening to Shuilian's urging voice, the long-haired dog didn't care about Shuilian's thoughts at all, with a very impatient look on his face, and he wouldn't leave if he was determined. This will be a little troublesome. After looking at the attitude of the long-haired dog under her, Shui Lian showed a helpless look in her eyes, and said to herself while looking at the long-haired dog under her. Ooh, ooh. At this time, the ball sea lion in the water lotus's arms directly shouted, and kept clapping his hands to make a happy appearance. Hey, shall we find it ourselves? Looking at the movements of Chocho Sea Lion, the water lotus, who has long been in sympathy with Chocho Sea Lion, instantly understands what Chocho Sea Lion means. Turn his head down and follow behind the ball sea lion. One person and one elf came to the rocky area, where the geological layers are intricate and the terrain is very steep, and if you are not careful, you will fall down. Suddenly, the ball sea lion seemed to smell something, and suddenly rushed out, and the water lotus quickly followed. But when the ball sea lion passed the corner, as if it hit something, it rolled back a distance. Ball sea lion, watch out. What's wrong? Looking at the ball sea lion in front of her, Shui Lian quickly helped the ball sea lion up, and then looked at the situation ahead. I saw that in front of the ball sea lion, an elf came here at some point, and its identity was revealed by the body like a rag of Pikachu. Fantasy. No, ball sea lion is not intentional. Seeing that MIMI was burning with purple-black energy, Shui Lian didn't know what happened, and quickly apologized to MIMI. However, the ball sea lion obviously angered the fans, and before the water lotus finished speaking, a one purple-black shadow ball was launched. Boom! Yeah! At the critical moment, Shui Lian evaded the attack with Chocho Sea Lion, but the powerful shockwave directly blasted her and Chocho Sea Lion to the rear. What a powerful fan fiction! The ball sea lion can't beat the opponent. Thinking of this, Shui Lian didn't have time to react and directly hugged the ball sea lion and ran towards the distance, hoping to leave the attack range of the fan fiction. Chapter 332. Success, the water lotus that has the same mind as the long-haired dog. Ball sea lion, dangerous. Let's go. After seeing the attack from Mizuo Condensed, Shui Lian instantly reacted, holding the frightened ball sea lion and ran out into the distance. The fan intends to look at the water lotus holding the ball sea lion, and quickly condense his own strength. A one purple-black shadow ball is instantly formed, and it is launched in the direction of the ball sea lion and the water lotus. Boom! Yeah! At the critical moment, Shui Lian hugged the ball sea lion to avoid the attack, but the powerful shockwave formed by the explosion blasted her and the ball sea lion directly to the rear. What a powerful fan fiction! The ball sea lion can't beat the opponent. Thinking of this, Shui Lian showed a look of fear, directly hugged the ball sea lion, and ran towards the distance, hoping to get out of the fan's attack range. Yeah, but while running, Shui Lian suddenly bumped into a stone and fell to the ground together with the ball sea lion. Ball sea lion, sorry. Looking at the ball sea lion in her arms, Shui Lian looked at the ball sea lion with some worry, and checked the status of the ball sea lion. Ow. The ball sea lion looked at the water lotus and shook his head with a smile on his face, indicating that he had no problem. Go away quickly. Looking at the mimetic behind her, Shui Lian's eyes showed an anxious look, and then she continued to run forward. However, if this continues, the long-haired dog will be affected. Of the long-haired dog while he was running, there was a solemn look in his eyes. Ow. Ball sea lion looked at his master, and the direction of the long-haired dog, with a firm look in his eyes, and fell to the ground in the embrace of the water lotus. Looking at the fan ball sea lion behind him, he stared at each other seriously, obviously trying to solve the problem by fighting. Do you want to fight? Ball sea lion. Looking at the state of Chocho Sea Lion, Shui Lian asked with some doubts. She did not expect Chocho Sea Lion to be so active today. Ow. The ball sea lion firmly looked at the mimetic in front of him and answered the water lotus's words firmly. I got it, ball sea lions. Use foam rays. Looking at the mimetic water lotus on the opposite side, he directly gave the order to the ball sea lion. Ouch. After listening to Shui Lian's order, Chocho Sea Lion subconsciously used his own tricks. Of light formed by a bubble rushes directly to the opposite Mu, who doesn't care at all when Mew looks at the rushing attack. The bright yellow stars, facing towards the foam light, are exactly the high-speed stars that Mi intends to use. Boom boom boom. The fierce collision sound kept ringing. The two tricks collided with each other, the star and the bubble light collided. Then, the high-speed star broke the foam light and attacked the ball sea lion. Boom boom boom. A violent explosion sounded, the high-speed star hit the ball sea lion, and a smoky, violent impact knocked the ball sea lion out. Ouch! The ball sea lion let out a scream and landed in front of Shui Lian, which made Shui Lian feel distressed. Cho-Cho Sea Lion, you worked hard. Cho-Cho Sea Lion. Seeing the state of Cho-Cho Sea Lion, Shui Lian quickly hugged Cho-Cho Sea Lion in her arms and comforted Cho-Cho Sea Lion. Kakuku. At this time, Mi came in front of Shui Lian, and Shui Lian subconsciously widened her eyes and became nervous, but facing the long-haired dog behind her, Shui Lian became firm. Ball sea lions and long-haired dogs, they'll be guarded by me. Looking at Mew who was gathering her strength, Shui Lian stood firmly in front of the long-haired dog and said, although Shui Lian was still very nervous, she did not take a step back. Woo! The long-haired dog looked at the water lotus in front of him, and the eyes opened instantly and moved. Woo woo! The long-haired dog that jumped up came to Miu, who subconsciously retreated a certain distance, staring at the long-haired dog in front of him. Woo woo! The long-haired dog howled again, directly condensing its strength, with a pink light all over its body, and charging in the direction of the fascination. It is the ultimate impact of the long-haired dog. Watching the long-haired dog's attack, Mew's mouth under the skin smiled slightly and took the ultimate impact of this move. Boom! The explosion sounded, the smoke lingered and people couldn't see the situation of Miji. After a while, the smoke dissipated, and I saw Miji fell to the ground and didn't know what was going on. Thank you, long-haired dog. Shui Lian touched the long-haired dog beside her, with a happy look in her eyes. Woo woo! The long-haired dog looked at the ball sea lion and water lotus, leaned down to look at the water lotus beside him, and motioned for the water lotus to sit on him. Do you want us to ride up? Shui Lian looked at the long-haired dog incredulously, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. Woo woo! The urging look in the eyes of the long-haired dog made Shui Lian very excited, and the long-haired dog finally admitted himself. Then, Shui Lian rode on the long-haired dog and let the long-haired dog carry her towards the place where she was looking for treasures set off. Oh, have you finally got the approval of the long-haired dog? Mimic, what do you think of them? However, what Shui Lian didn't know was that when she left here, a figure suddenly appeared here, looking at the direction they were leaving. Kaku, and was wounded by the long-haired dog. The mimetic, also instantly aroused, and then suspended in midair like nothing, answering the questions of the people around him. Is it so hard for you? Come back. Red light flashed. Mi returned to a one Pokeball. Mi was obviously his elf. And by the lake in the ancient strata, Kachi and his long-haired dog stayed quietly in place, closed their eyes, and carefully felt the surrounding fluctuations. Woo-hoo! At this time, the long-haired dog under Kachi suddenly barked, opened his eyes and looked in one direction, indicating that there was something there. Have you found it? Let's go. After getting the signal from the long-haired dog, Kaki rode the long-haired dog and ran in that direction. And on the rock behind Kaki, a fossilized pterosaur that just snatched Kaki's things, appeared here and flew in the direction Kaki left. Long-hair dogs, fossils seem to get higher scores than ingredients. In the dense forest, after Mayo set off again, he suddenly remembered something, looked at the long-haired dog under him, and said to the long-haired dog in a negotiating tone. Chapter 335, Su Che's Teaching. Let's look at Lily's treasure first. Which is Lily's treasure? Dr. Kukui looked in Lily's direction, pointed at Lily, and turned everyone's attention. I saw that in the pasture. Lily stood beside the long-haired dog, summoned up the courage to grab the riding device, and finally sat on the long-haired dog's back smoothly. Oh, Lily, you can ride it. Congratulations. The others came to Lily and looked at Lily and the long-haired dog. It's amazing. So handsome. Mamain looked at Lily and said to Lily with a congratulatory look in her eyes. That's great, Lily. Shui Lian looked at Lily who was sitting on the long-haired dog. With a happy look in her eyes, she was happy for her friend's success. Thank you all. Lily looked at the crowd around her, and looked at them with a smile. That kid really worked hard. Received a lot in the process. Looking at Lily's direction, Lizzie also recognized Lily's very much, nodded and looked at Lily's direction. In that case, try to ride my fire-breathing dragon next time. Catchy looked at Lily on the long-haired dog, and suddenly proposed to Lily. If this is the case, please let me think about it first, he. Listening to Kaki's words, Lily smiled a little embarrassedly, and the answer was Kaki from a few years ago. Next is Kaki's treasure hunt. Let me see if Kaki finds anything and will it surprise me. After Lizzie picked up the cover cloth in front of Kaki, there was an unexpected look in her eyes, and her eyes widened instantly. Is it a fossil like a feather of something, and another like the sun? After looking at what Cage found, Mao opened his eyes instantly and said, and the others looked at Cage with envy. They also know that fossils are the rarest, and the score of fossils found will be very high, but they did not expect that Kaki found 2 fossils. Yes, this one is the fossil of Archaeopteryx, and this one is the fossil of the skull of a sea dragon. It's a shame you can find it. It's 3% in total. Looking at Kaki in front of her, Lizzie's eyes showed a look of amazement and announced Kaki's final score. Great. Hearing his score, Kaki was immediately excited, and he became the first. Ah, I thought I could win. In the end, did Kaki win? After listening to Lizzie's announcement, Ma Main shook her head helplessly, and lowered her head in frustration. And Water Lotus. Mayo looked at Ma Main on the side. Main said, Shui Lian also nodded nervously. Shui Lian found this one. Saying that, Lizzie came to the Water Lotus and opened the cover cloth of the Water Lotus. I saw a stone lying quietly on the table, with strange patterns on it, and even some energy crystals around it. Sister Lizzie, this is... After looking at what Shui Lian found, everyone's eyes turned to Lizzie, and Kachi looked at Lizzie and asked. Ring stone. Lizzie looked at the Water Lotus and found it. Something, with a look of amazement in his eyes. Hey. Ring, rough. Hearing that everyone here was shocked, Mamain even shouted in surprise. The score is 50 out of 500. Ride the long-haired dog to hunt for treasure, and the Water Lotus wins the final prize. Lizzie looked at what Shui Lian had found, and then directly announced the final result. Congratulations, Water Lotus. Seeing the Water Lotus who had not recovered, Lily reminded the Water Lotus, and congratulated the Water Lotus for winning the prize. Congratulations, Water Lotus. I lost to you. It's all thanks to the long-haired dog. After listening to the envy of the people around, Shui Lian scratched her head embarrassedly and answered the crowd. This rough stone can be made into a bracelet. Lizzie picked up the rough stone found by Shui Lian, and looked at the somewhat ignorant Shui Lian road in front of her. Ring, shouldn't it be for me? In front of her with a puzzled look in her eyes, looking at Lizzie in an incredible way. Of course. Lizzie nodded and looked at Shui Lian with a smile, and quickly confirmed Shui Lian's idea. Amazing, Shui Lian. That's great, Water Lotus. Congratulations, Water Lotus. Seeing everyone's discussion, Lizzie also smiled. Although this treasure hunt has come to an end, maybe the best treasure is the bond between everyone and the long-haired dog. Evening. Hey, are those elves all from Teacher Suche? Seeing Suche returning to the hotel, everyone told Suche about today's activities, and after hearing about the elves who took treasures, Suche directly said that it was his own elves. Everyone looked at Suche's direction, and their eyes widened subconsciously, incredulously. Mr. Suche, why is this? Kaki was impatient. Looking at Suche who was eating leisurely in front of him, he stood up with a questioning look in his eyes. All right, All right. Sit down and talk, sit down and talk. After looking at everyone's curious eyes, Suche wiped his mouth gracefully and said to everyone in front of him. You don't really think that you will travel on your own in the future, treasure hunts and some activities will be smooth. You don't have any sense of crisis in the process of treasure hunting. The Madai Islands area is very special, because of the geographical environment and the reason of the elves and people, some wild elves will not attack you at will. However, you still have to go out in the end, you can't stay in the Madai Islands area for the rest of your life. And in some primitive forests, the things you are looking for are basically guarded by large elves, and maybe there will be racial elves guarding them. Think about what you will do at this time. There are still some elves in the sea, don't think that there are no aggressive elves in the sea. Seeing the angry expressions of everyone, Suche explained to everyone directly. After listening to Suche's explanation, everyone thought about it carefully and found that it was indeed as Suche said, that they should indeed have some sense of crisis. Looking at everyone's reflections, Lizzie and Dr. Kukui looked at each other and nodded, with a smile in their eyes. Chapter 336, Fishing. Oh, here is a lake on the island of Akara, and there is a kind of overlord spirit in the lake. The environment here is very good. The moist air and rocks, as well as the blue lake, are the paradise of water spirits. Similarly, this is also a good location for fishing, and there is a group of people fishing here at the moment. Hey, can you really catch fish here? Can you really catch the overlord of the pond? Red-haired woman in a white uniform showing the navel looks at the fishing rod in her hand. With an impatient look in his eyes, he looked at an old man wearing sunglasses beside him, and then looked at a blue-purple-haired man beside him, and asked carefully. Really, this is the secret information I got. Moreover, the fishing expert over there also said that he has seen the overlord of the pond here. The man looked at the old man behind him and explained to the woman beside him. At this time, the name was called, Fishing Expert. The old man looked at the two of them and nodded slowly to answer them. Look, it's definitely fishable. After the man got the reply from the old man, he looked at his companion and said with a smile. No, we must catch it and conquer each other. Looking at the fishing rod in his hand, the man seemed very motivated, and then threw his fishing rod out. Okay, I see, then we will keep fishing, keep fishing. After conquering many elves, let Boss Sakagi be happy. They've been fishing for overlords in this pond. The lady looked at the man beside her and agreed with him, with a fiery look in her eyes, and then threw the fishing rod out of her hand. But, after all, the other party is the overlord, so there is only one. Meow. Meow Meow on the side looked at the two of them, although she was looking forward to the next thing, she still reminded the other side. Oh, this is the overlord of the pond, Meow. At this time, Meow Meow's fishing rod suddenly pulled down, and Meow Meow directly pulled it up. Be careful, Meow Meow. Looking at Meow Meow who was pulling the fishing rod hard, the man on the side looked at Meow Meow and said to Meow Meow seriously. I see, Meow. Listening to the man's words, Meow Meow also stared at her fishing rod, pulling it up and pulling it frantically. This trio is the Rockets trio that has not been seen for a long time, and you can probably guess their purpose by listening to their conversation. The reason is that when the trio was active in the morning, Kojira suddenly found the pond on this island, which has the record of the Overlord spirit. They also learned about the particularity of the Overlord spirit through the data, and naturally they also wanted to conquer a Overlord spirit, so the three of them would try their luck here. Wow, I saw water splashing all over, and a fish-like elf was pulled and looked at the elf on his fishing rod with a puzzled look in his eyes. I see, this guy is a weak dingo. Kojira took out his own, directly found the introduction of the elf, and looked at the elf on Meow Meow's paws. You don't need to be so weak, Meow. Meow Meow doesn't even look at it directly, it will be weak. Threw it out, I don't know where it went. Oh, come on, this giant. At this time, Masashi's fishing rod suddenly bent, and the fishing line was instantly stretched. Don't let it escape. Come on, meow. Seeing that Musashi was pulling hard, Kojiro and Meow Meow became excited and looked at Musashi do on the side. Drink. Musashi suddenly exerted force. Huge splashes of water splashed out, and a gigantic creature jumped out of the lake. Ah! Then, the figure hugged the three of them directly, then turned their feet into propellers, and headed towards Merlot Island across the pond. What's it like? Have you been back yet? And the one called, fishing expert, in sunglasses suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the deserted shore, a little confused. It turned out that he fell asleep just now, and I don't know if Kojiro and the others would jump up in anger when they saw this scene. What the old man didn't know was that the weak dingo, who had lost his companion, began to restless under the pond and began to gather into a large group. It should be here. What Sister Lizzie said is here. It's really a good place for fishing. Who is taking the outdoor course on Akara Island ushered in a day of free activities at noon today? Shuilian, what are you doing? Lizzie didn't know when she came to Shuilian's side. Watching Shuilian holding the fishing rod, she was very curious. Sister Lizzie, good morning. I'm maintaining my fishing rod. I want to catch a wild Tyrannosaurus dragon. Listening to Lizzie's voice, Shuilian subconsciously turned around and answered Lizzie's question. Dragon carp dragon. Listening to Shuilian's words, Lizzie looked at Shuilian with a little embarrassment. This little girl looks small, but she has a black belly. Wild Tyrannosaurus does not exist at all, unless it is the kind of ancient slumber. Only elves can enter the evolutionary form on their own. I really want to go fishing now, and I finally came to Akara Island, and I want to catch the big guy here. Shuilian looked at Lizzie's somewhat unnatural look, and knew that this joke was a bit too much. She stuck out her tongue and looked in the direction of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. Is this like fishing? Then, when you come back, this will probably be ready. Looking at Shuilian, Lizzie took out the original stone of the bracelet from her pocket, and looked at Shuilian who was holding a fishing rod. You guys. Shuilian looked at Lizzie's direction suspiciously, and looked at Lizzie in a puzzled way. Ah, I forgot to tell you, Suche has already gone to the fishing place. If you don't hurry, you might end up being caught. I heard from Dr. Kukui that he just caught Minos. I also saw that Minos, it's a very good boy. Looking at the water lotus, Lizzie showed a smile in her eyes, and explained to the water lotus in front of her. In the pond near the gurgling hill, there is a big guy called the Pond Overlord. Suche has already passed by. Do you want to go over and try it? Lizzie watched Shuilian crouch down, and touched the ball and sea lions at Shuilian's feet. Chapter 337, Suche caught Kyogre. Overlord of the pond, big guy. Hearing the water lotus here, her expression suddenly became sharp. She looked at Lizzie seriously and asked Lizzie. Yes, but when you go over, at least do me a favor. Well, Shuilian and Lizzie. Good morning, what's the matter with you? Kachi looked at the people behind him, came out with Lily Emau and Mamane, looked at Shuilian and Lizzie and asked with doubts. It's Kachi. Good morning. Shuilian said that he wants to go fishing today to catch a big guy. Where are you going? Looking at Kaki and the people behind Kaki, Lizzie was also very curious, looking at Kaki and asked carefully. My friend said he was going to my house. Kaki looked at the people behind him and introduced Lizzie about their itinerary today. After all, it's a ranch. Butter made with fresh moo milk, and cheese and yogurt. Mao looked at Lizzie thinking about these things in her mind, and her eyes already showed a very happy look, looking at Lizzie and the water lotus road holding the fishing rod. After all, ice cream is also not to be missed. Mamane said his thoughts with a smile, and it seemed that he wanted to taste the ice cream of Kachi's house. Similarly, this is also a very good opportunity to observe that moo fresh milk is used as raw material to make elf food and other delicious foods. Lily's main thing is to observe and learn this kind of knowledge. In a word, they don't have the ranch of the Kachi family, so they want to see and see. That's it. However, since the water lotus doesn't come, let's go first. Let's meet at the Spirit Center in the afternoon or evening. Then, let's do it for now. I'm going back to help too, Sister Lizzie, Shuilian, we'll see you in the afternoon or evening. Looking at the people behind him, Cage helplessly spread his hands to Lizzie, expressing that he was helpless too. Then, he looked at Shuilian who was on the side, made a very apologetic look to Shuilian, looked at Shuilian and Sister Lizzie, said hello to them, and left here. That's it, goodbye, Sister Lizzie, let's go first. Come on, let's go first. Sister Lizzie, goodbye. I want to catch a big guy. Sister Lizzie, goodbye. Lily Emau and Mamain looked at the water lotus, greeted the water lotus and Lizzie, and finally followed Kachi's direction. Goodbye, Shuilian, you have to hurry up. Otherwise, the big guy will be caught by Suche. Watching Kaki and the others leave, Lizzie looked at the water lotus in front of her. With a smile in her eyes, she reminded her. Ah, really, Sister Lizzie, I'll go first. Watching the water lotus leaving Kaki and others, after listening to Wake Up, she immediately reacted and picked up her own things, and found the riding elf in the center of the elf. After saying hello to Lizzie, I rushed in the direction of Chu as fast as possible. Oh, it's really a big pond here. The water lotus who came here looked at the pond here, with an unexpected look in her eyes flashing with gleam, and she looked at the scenery here with a sigh. Wait a minute, anglers here. At this time, an old voice sounded, causing Shuilian to turn her head and look in the direction behind her. Who are you? Looking at an old man in fisherman's clothes and sunglasses, Shuilian's eyes showed an unexpected look, but she politely asked the identity of the other party. I'm a fishing expert in Akara Island. The old man looked at a young man like Shuilian, and began to brag about his identity again. The fishing expert. Although Shuilian couldn't tell what was wrong with the other party, after looking at the other party's clothes, she still humbly asked the other party for advice. To fight the overlord of the pond here is to get my permission. Looking at the fishing rod held by Shuilian in front of him, he immediately guessed what the other party wanted to do, and looked at Shuilian's self-proclaimed fishing expert. The old man said, Yes, is that so? Shuilian looked puzzled and looked at the old man with a puzzled look in her eyes. It was the first time she heard of fighting against the overlord spirit, and she had to get permission from outsiders. Although, to challenge the overlord spirit is to pass the consent of other people, but it is only the test given by the king of the island or the queen of the island. The overlord elves look at their face and test the trainers who come here, or the overlord elves themselves are interested and want to give the opponent a test and will fight against them. All in all, what the old man said has made Shuilian a little distrustful of the other party. Yes, that's a man who has been fishing professionally for 40 years and finally fought fiercely with it, and it's scary that I haven't succeeded in catching it yet. Guy. This scar is the scar left when fighting it to the death. This is the medal left. Looking at the water lotus in front of him, the fishing expert. I didn't see the questioning emotion in Shuilian's eyes, but showed off with a look of fishing. Then, for fear that Shuilian would not know, he rolled up his sleeves and looked at Shuilian Road in front of him. Then, under Shuilian's suspicious gaze, that scar. Slowly curling, anyone with discernment can see it, it is a sticker that looks like a scar. Cough cough. Anyway, the overlord of the pond will only play against the trainers it approves. Let me, a fishing expert, come to the test to see if you have this qualification. Looking at Shuilian's questioning and doubtful eyes, the fishing expert, to cover the scar that fell off, cleared his throat and looked at the water lotus road in front of him. Please, I really want to catch the pond master here. Looking at the old man, there was an excited look in Shuilian's eyes. As expected, when it came to fishing Shuilian, she lost her ability to judge. Oh, take the bait, is this the overlord of the pond? Wow. At this time, a voice sounded along with the sound of huge water splashes, and a behemoth was directly caught by Suche in the boat on the lake. Water Lotus and the fishing expert. He subconsciously widened his eyes and looked inconceivably in the direction of the lake, with a surprised look in his eyes. A large fish elf appeared here, and some patterns could be seen around the fish elf, and the water lotus subconsciously widened her eyes when she saw those patterns. Could it be that elf? Is it Kyogre? Please download Philu. Chapter 338. The Pond Overlord appears. Time went back to a few hours ago. It should be here. This is what Sister Lizzie said. It really is a good place for fishing. Under Lizzie's introduction, Suche took the fishing rod produced by his own system and came to the gurgling hill. Looking at the environment suitable for water elves to live here, Suche knew immediately that he had come to the right place now. Wait a minute, anglers here. At this time, an old voice sounded, causing Suche to turn his head and look in the direction behind him. Who are you? Looking at an old man in fisherman's clothes and sunglasses, Suche's eyes showed an unexpected look, but he still politely asked the identity of the other party. I'm a fishing expert in Akara Island. The old man looked at a young man like Suche and began to brag about his identity again. The fishing expert. Although Suche couldn't tell what was wrong with the other party, after looking at the other party's clothes, he still humbly asked the other party for advice. To fight the overlord of the pond here is to get my permission. That Suche was holding in front of him, he immediately guessed what the other party was trying to do. Looking at Suche, the self-proclaimed fishing expert, the old man said, "You are a fake master angler." Looking at the self-proclaimed fishing master in front of him, the old man, Suche directly debunked his words. What I said is true, and the overlord of the pond here is my professional fishing for 40 years, and I finally have a fierce battle with it. Look, this scar is the scar left when you fought it to the death. This is the medal left. Looking at Suche in front of him, the fishing expert. He didn't see the questioning mood in Suche's eyes, but showed off as if he was fishing. Then, for fear that Suche would not know, he rolled up his sleeves and looked at Suche in front of him and said, "Are you sure this scar is real?" Saying that, Suche stretched out his hand directly, and the fishing expert. Don't pay attention, put that scar directly. Tear it apart quickly. Ah. The fishing expert. Looking at Suche's movements, he stared at Suche with wide eyes and embarrassedly, and Suche looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. So, you fishing expert is a fake. Stop talking, I won't believe you. Looking at the old man, Suche's eyes were very cold, looking at the fishing expert. Road. At this moment, a voice sounded, causing Suche to turn his head subconsciously. From the direction of the voice, he saw a fish spirit appearing in a small puddle. In the small puddle, the small fish was obviously stranded, struggling constantly in the water. This elf, if I remember correctly, is. Looking at the elf in the small puddle, Suche showed a puzzled look in his eyes, carefully recalling the information in his mind. Weak dingo, small fish elf, water attribute. Once in crisis, the eyes will become moist and looks like crying. Suche, this weak dingy seems to be injured. Look at the elf in the small puddle. Rotom's mobile phone flew out and looked at the weak dingu, and then said to Suche on the side. Well, I see it, help it. Having said this, Suche began to mobilize the power in his body, and a pale green light emerged from Suche's hand, which was the power of the permanent pan that was used by the healing medicine to communicate with all things. The weak dingu in the small puddle gradually calmed down when Suche used his abilities, and looked at Suche with a grateful look in his eyes. It can clearly feel that the position of its injury is slowly getting better. Okay, it's all right. You are working hard. You are not weak at all. Now go back and find your companion. Holding the weak ding in his hand, Suche showed a smile in his eyes, and then put the weak ding back into the pond. That is, at the moment when the weak dingo entered the water, the weak dingo began to glow with blue light, and finally mixed with the huge school of fish. What, do you want to catch the overlord of the pond? Do you have a boat? In that case, I will reluctantly sell my boat to you. Hey, what do you want to do? At this time, the fishing expert, watching Succe's actions, stared at Suce sitting on his own boat, and said inexplicably, "Thank you for the boat, Minas helped me push it to the center of the lake." Fishing expert, behind you. Suce directly released his Minas, in the fishing expert. The petrochemical eyes left the shore. Hey, are you a robber? Looking at Suce who left, the fishing expert. Looking at Suce very angrily. Aren't you a liar too? A so-called fishing expert. And answer, fishing expert. It was Suce's indifferent words. Suce, are you saying that you can really catch the pond's overlord Loto? Rotom floated in midair, looking at the pond below, and asked Suce while recording the video. I don't know, but what is certain is that there must be the overlord of the pond. Hearing the doubts about Rotom's phone, Suce smiled and looked at Rotom's phone, and looked at Rotom's phone with great certainty. Why so sure, Loto? Looking at Suce's direction suspiciously, Rotom looked at Suce in a puzzled way. Because of the characteristics of weak dingo. Well, here we go. Suce, who was about to explain to Rotom, suddenly felt the water suddenly fluctuate, and Suce, who had reacted, threw the fishing rod out. Bait entered the water, and the float only floated for a moment, and was suddenly pulled by a huge force, and Suce was almost pulled directly into the water. Fortunately, Minas responded quickly, blocking Suce's boat, using his own power to create a small vortex to stabilize Suce's boat. What a big guy. After looking at the figure swimming directly past in the water, Suce's eyes widened instantly, looking at the pond below in disbelief. Come up to me. After being deadlocked again for a while, with the cooperation of Minas, Suce finally pulled the elf out of the water with a strong pull. Whoa! The huge splash of water exploded directly, and a behemoth appeared in everyone's field of vision. Rotom subconsciously turned around and took a photo of Suce. Chapter 339, The Overlord Approval. On the lake of Gurgling Hill, a huge splash of water exploded, and a huge fish spirit was caught by Suce and appeared in everyone's field of vision. The fish elf's body was deep sea blue, and it was a big fish that I didn't know how to describe. The blue light dots blooming on its body are like some gem-like things, and the reflected light embellishes hope, like a dancer in the sea. My God, it's really the overlord of the pond. I didn't expect that in my lifetime. Seeing the overlord of the pond is really touching. That was pulled up by Suce. The elf was called fishing expert. Looking at the elf that appeared, his eyes instantly widened as he looked at the elf that appeared in disbelief. Gioka. No, is that the pond master? Looking at the elf that appeared, the water lotus on the shore, there was also a look of worship in his eyes, and a curious look appeared in his eyes when he looked in that direction. They've been fishing professionally for 50 years, and for the first time ever, I've seen the dominant pond, what it really looks like. Looking at the elf, the shore is called fishing expert. The old man suddenly became excited and turned around, looking at the sprite that appeared. Well, didn't you fight it? The water lotus on the side looked at the fishing expert. An unexpected look in his eyes, he questioned the fishing expert. Road. Compared to this, the overlord of the pond approved that boy as its opponent. Looking at Suce riding a boat on the lake, the fishing expert Aizen explained to the water lotus beside him. Really, Mr. Suce and the overlord of the pond. Hearing this, Shui Lian quickly shifted her attention, watching Suce's eyes widen, and looking at Suce's direction incredulously. Minas, push me to the island in the lake. Looking at his bent fishing rod, Suce was very fortunate that this fishing rod was a premium fishing rod produced by the system. Otherwise, with the strength of the opponent, maybe he really can't bear the strength of the opponent. Looking at the small island in the pond, Suce directly ordered Minas to bring himself to the small island in the lake. Otherwise, with your own strength, You will never be able to catch the big guy. You can only use the power of the elf to drag the opponent down and pull it up. Woo! Seeing that Suche was about to be dragged away by that power, Minos also used his own power, and the powerful power exploded instantly. A stream of water rings appeared around Minos' body, controlling the boat that Suche was riding, heading towards the island. And the big fish-like elf was struggling, and a huge figure appeared under the pond, struggling non-stop. What a powerful force! I'll go. When he came to the small island in the center of the pond, Suche was almost dragged into the water, because his body was transformed by superpower and the power of Vibrant Pan. Suche's physical fitness was very good. Standing firmly on the island, Suche took a deep breath while looking at the huge shadow below the pond. Of course, Suche knew that the true face of the overlord of the pond below was the form of a school of weak dingo, and in the form, Suche did not expect the power of the weak dingo to be so strong. Sure enough, as expected of everyone gathering firewood, the flames are high. Altogether, even the power will become stronger. I accept your challenge, but don't let me pull you up directly. After looking at the huge shadow below, a knowing smile appeared in Suche's eyes, and he looked at the elf below and said loudly. On the shore, looking at the churning water in the pond, the water lotus and the fishing expert, watching intently. Former hoped that Suche would catch up and take a look, and there was a very envious light in Shuilian's eyes. The latter is thinking about what to say next, which can show that he is very powerful. Of course, he hopes that the other party will not catch up, otherwise, his lie will be exposed at once. And now, what are they doing in Kachi? Here is a pasture at the foot of the Vila volcano on Akara Island. Because of the volcanic ash, the soil here is very fertile. Some top-quality pastures and some pastures are opened here, and you can also see many fire elves. Hey, come on, please help a little bit. Kachi just carried a bucket of milk cans that had been milked, looked at the leisurely people in front of him, and said in a very dissatisfied tone. We got it, but vegetarian. The cheese you just made really hoops. Fork in his hand, Mayo carefully tasted the soft creamy taste of the cheese in his mouth, squinting his eyes with an intoxicated expression on his face. Ah, woo, try butter next time. So happy. Saying that, Mayo used his fork again, picked up a piece of cheese, and tasted it carefully. It's amazing, just add a little moo-moo milk, and you can eat it with such relish. And Lily stood in the distance, did not observe closely, but used some elves in the farm to do her own subject experiment. One side is the elf food with moo fresh milk, and the other side is the food without moo fresh milk. She can clearly observe that the elf food with moo fresh milk is more popular. Kachi, 2 more ice creams. While Mamain and Togo Dimar were tasting ice cream, Togo Dimar kept licking the ice cream, and the look of gobbling it made people look a little sideways. And after Mamain finished eating his ice cream, he watched Kachi come over, and immediately stretched out his hand and said to Kachi. Alas, these people are helpless. Looking at Lily Emau and Mamain, Kachi sighed and showed a look of regret, and really didn't know why he brought them here. Shuilian, she is enjoying the fun of fishing. Looking at the direction of the gurgling hill in the distance, Kaki's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Wow, the huge water splash broke out again. The pond overlord formed by the weak dingo fish was caught again, and a splash of water exploded on the pond and rolled into the pond. It's really a powerful force, but I won't admit defeat. The overlord spirit formed by the weak dingy fish group that was caught by himself again. Suche looked at the big fish road with a firm look in his eyes. 340th chapters. Zero Le Shot. It's really a powerful force, but I won't admit defeat. The overlord spirit formed by the weak dingy fish group that was caught by himself again. Suche looked at the big fish road with a firm look in his eyes. What a powerful force. It is really a force that makes people fear, but I will not admit defeat. Watching the black figure under the water, Suche clenched the fishing rod and pulled it back. Roar! A deep shout came from underwater, causing Suche and Shuilian to subconsciously look underwater. Ordinary fishermen know that when the fish spirit bites the bait underwater, the fish spirit will not make a sound, but what they didn't expect is that the big guy below can roar. It completely violated the laws of biology, but Suche heard a lot of small voices. It was the cry of thousands of weak dingoes. Come up to me. Suche let out a deep drink, and with a loud roar, he directly pulled the overlord spirit formed by the weak dingo directly. Wow! The water in the pond exploded again, and the overlord spirit formed by the weak dingy appeared again, and finally fell into the pond again. Damn, you are really difficult, but I'm not easy to bully. Looking at the big fish that fell into the pond again, Suche clenched his teeth and stood still. After the transformation of superpower and the power of Vivian, Suche's power has been equivalent to the power of some larger elf's impact tricks. Therefore, it is more than enough to compete with the overlord spirit formed by the weak dingo in the pond. In my 60 years as a fishing expert, this is the first time I've seen such a fierce battle. The shore, the fishing expert. Looking at the elf struggling in the lake, his eyes showed excitement, as if he was fishing. Your years are increasing all the time. Shuilian looked helpless, looking at the fishing expert beside her. Road. I'm going, the strength is really great. Minas, use the tide to consume its physical strength. Suche, who was almost dragged into the water, exerted his strength subconsciously, looking at the overlord spirit formed by the weak dingo fish below, and looking at Minas Dao beside him. Woo! Whoa! Minas nodded, a splash sounded, Minas dived directly into the water. Looking at the hideous beast, Minas directly used his skills. Minas looked at the elf, blue light flashed in his eyes, a strange coercion emanated from his body, and his tail flicked instantly. A tidal vortex formed by a stream of water attacked the overlord elf formed by a school of weak dingy fish, directly dragging the giant beast into the tidal vortex, consuming physical strength. I have to say that Suche's choice is correct. If you want other elves, I'm afraid the tide spin won't work. Swish. That is, at this time, a water cannon attacked and rushed towards Minas. Fortunately Minas reacted well, and instantly avoided the water cannon. However, seeing the water cannon that suddenly appeared, Suche instantly understood something, immediately. To underwater Minas rode. Minas, it should be the companion of the overlord elf. It should be called the guardian elf, the water elf Nanny Mambo. Using the foam light, hit the babysitter Mambo, and I will solve it. Seeing the water cannon rushing out suddenly, Suche instantly. Think of a kind of spirit, immediately. His superpowers, he spread his voice out loudly. The companions of the overlord elves are usually elves that adapt to their own attributes, and are elves that can cooperate with themselves, such as the overlord orchid manhwa, which is partnered with the weather hand like floating bubbles. Therefore, the elves underwater can only be water-type elves, and the tricks in the overlord elves are compatible with each other, and can bring advantages to the overlord elves. Only the Nanny Mambo is the guardian elves. Therefore, Suche will give his order instantly, let Minas do it directly. Woo! Looking at Mambo, the nanny on the opposite side, Minaston, who heard Suche's order, moved when he heard Suche's order. In order to create a chance for Minas, Suche stubbornly grabbed his fishing rod. I won't let you get in the way of Minas, come here. After Suche looked at a shadow under the water, the light in his eyes seemed to turn into reality, and he pulled it hard. Sound of water splashes sounded, and the huge overlord elf was pulled out, crossed the small island where Suche was, and landed directly on the other side of the pond. I really deserve to be the overlord of the pond. I have been fishing professionally for 70 years, and I am a very good old enemy. Watching the undulating water surface, the fishing experts, on the shore. He subconsciously widened his eyes and began to brag about himself frantically. Shui Lian was a little dumbfounded by the sight. She didn't understand now that she was being caught by this fishing expert. Cheated. Bang bang bang. At this time, a series of voices came, causing Suche to subconsciously widen his eyes. It turned out that the underwater battle finally came to an end. Minos's foam light emitted, forcing the nanny mambo out, and the nanny mambo flew into the air and looked very panicked. Dianmao, do me a favor and blast it away with a wave missile. Looking at the nanny mambo appearing in midair, Suche looked at a purple and white master ball on his belt, subconsciously facing the master's fairway. Bang! The pokeball opened. Suche was facing Zeraora's fire-breathing eyes. Suche looked at Zeraora and smiled embarrassedly. Boom! Although Zeraora was very unhappy with the name of the electric cat, Zeraora still shot directly, and a one blue wave missile was formed in Zeraora's hands. The wave missile shot directly out of the air, hitting the nanny mambo in midair, and a wave of air burst out of the air, leaving a trace on the water. To die, to die, to die. Isn't this bullying the fish? Looking at the power of the bow missile, the nanny mambo subconsciously widened his eyes, looking at the bow missile rushing towards him, looking like he wanted to cry without tears. The strange thing is that the wave missile exploded directly 1 meter before the babysitter mambo. The strong wind and waves spread, and the nanny mambo was directly knocked out and fell into the downstream pond. The same pond below was affected and set off huge waves. Minos in the water popped his head out, looking at Zeraora, who was arrogant with his arms folded on his chest, with a look of envy in his eyes. Minos, use the underwater tornado to drain its stamina. I don't believe in evil. Looking at the large shadow under the water, Suche looked at the emerging Minos and gave an order. Chapter 341, Get Z Pure Crystal. Minos, use the tidal whirl to form a tornado underwater and consume its stamina. I don't believe in evil. Looking at the large shadow under the water, Suche looked at the emerging Minos and gave an order. Woo! After Minos heard Suche's order, he immediately reacted and nodded, and burrowed into the pond again. Looking at the overlord elf who was fighting wits and courage with Suche, Minos directly used his power, and the blue light flashed in his eyes and his tail flicked. A tidal whirl attack formed again, forming an underwater tornado underwater, constantly consuming the overlord elf's physical strength, and Suche on the shore also did not dare to be careless. He knew that after Minos used his skills under the pond, he would definitely be pulled by a huge force and come directly to a one rock. Step on the rock with 1 foot, and use the recoil of the rock to firmly fix yourself in place. Be honest and come up to me. Looking at the shadow below, Suche's eyes were also very determined, and he wanted to pull up the overlord spirit formed by the weak dingy fish group. And, under the consumption of Minos's skills, the overlord spirit in the pond was directly pulled up by Suche. Right now, Minos uses the ultimate shock. Looking at the overlord spirit formed by the weak dingo fish, he was pulled up by himself. Suche looked at Minos, and immediately an order was given to Minos. Woo! Minos jumped straight up. A powerful light appeared in midair, looked at the appearance of the overlord spirit on the opposite side, and rushed over without fear. Bang! The attack of Minos directly rushed away. The overlord spirit in the shape of a school of fish, the weak dingo were directly washed away, and fell from the air. Porphyrin, 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 weak butter. At this time, the water lotus on the shore also realized that something was wrong, and looked at the weak dingo that kept falling in the pond. The water lotus seemed to think of something. Great discovery, Loto. The overlord of the pond is like a school of weak dingo fish gathered together, Loto. At this time, Rotom's mobile phone on the side looked at the elves that kept falling into the pond, and immediately recorded the data, and then kept taking pictures to record. No, that's right, that's it. It's a shame you found out. The overlord of the pond was caught, and his true face was exposed. In 80 years of fighting the overlord. Looking at the original appearance of the pond overlord, the fishing expert. It was also embarrassingly sweaty. Even small, weak dingoes, gathered together to form a school, can become so strong. Looking at the weak dingo swimming in the pond, the water lotus interrupted the fishing expert. It was very exciting and incredible. At this time, a weak dingo appeared in the pond. Look at it. Suche came to Suche. This weak dingo is the fish just now. Looking at the Weekdingyu that appeared, Rotom's mobile phone immediately recognized the identity of the other party, and looked at the Weekdingyu road below. Porphyrin. Weekding came to Suche, opened his mouth, and saw a one-diamond crystal in the mouth of Weekding. The blue light made Suche recognize it at once. This is the pure crystal of the water system. Give. Mine. Looking at the Weekdingyu, Suche knew the meaning of the Weekdingyu through the power of Vibrant, so he looked at the Weekdingyu with curiosity. Looking at Suche, Weekdingyu kept nodding his head, expressing his meaning. Thank you. Looking at the Weekdingyu, Suche took Chunjing with a slight smile, touched the Weekdingyu's head, and looked at the other side. Wow! A splash of water sounded, and the Weekdingo returned to the pond again with the Weekdingo fish and disappeared. Minas, Zeraora, thank you for your hard work. On the island in the lake, looking at Minas and Zeraora, Suche greeted the two elves. Night, Elf Center. Come on, it's been a long wait. Lizzie looked at the water lotus in front of her, took out her own bracelet, and handed it to the water lotus in front of her. Thank you. Under the envious expressions of Mao and the others, Shui Lian took the bracelet from Lizzie, thanked Lizzie, and then took the bracelet on her hand and looked at it carefully. Oh, it's very suitable for water lotus. Looking at the bracelet on Shuilian's wrist, Mao said to Shuilian. Thank you. I will try my best to get pure crystals. Then, today I fished and caught a Tyrannosaurus dragon. Shui Lian also nodded, smiled and looked in the direction of Mao, then ordered herself to cheer herself up, and then looked at the black belly of everyone. Rapid Carp Dragon. Catchalili Emao and Mamane, they looked at the water lotus in disbelief, and they seemed to be confirming by surrounding the water lotus. I lied to you. Petrochemical. What kind of activities are waiting for them today who participated in the outdoor course in Akara Island? Is today a prayer festival? Are there so many people and fire elves? Walking in an open space, looking at most of the people around him and the fire elves, Suche showed a puzzled look in his eyes. Lava snails, Dharma baboons, and even a turkey chicken. What kind of festival should it be? The atmosphere is really lively. Rotom began to search for information on the internet, analyzing the situation here. Vera Fire Festival. It's a traditional festival with more than 100 years of history. Learn about the culture and history of Akara Island while enjoying the festival. This is today's outdoor course. Looking at the crowd, Dr. Kukui took the crowd to the foot of Mount Vera and looked at the crowd. At this moment, a lot of trainers have gathered here. Many vendors have set up their shops here, and some tourists are also here to join in the fun. Everyone, go this way. Kachi knew this kind of festival like the back of the hand, and directly led the crowd up. Cage is so energetic. Seeing Kaki's excited appearance, Mao smiled and said to everyone on the side. It is said that he comes every year. Mamane obviously knew Kachi better, and explained to Mao who was beside him. This festival is very suitable for those fire-type trainers. Especially the elves have not evolved yet, but are still, the growing fire-type elves. Looking at the crowd, Cage explained the role of the fire festival. Please download Fei Lu's novel to see the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 342, Akara Island Fire Festival. Everyone, today is the long-awaited day of the Vera Volcano Fire Festival. So, are you all ready? Lizzie stood on the path leading to the altar, looking down at the many trainers, with her waist inserted. Oh, the answer to Lizzie was the roaring and expectant voices of many fire-type trainers. In order to express our gratitude to Mount Vera, which has raised Akara Island, please take part in this event to the fullest. Looking at the numerous trainers and tourists below, Lizzie treated everyone equally and greeted everyone who came here. Always feel good looking forward to it. Looking at Lizzie standing above, Mao and the others below were also looking forward to it. Vera, Vera, Vera. The crowd looked at Lizzie, raised their hands and shouted rhythmically. Those who didn't know it thought that this was the site of a large religious missionary church, In the dark part of the rock formation, an elf looked at Lizzie below, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. And in front of the altar, a man and his dog are waiting. And Lizzie respectfully came to a place of worship, and then took out an ancient crown set with 3 red diamonds. The Katy dog stepped forward to look at Lizzie, lowered his head and closed his eyes, waiting for Lizzie's next move. Looking at the catty dog, Lizzie put the crown on the catty dog's head. Ouch! Then, as if feeling something, the catty dog opened its eyes instantly and roared loudly, as if it had increased a lot of strength. And the man looked at his Katy dog with a smile on his face. Behind the man, many fire trainers had been lining up at the foot of the mountain. Today, Sister Lizzie came here to complete the work of the Island Queen. Looking at the people in line, Lily and the others stood aside, not touching the fire elves. Great! Mayo looked at Lizzie's serious expression and the powerful aura around her body, and Mao looked at Lizzie's direction enviously. What is the crown? In Lizzie's hand, and asked strangely. It was the first time he had seen this kind of thing. Rock blocks. Rotom's mobile phone flew into the air, magnifying what was in Lizzie's hand, a little puzzled. That is the crown of Vala. It is said that as long as the elves wear it, the crown made of lava can become as brave and powerful as Mount Vila. Kachi watched the crowd from the side, to explain the role of the crown. Especially on fire-type spirits, the effect is very obvious. Looking at what the elves looked like after wearing them, Dr. Kukui also explained. I have also read in the book that there are not a few trainers who have heard the news from other places recently. Looking at Lizzie's direction, Lily also said. The tortoise beast also wore that crown. Suche found it very interesting, looking at Kaki who was on the side and asking Kaki. Yes, last year, the tortoise beast wore it once. Looking at Suche on the side, Kaki didn't. He knew what Suche wanted to do, but he still answered Suche. I remember, Kachi's grandfather was also the king of the island before. He was also responsible for wearing that crown for the elves. Looking at Kaki, Suche looked very curious and asked Kaki. As a child, I always dreamed of when my grandfather could put a crown on his elf. When Kachi heard this, there was a look of sadness in his eyes, and he replied softly. Your grandfather will also be happy for you, bringing your partner to the festival. Dr. Kukui looked at Kachi, and also encouraged Kachi to make him come back to his senses. Yes. Then, after receiving the conferment of Vala's crown, a fire Ibu felt the breath of nature in the crown. Woohoo! The hair on Huo Yibu's body stood up, a scorching flame spewed out of his mouth, and the fiery flame spread, making the next Kachi look forward to it. It's Kachi. Looking at Kaki and the flame beast beside him, Lizzie suddenly laughed. Sister Lizzie, please advise. Looking at Lizzie in front of her, Kaki also said hello to Lizzie. Come here, blazing tortoise. Lizzie looked at the tortoise beast with the Vera crown, and said to the tortoise beast. Howl. The tortoise beast came to Lizzie and bowed his head, ready to accept the blessing of the crown of Vera. May Mount Vera bless you. Lizzie looked at the flame tortoise beast in front of her and was about to put the Vera crown on the flame tortoise beast when a black shadow suddenly appeared, and a sudden change occurred. I saw that the Vera crown in Lizzie's hand disappeared. Lizzie responded quickly, and looked in the direction the shadow left. I saw that an elf was holding a bone rod, and the bone rod was wearing a crown. The elf put the Vera crown on his head and looked at everyone provocatively. The appearance of the Made Islands area, the fire-type ghost type. Looking at the elf, Suche's mind instantly popped up, all the information about the elf. And after Gala Gala took that crown, the spirit of the whole elf seemed to be different. Watching the stuck and waiting people kept turning the bone stick in their hands. Hey, Gala, give me enough time. Seeing the appearance of Gala Gala, Kachi stepped forward to catch Gala Gala, but was dodged by Gala Gala, looking at everyone with a squeamish look. Wow, it makes people look really hot. Looking at Gala Gala who suddenly appeared here, and the movements of Gala Gala, everyone looked at each other helplessly, and Mamane showed an angry look. Anyway, catch it now. After Mao finished saying this, Gala Gala seemed to hear what Mao said, propped up the ground with a bone stick in his hand, and ran directly to the bottom of the altar. Because this is a trail up the mountain, and because it is on a flat ground, and in a place with many people, Gala Gala's petite figure blended into the crowd and ran out directly. Moreover, when Gala Gala was facing and chasing her own crowd, she used bone sticks or bone pullbacks to forcefully open a path, causing a lot of confusion. Collect, recommend, and share. Chapter 359. Duolong Baruto has made contributions. As expected of Sister Lizzie, she is so handsome. Seeing that the main rock werewolf blocked the attack, Mayo, who was watching the battle, widened his eyes, looked at Lizzie in disbelief, and said with an envious look in his eyes. It was really dangerous just now. But the magnet bomb should also hit. The magnet bomb is a trick, no matter what. A few hits can do a lot of damage. If you don't see the trajectory well, you won't be able to pass the big test. Lizzie watched her main rock werewolf use tricks, block. After Doran Baruto's attack. With a look of fear in his eyes, he looked at Suche opposite and said. Main rock werewolf, big nose facing north, small nose facing north. 5 versus 2 is an overwhelming disadvantage. Looking at the situation in the arena, Lily's eyes showed a worried look as she looked at Lizzie Road on the other side of the arena. Nevertheless, Teacher Suche must pass the big test and win the final victory. Mamane looked at Suche and Lizzie in the arena with an anxious look in his eyes. This is the real big test, it's amazing. Kaki looked at Suche and Lizzie in the arena, and looked at them with solemn eyes. What? After a while, the smoke dissipated, but the scene in the arena was beyond everyone's expectations, and Lizzie, who was opposite the arena, was even more surprised. At this moment, both Dakao Bibi and the main rock werewolf have scars from the explosion. The small north nose behind the big north nose also returned to his body, and in front of them there was a cracked gray-black rock. What's more, Suche's 2 elves didn't seem to be injured, and the magnet bomb just now seemed to have no effect, and they didn't hurt Duolong Baruto and the wand-tailed scaled dragon at all. These rocks are exactly the wreckage of the main rock werewolf, which was sealed by the rock that was used and blasted by Doran Baruto's attack. Duolong Baruto's dragon arrows, according to the situation, 2 attacks at the same time, but in fact they are attacks in tandem. I think you want to use the rock enclosed trick. That's why I deliberately let the dragon arrows used by Doran Baruto use some tentative tricks to attack before I figure out the characteristics of the elf. Looking at Lizzie with a solemn expression on the opposite side, a smile appeared in Suche's eyes, explaining the situation on the field to Lizzie. Great. Lily looked at the situation in the arena and looked at Suche with a sigh of relief. Really, what a powerful spirit. A challenger like you is more interesting. Look at the 2 sperm in the playing field. With flames burning in Z's eyes, he looked at the dragon Baruto and the scaled dragon. Facing the north nose, use the electromagnetic cannon on the scaled armored dragon. Looking at the 2 elves on the opposite side, Lizzie immediately changed her strategy and gave orders to her 2 elves. The order, the north face nose and the main rock werewolf, who heard the order, moved in an instant, and quickly came to the front of the dragon Baruto and the wandtail scale armored dragon. After the big north nose heard the order, he controlled the 3 small north noses around, and put the stick-tailed scale armored dragon. It was surrounded, as if to restrain the cane-tailed scale armored dragon. Then, Da Chao Bei Noi condensed his own power, a bright yellow electric ball condensed, and a bright yellow energy ball appeared, and the violent energy condensed was the electromagnetic gun. Stand-tailed scaled dragon, rush up and use the blasting fist on the main rock werewolf. Doran Baruto, use the dragon arrow. Seeing the 2 elves rushing towards them quickly, Suche's eyes lit up, and he gave orders to attack the scaled armored dragon and the dragon Baruto respectively. Roar! Squeak roar! Duolong Baruto and rod-tailed scaled dragon moved after hearing the order, and rod-tailed scaled dragon raised its fist to use its own tricks, and the fist seemed to be burning with flames. Finally, the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon dodged directly, came to the back of the big north nose, and was about to punch the main rock werewolf with a fist. And Dakao Bibi's eyes were always on the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon, and when the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon came to the back, Dakao Bibi also turned around. This time, the rear of the big north nose is empty, and there is no defensive measure. It's not good. Change the direction of the north nose, and block the attack of Duolong Baruto. The main rock werewolf, block the attack of the stick-tail scale-armored dragon. Seeing the actions of the scaled dragon and Baruto, the two elves, Lizzie instantly realized what she was doing, and directly gave orders to her elves. Wait, woo-hoo. Dakao Bibi and the main rock werewolf immediately moved when they heard the order. Dakao Bibi turned around to look at Duolong Baruto, and fired the electromagnetic cannon directly. At this time, Duolong Baruto directly launched the dragon arrow, and the two dragon arrows formed by Duolong Messia shot out quickly, attacking the north nose of the big face. Boom, boom, wait, the electromagnetic gun and the space collided with each other. The first dragon arrow and the electromagnetic gun offset, exploded in midair, and an explosion of smoke was formed in an instant. Then, it's not over yet. The second dragon arrow struck quickly, directly hitting Dachebe. The explosion sounded like a smoke filled with smoke, and Dakaube was hit and flew out and fell behind. Boom, boom. On the other side, a dull voice sounded first, followed by an explosion, and the main rock werewolf was directly blasted out by the staff-tailed scaled armored dragon. Doran Baruto, use the water cannon on the main rock. Seeing the main rock werewolf flying out and the state of the main rock werewolf, Suche widened his eyes with excitement, and immediately an order was given to Doran Baruto. Fighting skills have always restrained the rock-type elves, and the stick-tailed dragon has been strengthened 3 times in the dragon dance, so the attack of the stick-tailed dragon has now reached a very terrifying place. When a skill hits the main rock werewolf takes damage, but also enters a state of chaos with the blasting fist trick. As long as you make up for an attack, the main rock werewolf will definitely lose the ability to fight. It won't let you succeed. Dakao Bibi uses a magnet bomb. Looking at Duolong Baruto's movements, and hearing Suche's voice of giving orders, Lizzie immediately widened her eyes and gave the order directly to Dakao Bibi. It is true that the skill release speed of Dakao Bibi is not fast, but the trick of the magnet bomb is a trick that can be successful by direct contact. This trick is used to block the opponent, or to intercept the opponent's attack is a good trick. But, it's too late. Please download Fei Lu's novel to see the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 361. Sakaji's Connection. In a dense forest on Merlot Island, under a towering giant tree, here is a natural cave. Is warm in winter and cool in summer, which is a good place for some wild elves. Outside the tree hole, at this moment, an elf was patrolling the surroundings, as if he was alerting some elves and humans. The elf looks like a pink plush teddy bear as a whole, its head and tail are pink, and its body is black. Looking at the elves around, does this elves beckon as if they are welcoming each other? However, some elves looked at the movements of this elf and fled away from the elf, as if there was some kind of terror. And hiccup in the tree hole. A burp sounded, and a few people were lying on the top of a mass of hay. It was the Rockets trio that I hadn't seen for a long time. Comfortable, this day is really like a fairy day. Looking at the surrounding environment, Musashi, who was lying on the haystack, showed a blush of satisfaction, stretched his waist and sighed. We can survive here, all thanks to wearing bears. Kojiro on the side listened to Musashi's sigh and nodded in agreement. This is really heaven. Meow. Meow Meow was also lying on the haystack, looking at the surrounding environment, and the large pile of tree fruits in front of herself and others, squinting her eyes. However, what the hell is going on with that bear wearing it? Every time we try to catch the elf, it will come to stop us and bring us here. Because of it, many of our plans have not been implemented at all, damn it. However, this is indeed a good place. The soft hay warm air, the whole person seems to be healed. Hey, Kojiro, give me that. Thank you. Musashi looked at the bear wearing clothes outside, first scolded him fiercely, and then fell on the comfortable haystack, squinting his eyes and enjoying the road. Here you are. Kojiro took out a tree fruit from the tree fruit pile in front of him, threw it to Musashi, who caught it, and started eating with a lazy expression. This tree fruit is delicious too. Meow. Meow Meow was holding a tree fruit and eating it, commenting on the taste of the tree fruit. I don't want to do anything now. Have a meal and a warm bed. It's amazing. Kojiro nodded, looked at Musashi with a one fruit, and agreed with Musashi's statement. Here is heaven. Meow. Meow Meow nodded and raised her hand in agreement with the words of the two. And in the tree hole, the Mirage who was captured by Musashi was looking around, as if he was patrolling his own territory, while wearing a bear under the tree outside. He didn't know what he was doing. Everything seemed so quiet and natural, but it was a good scene. Not long, the sound broke the silence. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. After hearing the sound, the three of them stood up lazily and looked at the surrounding environment, hoping to find the place where the sound came from. What's that sound? Musashi squinted his eyes, sat up, looked around, and muttered to himself in confusion. Where did it come from? Kojiro's eyes widened. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at his surroundings. Ah, really, it's so noisy. Meow. Meow Meow on the side heard the sound and covered her ears in a frenzy. When they looked at a contacting machine on the ground, their eyes showed shock and horror, and the trio woke up instantly. Call from headquarters. Holding the communication machine on the ground, Kojiro faced Meow Meow and Musashido, and then he was about to connect the data. Wait a minute. At this time, Musashi quickly cleaned himself and quickly sorted out his appearance. Face Meow. Hurry up and clean your face. Meow. Meow Meow was also yelling at this time, and quickly rubbed her face. The Rockets team hurriedly stood up. At this time, the communicator on the ground was turned on, projecting a big logo, which was the logo of the Rockets. It seems that you haven't handed in the activity report on the Maddie Islands area. A female voice came, and the secretary with glasses appeared on the screen, holding the glasses and looking at the trio lightly. At the scene, there is a judgment on the scene. I don't know why, but Musashi was the one who disliked this one the most. The secretary replied with a single sentence. Hey, Musashi. Kojiro wanted to remind Musashi, but the next voice shocked the trio. So, what's your result? A steady voice came from the other end of the screen, allowing the trio to instantly know the owner of the voice. I saw that a cat boss was lying on the lap of a middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man who spoke out was the Rocket's old Osaka Mew. Yes, Sakagi boss, we have conquered the new one. Elf. Seeing his boss suddenly make a sound, Musashi was startled, and he looked at Sakagi without knowing what to say. Hey, look at the camera well. At this time, Minnie walked by, and Sakagi looked at this elf and became interested. This guy is called Mew, and he is a very strong elf. Seeing Sakagi's interest in the fantasy, Kojiro on the side quickly introduced Sakagi. Is there only one elf received? At this time, the secretary on the side spoke again, looking at the trio in a questioning tone. No, there are other meows. That's wearing bear meows. Looking at Sakagi's unwavering face, Meow Meow was a little flustered and answered the secretary's words. Looking at the wearing bear exercising with rocks behind him, Meow Meow pointed to the wearing bear road. Yes, wearing a bear is also a very powerful elf. Looking at Sakagi's face, Kojiro squinted his eyes and laughed at Sakagi Road. It looks like this. For the better development of the Rockets, I look forward to your achievements. Sakagi looked at the Rockets trio on the screen, and just smiled and said to the Rockets trio. Good. Understood. We will respond to your expectations, meow. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel.